Labas rytas.
Good morning. We'll start in 2 minutes' time, so please take your seats. And then in 2 minutes' time, we will close the door of the hall and we will start the meeting.
Labas rytas, prašome įsijungti.
Good morning. Please take your seats and we will start our forum. Good morning once again. I'm very happy to welcome you here. And without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to the Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, Ms. Viktorija Čmilytė-Nilsen.
Labas rytas, gerbiami
Good morning, dear participants of the conference, organizers, guests, colleagues and members of the Seimas. This decade, all over the European Union, including Lithuania, the talk about social business as an important pillar of the economy and a sign of maturity of societies has turned into real action. Recent events, starting with the pandemic, have brought health and safety to the forefront and have influenced people's and companies' attitudes towards the environment, green environment and social well-being. It has also prompted us to think beyond business as usual and to look even more closely at the different sectors of society where we can both create the services they need and encourage them to create work and care for each other. The war in Ukraine, as the greatest shock to all, has brought everyone together and has shown the power of goodwill and joint work. That is not only those we help who win when we are united, but also ourselves by discovering new or forgotten meanings of helping our close ones. This is the moment when the importance and influence of the social business sector becomes evident, and understandably so. Resilient and viable businesses are those that focus both on the community and the environment in which they operate. Experience in other countries shows that investment in this sector pays off because the huge potential of social business, both in terms of stimulating the economy and in tackling societal issues. These include reducing poverty and social exclusion, more efficient use of natural resources, promotion of culture and creativity, civic awareness and patriotism, public education and national defense, among others. This forum today provides us all who have gathered here in so many numbers with an excellent opportunity to further develop a sustainable and open dialogue among leaders of the social business ecosystem, decision makers, academia and the media. It's also a good opportunity to agree on a vision for the development of the sector, a legal framework and a concrete action for Lithuania, and of course to share best practices and discuss the lessons learned so that we can find a faster way out of major crises through social innovation and creative and entrepreneurial solutions. Once again, I thank the organizers of the conference, welcome the speakers, guests and participants from all over Lithuania and other countries, and the delegation of the European Union ESF Social Innovation Initiative Plus. I would like to extend a special welcome to our guest Alina Bokharnikova from the Ukrainian Agency for Future Development, who is with us today and who I hope will share her insights. I wish everyone a productive conference and fruitful discussions. And once again, thank you for your initiative.
Labai dėkoju.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now let me announce the opening of the high-level session on the vision of social business development featuring high-level politicians. And I would like to everyone invite a video by Mr. Nicholas Schmidt, European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights. So let's listen to his welcome address.
Dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to participate in the second edition of the Social Enterprise and Innovation Forum. I'm very pleased to see a strong and growing interest in the social economy in Lithuania and across the EU. The social economy is instrumental in delivering social services, contributing to social inclusion and pursuing environmental goals. It provides an important contribution to the achievement of the goals of the European Pillar of Social Rights, as well as of the European Green Deal. In Lithuania, you are well placed to feel the repercussions of the war in Ukraine in your daily lives, with high energy prices and the increasing cost of living. The war has also brought by far the biggest influx of migrants since the Lithuanian independence. Social enterprises can be a key building block in helping Ukrainian workers integrate into the local labor market and in shaping an economy that works for people and for the planet, to the benefit of the local community. The European Competence Centre for Social Innovation, which recently opened in Lithuania, provides a platform for social enterprises to exchange good practices and scale up tested social innovations. But social enterprises also need support from the political level to create the right conditions for the social economy to thrive through policy and legal frameworks, as well as financial support. This is why in December 21, the European Commission adopted an ambitious action plan with 63 concrete actions to support the social economy by 2030. The action plan aims to mobilize the full potential of the social economy to create quality jobs and to contribute to fair, sustainable, and inclusive growth. And the Commission is currently preparing a Council recommendation to improve the framework conditions for the social economy in the Member States. With this recommendation, we will support Member States in developing the right environment for the social economy to thrive. By developing the social economy in all the Member States, we can build stronger and more resilient communities and achieve the tangible results that European citizens expect from us. I wish you an excellent exchange at today's forum. Thank you.
Labai tikimės, kad kitais metais komisaras.
Hopefully, the Commissioner will be able to join us during our next year's forum, and we will hand over our best regards to the Commissioner and his team on our behalf. And now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Aušrinė Armonaitė, the Lithuanian Minister of the Economy and Innovations, and I would also like to take the opportunity to express my gratitude for being the patron of this event. Please, the floor is yours.
Gerbiamos dalyviai.
Ladies and gentlemen, international guests, it is truly a pleasure to be here and to talk to you about such an important part of economy, such as social economy. Quite often, we discuss about a social economy, and we are trying to figure out whether these are some special kind of companies. But to my opinion, all the companies, all the businesses can be socially responsible ones if they think not only about their profits, which is only very normal, but also who take care of the community, of the people who need their support most. And, for example, companies that help people from Ukraine are also very important. So social enterprises will become even stronger if politicians, decision makers, and ecosystem participants join their efforts together. Today, we can confidently say that social economy is the fastest growing business model in Europe. It offers the opportunity not only to generate income and implement your ideas, but also to address social issues, which is equally important for the economic growth and for social cohesion of our society. In recent years, as business has faced the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, the increase of energy prices, the war, inflation, the importance of social enterprises has increased. Its resilience in doing good for society in the face of all the challenges it faces has grown stronger, and the range of social business services has expanded. Social business is responsive to market changes. It promotes groundbreaking social innovations in sectors ranging from education, health, environment, business development, and law enforcement. Today, social business is also becoming an invisible part of the circular economy. It's the business that responds to social issues and enables safe, strong, and sustainable communities, which in turn grow stronger and more driven. And those continue to make a difference in the economy. I'd like to focus on circular economy in particular. In Lithuania, we have a lot of important works to do, and sometimes circular economy was put aside quite often. And in the long years, the circular economy has contributed to our economy by 4% only. We have a long-term vision to achieve more and to achieve that the 12% of our economy contributes to circular economy. So, we believe that we can reuse the materials, we can employ the used materials, and only then we can achieve a more sustainable growth of the economy. The importance of social business is particularly evident in the most advanced partners both in the world and in Europe. Social enterprises in the United States are major providers of social and public services. Moreover, when it comes to strengthening social business enterprises, we do believe that we have to help social businesses to provide more social services that are now provided by public institutions. Being a liberal politician, I am strongly convinced that communities can solve problems much better than institutions. Therefore, we have to open more public services for the providers of social
Mes,
businesses.
ekonomikos ir inovacijų ministerija,
At the Ministry of the Economy and Innovation, we believe that we have to be active in strengthening the social business. We are now working towards various documents. We need your support as well. We are trying to develop a new social business concept. We're looking at the legal regulation, but not everything is about regulation, not everything is about documents, because we believe that practice and experience is an important part of that. Therefore, we're going to focus as much as on practice as we focus on legal regulation, because this will contribute to economic growth. Thank you very much for your work. I am grateful to our international guests who have come to Lithuania to speak on a very important topic for us. I wish a good conference to you. Let's work together in the future, because it is not only economic growth that matters. We have to ensure that our society and communities become part of this economic growth. Thank you.
Ačiū ministrė.
Thank you, Madam Minister.
Labai malonu pakviesti
And now it gives
Seimo
me great
ekonomikos
pleasure
komiteto
to give the
pirmininką
floor
Kazį Starkevičių,
to Mr.
kuris
Kazys
yra
Starkevičius, Chair of the Seimas Committee on Economics of the
kurio
Seimas of the
komitetas
Republic
kartu
of
organizuoja šitą
Lithuania.
forumą jau antrus metus kartu su mūsų
The
asociacija.
committee that
Tai labai
Mr.
dėkoju
Starkevičius represents
ir
is
žodis jums.
one of the organizers of today's event. So thank you very much. And please, the
Labas
floor is yours.
rytas. Kaip naktis
Good
Vilniuje.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. So,
Vakar mes
how
buvome
did you find the
susirinkę
last night's
kitoje mūsų,
evening
kaip
here
aš
in
vakar
Vilnius?
sakiau, pačioje
Last
turtingiausioje
evening,
erdvėje,
as I have said,
tai Mažvydo
we met
bibliotekoje,
in one of the
kur mūsų visa
richest,
išmintis
as I would say, so
sukaupta.
environments
O
in
šiandieną
Lithuania,
mes esame
our
kitoje
Martynas Mažvydas National Library.
unikalioje salėje, tai mūsų konstitucijos salėje. Ir ten per
And
vidurį
today we find
svečiam
ourselves in
arba
a
kas dar
different,
nematėte,
very
galite
important place,
pasižiūrėti
the
ir
Constitution Hall of our
konstituciją, jinai čia
Parliament.
yra
Those
šiose
of you who
erdvėse
weren't able
demonstruojama ir
to see
štai, kur
it, we
sėdi
also have
gerbiama
the
Seimo
Constitution
pirmininkė toje
that was
vietoje.
adopted back
Buvo
in
pasirašytas tas
1992.
istorinis dokumentas,
And you
o
can see
nuotrauką
in the
matote
pictures featuring the
štai
moment
kiek
of
garbingų
signing
žmonių,
of
kurie dalyvavo
the
šiame istorinėme įvykyje,
Constitution,
kai
and you
buvo
see how
priimta
many
mūsų
important
konstitucija.
people
O ši
took
salė
part in
iš
this
tikrųjų
event. So
tai ir
this
mena.
hall
Taigi,
reflects on
gerbiama
all of those
Seimo pirmininkė
key
Viktorija,
events back in the
gerbiama
day.
Viktorija šio renginio
So,
organizatorė,
Madam
gerbiama
Speaker,
ministrė, kuri aiškiai pasakėte, kad
organizer
štai
of,
visuomenininkai
this forum,
tikrai turės veiklą
Madam
socialinio
Minister,
verslo
it has been said
idėjų
that,
įgyvenimite ir jie turi tą veiklą
our social
jau ir dabar.
businesses are very much engaged
Ir čia dar
in
vakar aš tikrai su daug
developing
Viktorijų
social enterprises. Well, I happened
susipažinau,
to meet lots of
man taip
Victorias
atrodė, kas antra
yesterday.
Viktorija.
It
Tai
seemed to
tikrai
me
ta
as if
pergalė
every
bus ir
second person
Ukrainoje,
last
nes irgi
night was
pakviesta
named
iš
Victoria.
Ukrainos svečiai, jie taip pat
Well,
kalbės.
this was because we
bendrai.
have some guests who apparently share the same
Mūsų
name.
pergalės kelias
And we have some
prasideda,
guests
reiškia,
from
nuo šito
Ukraine as
forumo.
well.
Toliau.
And
Tai
apparently
dar kartą
their
tikrai
victory
sveikinu jūs visus
also is
susirinkusius
on
į šį
track,
socialinio verslo inovacijų
beginning
forumo.
with this forum. So,
Paspartinkime socialinio
first of
verslo
all, let me express my
plėtrą
gratitude to
būtent
all of those who
krizės metu
contributed to
ir
organizing
kai
this event.
mes tą pavadinimą kūrėme, tai
At the
tikrai
time when we were trying to come
negalvojame,
up with the title for
kad
today's
Europoje
forum or
ir
the
Lietuvoje
slogan,
jaučiama prasidės
had no idea
būtent tokia
that a certain
techninė recesija. Tai
technical
vėlgi ta
recession
krizė atrodo
would
neseniai čia mes
ensue.
įveikėme visus kartu su jumis
It seemed to
pandemijos
us
visas
that we
negandas,
managed to overcome the
kai
crisis relating to the
Seimas,
pandemic.
komitetas,
It was the
ekonomikos,
time
ypač
when
ministerija,
our
kuri
parliament, when our
rūpinosi
committee
pagalba
and the Ministry
verslui,
of the
buvo
Economy
ta
was making
raudų
every
siena,
effort to
kur
support our
kartais
businesses.
mes tikrai
And those
išklausydavom,
institutions
o
were the place
lėšų turėjom,
where
kiek
people
turėjom,
would come to cry out for help.
bet kai dalyvavau
And we've
čia dabar
allocated all the
30-metį
funds
šventėje
available.
Viešbučių, restoranų, kavinių asociacija,
When the
tai tikrai
Association of
padėkojo
Hotels,
už
restaurants and
buvo
cafes
padaryta ir
had
sako,
their
mes geriau
anniversary
negu
meeting.
mūsų
They took the
kaimynai
time to express
pragyvenom
our
šią krizę.
gratitude
Tai
to
štai
our
ta
institutions
pagalba
because they managed
tikrai
to
padėjo. Ir dabartiniu, bet
withstand
ta
the
pagalba
crisis
nebūtų
thanks to our
tokia,
support, much
skaityčiau,
better, by the way,
produktyvi,
than
jeigu nebūtų štai
the neighboring
mūsų
countries
socialinių
had
partnerių
been
ir
dealt with the
jūsų tos
situation
veiklos.
there.
Nes jūs esate
All of this,
kiekviename
however, would
regione,
not have
kiekviename
happened
rajone.
without your support.
Subūrę esate
You are
bendruomenės.
located
Bendruomenės
across
vakar
different
irgi
communities,
padiskutavom.
across
Visą
different
laiką turėjome ir
municipalities.
turėsime problemų,
And
tačiau
in yesterday's
būtent
discussion,
per
we learned that we will
socialinio
continue
verslo
to
ir
face
inovacijas
problems, and it was
matome
only
vėlgi mes
thanks
tą
to social innovation
šviesą
and
ir
social
veiklos kryptį, kur mes
enterprises that we
turime
can
veikti.
see the
Ir
light
tai yra labai malonu ir tai jūsų toks gausus
in
dalyvavimas.
that long
Tai
tunnel.
šiandieną
So thank
tikrai
you very much
pasako,
for your
kad mes
participation in
eisime
today's event, because this once again
tuo keliu.
represents the path
Aš
that we are
paminėsiu,
prepared to
kas buvo Davose
take on.
21 metais
Let me
pasakyta.
remind you
Buvo pabrėžta,
that,
kad socialinis verslas
back at the
pralenkė
World
kitus
Economic Forum held
pramonės
in Davos
sektorius
in
ir sukūrė iki
2021, it has been
12
emphasized
procentų
that
darbo
social
vietų.
business
Nežinau, čia
outperformed other
ne mano
industry
žodžiai, bet
sectors
Davoso
and
forume, jeigu
generated up to
pasakyti,
12% of jobs. Well,
tai
these were
tikrai,
not my
tikrai
words.
turbūt buvo
This was something that
išdiskutuoti
has
ir
been
po to jau
confirmed
buvo
at
ta
the
žinia
Davos World
paleista.
Economic Forum. And apparently this was something deeply
Taigi, kaip
discussed.
paspartinti dar
So
toliau
how
socialinio
could
verslo
we
plėtrą
accelerate
ir
social enterprise development
noriu
further?
pasidžiaugti, kad pirmosius svarbius žingsnius jau padarėme. Šių
And I'm
metų
pleased that we have
kovo
already taken the first
28
crucial steps in the
dieną
right direction.
Seimo
On the
ekonomikos
20th of
komiteto
March this
iniciatyva
year,
buvo
on the
svarstoma
initiative of
dar
the Committee on
19 metais
Economics, the
pateiktas
same as
socialinio
considered
verslo
the draft
plėtros
law on the
įstatymų
social enterprise
projektas,
development,
kuris netenkino
drawn back in
socialinio verslo
2019,
bendruomenės
which did
poreikių.
not meet the
Ir
needs
kuo
of
aš
the
čia turiu
social business
džiaugtis,
community.
mes pasiūlėme ekonomikos
Well, the reason
ministerijai
why
jį
I'm
toliau
happy about
patobulinti. Ir kas patinka,
the steps
kad
related to
sparta
the
yra
law was
didelė
that
ir
we,
mes renkamės jau komitete 10 gegužės berods ir
suggested
tarėmės,
the
kada šis
Ministry
įstatymas
of the Economy and
pasieks
Innovations to
Seimo
take on
posėdžių salę
the
ir
draft law
tikėsimės,
for
kad
further
artimiausių
consideration.
metų
So
mes šį įstatymą
hopefully,
priimsime. Tai
with
irgi
the
čia
improvements
džiugi
that are
žinia
going to
ir
be made, we will be
mūsų
able to
aukščiausių
adopt the law
politikų
within this term of office
ministrės
of the
dalyvavimas
incumbent
tikrai
parliament.
tai
And
patvirtins.
the participation
Ir
of our
noriu
minister in today's event confirms this
paminėti
fact.
labai svarbius įvykius ES lygmenį,
Let me also
kas
point
paspartins
out
mūsų pastangas stiprinti
that there
socialinio
were
verslo
also
sektorių. Jau visai
some key
netrukus
events at the European
pasirodys
Union
Europos
level,
tarybos
which will reinforce
rekomendacijos
our
dėl
efforts to
socialinės
enhance the
ekonomikos
social business
pagrindinių
sector.
sąlygų sukūrimo,
A council
kurios
recommendation on
padės
developing
ES
social
šalių
economy framework
politikos
conditions will
formuotojams
be
geriau
announced shortly, and the
pritaikyti
recommendation will help
politiką ir
policymakers in the
teisinės
European
sistemas
Union
prie
to better
socialinės
adapt
ekonomikos
policies and
subjektų
legal
veiksmų.
frameworks to the needs of
Planuojama
stakeholders
dokumente
of
bus
social economy.
numatytos
The planned
rekomendacijos ir
document
dėl
will also
konkrečių
include recommendations
politikos
on
sričių,
specific
pavyzdžiui,
policy
užimtumo
areas,
politikos,
such as
valstybės
employment,
pagalbos,
state
viešųjų
aid, public
pirkimų,
procurement,
apmokestinimo,
taxation,
mokslinių
research,
tyrimų,
education,
švietimo,
skills
įgūdžių
and
mokymo,
training,
taip
care
toliau.
and social services, and so on.
Ir iš tikrųjų politika ir teisinės sistemos labai svarbios,
Policies and legal
kuriant
frameworks are
socialiniam
indeed
verslui
crucial to
klestėti
creating a
tinkamą
favorable
aplinką.
environment for social
Tai
business to
apima
thrive.
mokesčius,
This
viešuosius
includes
pirkimus ir
taxes, public
valstybės
procurement,
pagalbos
and state
sistemas,
aid schemes,
kurios turi
which
būti
must be
pritaikytos
tailored
socialinės
to the needs
ekonomikos
of social
poreikiams. Ir
economy.
mes šiandieną suprantam, be tų žmogiškų resursų,
And today,
kurių čia mes juos ir
we
demonstruojame,
understand that
reikalingos ir
besides the
lėšos. Ir
human
vakar mes iš
resources, funds are
komisijos
also
išgirdom, kad tokių
crucial.
lėšų yra
And
numatyta.
yesterday we heard
Aš bijau net tos skaičius
the news
pasakyti, bet ar mokyklų
the
tiek
funds that
išmokė,
will be
atrodo
available.
126
I
milijardai.
believe the figure
Jei
stands at
teisingai prisimenu.
122
Tai štai
billion
kokie
euros, if I
skaičiai.
remember
Tai
the
kągi,
figure
gerbimi
correctly.
kolegos ir partneriai, kviečiu jūs tęsti
So,
pradėtą
dear
taip
guests,
reikalingą
partners and
darbą,
colleagues,
pilietinę
I
visuomenę
invite
kviečiu
all of
būti
you
aktyviais
to
ir teikti
continue
siūlymus.
the efforts that
Tik
we have
mūsų visų
started. I
bendrų
invite the civil
pastangų dėka galime pasiekti
society,
proveržį
civil
socialinio verslo
community to
inovacijų
stay active.
srityse.
It is only thanks
Ir
to
brangūs
our
svečiai,
joint
partneriai,
effort that
kolegos,
we
dar
can
kartą
achieve a
sveikinu
breakthrough.
visus čia susirinkusius.
Dear colleagues, once again, let me welcome everyone here.
Pasakyti, kad
And
džiaugiuosi,
before I give
didžiuosi,
the
kad
floor to others, I
Lietuva
would like to say
koordinuoja
that I am
ES
delighted and
socialinių
proud that
inovacijų
Lithuania is in charge of the
iniciatyvą
coordination of the European
ESF+
Union's
ir tapus
ESF Social
socialinių
Innovation Plus
inovacijų
initiative and
kompetencijų
has become the
centru.
host of the European Competence
Lietuvoje
Center for Social
vieši šios
Innovation.
iniciatyvos tarptautinė
The International
patariamoji
Advisory Council of this initiative is visiting
tarptautinė
Lithuania.
patariamoji taryba, o jau visai netrukus
soon
išgirsime
we
daugiau
will hear
informacijos
more
apie
about
galimybės
the
ir planus.
initiative's
Linkiu
opportunities and plans.
Jums
And so I wish the center
ko
all the
sėkmės.
best.
Gal taip ir plokime mes čia galime.
Perhaps let's give it a round of applause.
Deja, vis dar besitęsiančio
Regrettably,
brutalaus karo prieš
because of the
Ukrainą,
continuing brutal
jos
war against
pilna
Ukraine,
delegacija
a full
Ukrainos negalėjo
delegation of
atvykti
Ukraine
pas
could
mus,
not come
bet
here.
mes išgirsime ir ekonomikos
However, we
inovacijų
will soon
komiteto
watch the video featuring
Ukrainos
the welcome
sveikinimus.
address
Mūsų komitetas vienas iš
by
pirmųjų
the
dar
chair of the Committee on Economic Development of the
esant
Verkhovna Rada
parako
of
kvapui,
Ukraine.
nes ten komitetas buvo tuo metu pasirašomi tarpusavio
Our committee has
memorandumą ir jau įvyko
went on a visit to
ne vienas
Ukraine.
renginys ir šioje
Quite a few
salėje
events
ir
have been
kitos
held
vaisius mes jau
here in
šiandieną
this hall as
galime
well,
sakyti nors
where we
pavasaris,
met
bet jau pradedame
Ukrainian
raškyti.
delegates, and hopefully our
Taip pat
cooperation
didžiuojasi,
will
kad
bear
socialinių partnerių iš ateities
some
plėtros
results
agentūros
eventually.
Alina,
I'm also glad
tai
that
jau
our
ką ir
social
sakė
partner
Seimo
from
pirmininkė,
the
kartu
Future
yra
Development
taip pat
Agency in
su
Ukraine,
Ir
Ms.
galiausiai
Alina
dėkoju
Mocharnikova,
pagrindiniam šio forumo
can be here today
organizatoriui,
with
Lietuvos
us.
socialinių verslo asociacijai, už pastangas
And let me
telkti
also
visus
express my
mūsų
gratitude to the
bendram
organizer
darbui
of this
dėl
forum, the Lithuanian Social
socialinio
Business
verslo
Association, for its
sektoriaus ir
efforts in
plėtros.
mobilizing all of us
Ir
to work
ypatingą
together for the benefit of the
padėką
social business
tikrai
sector and its
reiškia
development.
asociacijos
And my
vadovei
special
Viktorijai
thanks also goes to
Bražiūnaitei.
Viktorija
Tikrai
Bražiūnaitė.
padėkokime jai.
Yes, let's please
Yes.
thank her, all of
Dar
us.
kalbos nesakė, bet jau
Well, she
minčių
hasn't taken the stage
turi
yet,
ir
but
sakė. Tai
apparently
kągi,
she already has
linkiu
lots of ideas that she
sėkmės
would like to
šiam
express.
mūsų forumui,
In any
o
case,
mes
I would like to
čia
wish all
namų
the
darbus
best
irgi
to today's
pasirašėme,
forum,
įgarsinam,
and
taip
we
kad mums
did
parlamentarams juos
our
beliks tik
work on our part as
įgyvendinti. Ačiū.
well. All that we have to do as members of parliament is to fulfill all your ideas that you will put forward. Thank you.
Ačiū labai. Tikrai
Thank you very much.
susirinkus į metinį renginį mes pamatome, kiek daug
Well, having
gerų
gathered
dalykų
for this
vyksta,
annual event,
kiek
we
reikia
can
nedaug,
find out how many good
judėtume į
things
kažką tai
are
tokio vieningo
taking
ir
place all around
stiprintume
us,
tai, kas
and
mums yra
apparently
svarbu. Tai aš nieko,
doesn't take much
ilgai
to
nelaukiant norėčiau
take
perduoti
the necessary steps.
žodį
And now,
kolegai
without
iš
further ado, I would like to give the floor to a colleague from Ukraine,
Dmitro Natalucha, kuris yra
Dmitro Natalucha.
Ukrainos aukščiausios Rados ekonominės plėtros komiteto pirmininkas.
chair of the Committee on Economic Development of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Due to the reasons that we are all well aware of, he was unable to be here with us, and unfortunately, at the very last minute, the plans have changed and he was unable to come here, but he is sending us a message of hope. So let's listen to it.
Sveikiname Lietuva, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear speakers, dear guests of the forum, on my behalf and on the behalf of the whole Ukrainian Parliament and the Committee for Economic Affairs of the Parliament of Ukraine, let me bring you greetings from Kiev. It's a great honor for me to be able to address you at the Social Enterprise and Innovation Forum. I record my address here in the fortified building of the Ukrainian Parliament. There are many colleagues, many friends of mine, many people today, despite the fact that just tonight there were rockets flying over our heads, but nevertheless life goes on. The cafes are open, the restaurants work, museums as well. People are hurrying to work to do their errands. And this resonates very strongly with the topic of our event today. The positive thing that this year has brought us was a sense of solidarity, support, empathy. It's an understanding that communities must be united in the face of all the challenges that today's world has prepared for us. And this unity is not limited only to the streets of Kiev or the cities of Ukraine. Thousands around the world have come to the aid of those in need, not just politicians, but communities, businesses, journalists, volunteers, organizations. All of them have come together. And I wanted to thank you for that. Indeed, 2022 has showed us what kind of friends we have become. But more importantly, I'm sure that 2023 will show us that we can be partners, not just friends, but true partners. And every time we meet Lithuanian colleagues, we spend more and more time on plans for the future than on the needs of today. The more we meet with them, with you, the more we talk about the future. Not just the necessities of today, but we talk about innovations, advanced fields, industries, and the future has become, in a way, our priority, if I might say. And while traditional sectors, they do form a backbone of our economy, innovations are always about growth. And it is impossible to imagine today the economy without any innovation, without new meanings, without new ideas. And this is what gives us impulse. This is what shapes our future. Even here in the more or less peaceful Kyiv, but also the future of the vision of our guys in the trenches, they also think about the future, because this is precisely what they defend there. So a couple of decades ago, we would be competing for this future, for innovation. We would be racing against each other. But today, in my opinion, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, because we can do something together. We can do something better. We can learn from each other. And everyone's experience is unique, no doubt. And the more actively we share it, therefore, the more successful each of us will become. So being open to dialogue, to knowledge, to new ideas, this will make us all more successful. And as you know, Ukraine has made some impressive steps in the development of the digital economy just in the recent years. Today we have an example of exporting not just a product, but the whole full-fledged state ecosystem of digital services. I mean the DIA service to Estonia. 5 other international contracts are on the way. And this is our strength. We consider it to be our strength. Lithuania is, on the other hand, incredibly experienced and very strong in building an effective system of regulation, stimulation, support of socially significant initiatives. You are a country of social entrepreneurs, of the free spirit of innovation of the market. So we have a lot of things to learn from each other, and we have things to work on together, not just today when the war is going on, but more importantly in the future, when this war will finally come to an end with our joint victory. So let's make this breakthrough together. Let's boost our economies together. Let's focus on the future, not forgetting the present, but keep our minds open to new ideas, to new concepts, to new visions, to the new world that we want to build and that we hope would be much better than the one we live in today. Thank you again to the great people of Lithuania, to the great country of Lithuania, and have an incredible forum. Thank you very much, and cheers. All the best from Kyiv.
Dėkojame komiteto pirmininkui, kad tokių sudėtingų
I thank the chair of the committee for finding the time to record the message for us at such a difficult time. I'd like to say that during in times of crisis, there is no time for empty promises. And I'm very happy that today we have people who are people of deed. Also, we have many representatives of social businesses from Lithuania, from Skuodas, from Marijampolė, from Mažeikiai, from Marijampolė. I believe that we have representatives from half of Lithuanian districts. So I'm very happy to have you, because we have to know that Lithuania is not only about Vilnius. Lithuania is about all the rural areas. We are all diamonds, and we are important. And I'm therefore very convinced that we will bring our efforts together and try to strengthen our cooperation with Ukraine. You'll soon hear more about that. But furthermore, I am very happy to give the floor again to invite you to watch the video address to my very dear colleague, Mr. Victor Meseguer Sanchez, who has become the Special Commissioner for Social Economy in the government of Spain. And I'm very happy that Spain is among the leaders when it comes to social economy and social businesses. In their recovery plan, they have allocated approximately 1 billion euros. At the end of October, the presidency event to be held in Spain will be attended by a huge delegation from Lithuania as well. So focus on the
Hello
video
everybody
address.
from Madrid, and congratulations for the Social Enterprise and Innovation Summit in Lithuania. I know that you have been doing many editions, pushing for a better ecosystem for the social economy in your country and across Europe. So warm congratulations from Madrid and from the Ministry of Labor and Social Economy. As you know, Spain will be chairing the European Union, the Council of the European Union, in the second semester of this year, and we are having a key role in promoting the social economy in Europe and worldwide. So let me say a few words about that. First of all, as you know, we have recently adopted the first UN resolution on social and solidarity economy, promoted by this Ministry of Labor and Social Economy, by our Vice President, Yolanda Díaz, that was in New York short ago, in a coalition with other countries as Senegal, Chile, but also France and many other European countries. It has been a collective success that puts social economy where it deserves, in the center of a strategy to achieve sustainable development. The social economy is living a magical moment in Europe and across the world. The UN resolution that I just mentioned, but also the Social Economy Action Plan for the social economy, or the updated industrial strategy that recognizes social economy as one of the 14 industrial ecosystems for resilience and for the recovery of Europe. Why are we paying all that attention to social economy? Because social economy is about proximity. It is about local development, enterprises that care about the community, that have the community in their DNA, and that provide innovative solutions to the major challenges that we are facing. Climate change, digital transition, inequalities. This is the mission of the social economy. The mission is to serve the local interest, the interest of the communities, to build an economy that works for people and for the planet, as it is one of the objectives of the European Union. In Spain, we are also doing our part, promoting and supporting global and European policies for the social economy and for social innovation, but also with national policies. As you might know, I am responsible to coordinate an investment fund on the social economy funded through Next Generation EU funds. We are talking about 800 million euros and a collective effort with 13 ministries working on the social economy and coordinating investments into social economy. I think that it's an example in the use of Next Generation EU funds to invest in the modernization of the social economy sector. Cooperatives, mutuals, associations, foundations, social enterprises which are fundamental to build a fairer future for all. So all the very best for Madrid. Know that Spain is doing its best, both at national and European level. Right now we are also approving a renovation and modernization of our social economy law, and in Europe we will be supporting key initiatives in the framework of the Social Economy Action Plan as the Youth Entrepreneurship Policy Academy, but also, and very importantly, the recommendation on social economy, which will be key to modernize our legal and policy frameworks for the social economy. What I can say is hello to everybody, and that I am at your disposal, at the disposal of the Lithuanian social economy, the European social economy, and the many colleagues in the room, including from Ukraine, to support you, to work hand in hand to have better and stronger policies for the social economy, which is the future of our European economy. Thank you very much.
Dėkojame Viktorui, siunčiame geriausius linkėjimus ir tai yra tikrai tas partneris, kuris ir patars, ir parems, ir tikrai bus šalia, kai reikia. Tai turime nuostabų partnerį patarimams, gerosioms patirtims.
To share our best practices with. And now, I'd like to give the floor to the chair. Victoria has also noted that the forum has an initiative to invite everyone to the President's event in Spain, but I also have good news to you. When we became independent, small countries helped a lot to us. I was here when the important document for Lithuania was signed here. Iceland was one of the countries that helped us a lot when we were in times of difficulty. The second country that recognized our independence was Moldova. And our strength is in that we try to help Ukraine. And let me note that we receive support from Taiwan as well. We have an ambassador from Taiwan, and he talks about the export opportunities. So let's welcome the ambassador of a country that is also fighting.
Dėkui. Aš kaip vakar ir minėjau, kad
As I mentioned yesterday, social entrepreneurship is innovative. It is often improvised. It's not something that is placed to certain boundaries. We are human. We sometimes forget things. So I'm very happy Okay, so I am happy to give the floor to Emanuele Zingeris, signatory to the Act of Independence of the Republic of Lithuania. My dear friends, it is this hall that we developed the ideas of independence back in early 1990s. When children come on a guided tours here, I say that if you behave bad, you will remain in this palace for 30 years. I've been in the parliament for 8 terms already. And let me note that the maturity of Lithuania that has escaped Soviet occupation is very huge. And the maturity is very successful, having in mind all the occupation by the Soviet Union and I guess we were fast-tracked to the Western world. Well, what I am trying to say is that we are no longer new members of the European Union and NATO. We are experienced members of this respectful club. I see my friend, I am the head of the delegation of the Lithuanian delegation in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in Strasbourg. We initiated, our delegation initiated the withdrawal of Russia from this organization. We also were the first to respond to the war in Ukraine and announced Russia as the regime that supports terrorism. I am very happy to welcome our brothers and sisters, Ukrainians, who have come here.
Yra supažindinęs su Ukrainoje esančiais šitų organizacijų fondų ir vadovais ir čia yra tie ukrainiečiai, kurie
the people who work behind social economy organizations. Maybe we do not have the leaders of those organizations, but they are very prominent. But just imagine, during the shelling in Ukraine, people focus on social business rather than on the needs of oligarchs. For example, Ukraine ratified the Istanbul Convention during the shelling. Well, as I have mentioned, we were fast-tracked and became members of EU and NATO very quickly. But now we have to share our experience, we have to share our energy and initiatives and the profits generated by our businesses with those who still need some support from us. And I'm very happy with so many people who have gathered here. I'm also very happy with the energy of Ms. Victoria Bražiūnaitė, who has worked with the Lithuanian Parliament for so many years. I believe that we attract the richest people when it comes to experience. I welcome everyone here. I myself represent the Committee on European Affairs of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, and let me note that we all support you. Well, Victoria, you have gathered in this hall for second time already, and I hope that your work will contribute to even, let's say, increasing defense budgets in Lithuania and other countries, because we have to provide tanks or other ammunition to the Ukraine that is fighting for its freedom. So we are opening our hearts to you. Well, Ukrainians live according to a different timing. You live under the Kiev time. Of course, we all expect that Kiev and Ukraine will win, but at the same time, we hope that you will do your homework. But nevertheless, this will not change our agenda. The empire, the Russian Empire, will not be able to make any impact on our agendas. I remember the events that happened some 30 years ago, back in 1990, when the Soviet Union tried to force us to withdraw the Act of Independence, to reject this Act of Independence. But I hope that we will infuse other fighting countries with our own resilience and determination, and our determination to resist the occupiers. So thank you very much.
Ačiū, Emanueli, už jūsų.
Thank you, Mr. Zingeris.
Labai nuoseklias pastangas ginti bendražmogiškus.
Thank you for your consistent efforts in defending human values.
Žmonės ir tas labai svarbu. Ir tai, kad galime šiandien čia būti, susirinkti, tai yra labai didelė dovana, kaip vakar ir minėjau. Alina iš kovojančios, kariaujančios Ukrainos vyko 2 dienas, 2 naktis. Tai yra nuostabu. Taigi man labai malonu pakviesti dar vieną garbų svečią, socialinės apsaugos ir darbo viceministrą Martyną Šiurkų, pasidalinti viziją. Prašom.
Martynas Šiurkus, Vice Minister of Social Security and Labor of the Republic of Lithuania, to share his vision. So please, the floor is yours.
Jo, mikrofonas veikia. Tai labą dieną, gerbiami konferencijos dalyviai, svečiai, pranešėjai, Seimo nariai. Tos techniniai nesklandumai pasijungsime skaidrės, nes aš turiu paruošęs pranešimą.
Kol jungiame skaidrės, aš norėčiau dar pasakyti vieną labai svarbų dalyką. Labai svarbu visus tos dalykus, ką mes sakome, kad tai neliktų vien tik tai deklaracijos ir žodžiai, kad visą tai taptų realiais darbais. Ir mes organizuodami šitą forumą bandėme maksimaliai bendradarbiauti su socialiniais verslais. Vakarienę jums nuostabiai pristatė mano gurų. Reklaminė pauzė ir aš leidžiu savo taip padaryti. Tikrai mano gurų nuostabiai susivaišino ir ministerijas ir Seimą kviečiu pirkti ir organizuoti viešuosius pirkimus ir kviesti socialinius
ministries, the Lithuanian parliament to buy services from such social businesses.
Ministrė kalbėjo
the glasses, they have also been bought from the social businesses. This is only a pilot project. We've bought a very small portion of them.
Prieš agresorių ukrainiečiai.
For example,
žmonės Lietuvoje kovoja prieš vėžį.
as Ukrainians fight against the aggressor, some Lithuanian companies fight against cancer, and this organization
has
cups that are not made from the glasses, but from
planetą ir gamtą ir tiesiog
please make sure that we take care of our environment.
Apie bites, kurios yra bendradarbiavimo ir tobulų susigyvenimo simbolis. Koriai, bitės ir nuostabu. Tai tokia trumpa reklaminė pauzė socialiniams verslams.
Tai ačiū labai už tą reklaminę pauzę, kur užpildėte tą laiką. Tai aš atstovauju Socialinės apsaugos ir darbo ministeriją ir taip jau yra, kad toj mūsų ministerijos kuruojamos sritis apima iš tikrųjų labai plačiai, yra labai plačios ir apima daugybę skirtingų aktorių. Tai yra smulkus verslas, stambus verslas, pramonė, valstybės ar vietos institucijos, nevyriausybinės organizacijos, piliečiai. Tačiau jų visų tikslas yra ekonomika orientuota pirmiausiai į žmogų, tad pastebėti visuomenės problemas ir rasti geriausią sprendimą jų šalinimui gali padėti būtent mūsų ministerija. Turint daug skirtingų veikiančių aktorių ir skirtingus iššūkius, ypatingai svarbu užtikrinti visų pusių bendradarbiavimą ir judėjimą link bendro tikslo. Tai yra turėti tą bendrą supratimą, kad suprasti, jog mes visi iš tikrųjų siekiame to pačio tikslo. Nesvarbu, kad verslas labiau orientuotas galbūt į pelno siekimą ar ne, ten kitos asociacijos, į kitus dalykus, bet iš esmės tikslas yra tas pats, kad mums visiems mes būtumėm tvirtesni, drąsesni, gyventumėm geriau ir pasirūpintume būtent tais silpniausiais. Tai siekdami stiprinti šią sritį, mes turime užtikrinti, kad pilietiškumas būtų skatinamas. Tai yra socialinės ekonomikos siekis padėti spręsti visuomeniai kylančius iššūkius, užpildyti rinkoje atsirandusias spragas. Ir norint pasiekti to tikslo, visuomenė turi būti socialiai jautri ir pastabi, kad išmoktumėm stebėti savo aplinką, pamatyti besikeičiančias aplinkybės, vertinti situaciją ir jeigu reikia imtis tos asmenės atsakomybės, ieškoti sprendimų ir patiems kurti geresnę, labiau pritaikytą paslaugą, prekę, kuri atlieptų dabartinius visuomenės poreikius. Antras dalykas tai yra užtikrinti kūrybiškumą, nes be kūrybiškumo mes turbūt visi suprantam, kad stovėsime vietoje. Iniciatyva, atsakomybė, piliečiai, kurie yra aktyvūs ir iniciatyviški ir kūrybingi, yra socialinės ekonomikos šerdis. Ir tokių piliečių mums reikia ir versle, ir nevyriausybinėme sektorėje, ir viešo administravimo sektorėje. Tokių piliečių ugdymas prasideda šeimoje, vietos bendruomenėje, mokykloje, todėl mums svarbu užtikrinti tinkamą augimui aplinką, kokybiškas švietimo paslaugas, teikti ekonomikos verslumo ugdymo programas moksleiviams ir studentams. Trečias dalykas tai yra skatinti socialinį verslumą, nes kūrybingi ir atsakingi piliečiai yra vienu žingsniu arčiau savo socialinio verslo starto, tačiau taip pat tam reikalinga ir valstybės parama. Kelti kompetencijas ir atliepti rinkos poreikį, kadangi gyvename labai greitai besikeičiančiame pasaulyje, labai dinamiška aplinka, labai didelis naujų inovacijų ir žinių poreikis, tai mes uždarę mokyklos duris negalime užbaigti savo mokymosi kelio. Visuomenė ir jos poreikiai keičiasi labai greitai, todėl dauguma šiandienos jaunimo per savo gyvenimą turbūt turės ne vieną profesiją, dirbs ne vienoje organizacijoje, todėl turi mokėti keistis, prisitaikyti prie rinkos poreikių. Penktas dalykas tai kurti pokyčiams pritaikytą teisinę bazę, kas irgi yra labai svarbu. Jei mes kalbam apie inovacijas, jei mes kalbam apie pokytį, tai turim suprasti, kad biurokratija ir teisinės bazės iš esmės riboja tuos dalykus. Tai teisinė bazė turi irgi spėti keistis kartu su mūsų supančia aplinka. Finansinės paskatos, kas irgi yra labai svarbu, nes kiekvienai veiklai reikia pinigų ir tiek veiklai vykdyti, tiek įgūdžiams įgyti, todėl reikalingos tos paramos gali būti įvairios. Tai gali būti paskolos, stipendijos arba paskatos šios srities plėtojimui. Pritaikyti viešųjų pirkimo politiką ir priemonės irgi yra vienas iš svarbiausių dalykų, nes būtent valstybė labai didelę dalį verslo netiesiogiai skatina būtent per viešuosius pirkimus. Ir viešusios paslaugos turi būti orientuotos į visuomenės poreikius ir geriausiai tai gali pastebėti ir pritaikyti ne kas kitas, o tai yra tie, kas yra arčiausiai kliento. Pirkdami ir teikdami paslaugas turime skatinti, kad tikslas būtų ne tik suteikti paslaugas, bet skaičiuoti tą pokytį, kurį mes sukūrėme. Tai yra nuo kiekybinio pirkimo pereiti prie kokybinio. Ir aštuntas dalykas tai yra skatinti bendradarbiavimą į tarp sektorinę veiklą. Ir kiekviena iš šių sričių veikia daugybė grupių, jos kiekviena gali ir turi atlikti savo rolę bei bendrauti su kitais. Ir tai visada sunkiau nei tiesiog daryti darbus ir nesižvalgyti aplinkui. Tai, jeigu galima sekančią. Mes turime taip pat keletą rodiklių, kurie yra iš esmės parodo, kaip mums sekasi ir kokią įtaką turi būtent socialinė aplinka ir socialinis verslas šalies ekonomikoje ir šalies gyvenime. 52% pasitikė socialinės ekonomikos dalyviais. Ką tai reiškia? Tai reiškia, kad žmonės supranta, kad tie, kurie yra arčiausiai jūsų ir kur socialiniai dalykai, kurie yra svarbus kiekvienam iš mūsų, yra pagrindas ir tai parodo, kad savivaldybės, kurios irgi yra arti žmogaus, tačiau šiek tiek toliau, pasitikė savivaldybėm 36%, o vyriausybė pasitikė apie 20%. Tai yra tokia kaip ir valdžios vertikalė, tai reiškia, kad tas socialinis verslas yra tarsi grandinė, kuri apjungtų visas šias dalis. Ir tas pasitikėjimas iš tikrųjų galėtų, kuo didesnis bus pasitikėjimas socialinės ekonomikos dalyviais, tuo didesnis pasitikėjimas bus ir visais kitais, visom kitom institucijom. Pilietinis aktyvumas tai yra labai svarbus dalykas, kalbant ir apie šalies saugumą, ir apie iššūkius, kuriuos mes turbūt turime išspręsti, visas negandas, kurios gali mūsų užklupti. Tai čia mes tą pilietinio aktyvumo indeksą matuojame ir tai labiausiai pamatėme pokytį didžiausią, kai visa Europa, visa pasaulį buvo užklupusi COVID pandemija. Pamatėme, kad žmonės geba susitelkti, geba padėti ir ne vien tik tais orientuotis, kaip save apsaugoti ar savo artimuosius, tačiau orientuotis būtent, kaip padėti visai visuomeniai. Lygiai tas pats buvo su prasidėjus karui Ukrainoje. Mes turėjome į savanorystę įsitraukę tūkstančiai, net keliolika ar keliasdešimt tūkstančių žmonių, kurie įvairiais būdais, suteikdami būstą, prisidėdami prie paramos, darydami įvairias visuomeninės veiklas, būtent padėjo Ukrainos karo pabėgėliams ir ne tik tai čia atvykusiems, bet ir tiem pačioje Ukrainoje esantys žmonėms, būtent kovoti prieš Rusijos agresiją. Didžiausias iššūkis yra kompetencijos, nes kompetencijos siekiant dalyvauti socialinės ekonomikos veiklose yra labai svarbus dalykas. Dėl to, kad mes vis tiek vienaip ar kitaip susiduriam su tam tikrais biurokratiniais iššūkiais ir tos žinios yra būtinos, kaip rasti tą bendrą vardiklį, jeigu mes norime turėti tą gerą ryšį tarp valstybės, tarp piliečių, tarp verslo, tarp visuomenės. Tai mes esame išsiskyrę, Socialinės apsaugos ir darbo ministerija esame išsiskyrę keletą prioritetų. Tai vienas iš prioritetų yra parama mokymuisi. Parama mokymuisi tai vykdyti programas skirtas mokytis įgyti ir keisti turimą profesiją. Antras prioritetas yra gebėjimų stiprinimas. Finansuoti projektus, kuriais siekiama stiprinti organizacijų gebėjimus, vykdyti, plėsti savo veiklą, kelti kompetencijas, gebėti parduoti savo paslaugą ir rodyti jos reikalingumą visuomeniai. Sekantis prioritetas yra viešųjų paslaugų atvėrimas. Lietuva iki 2030 metų yra nusimačiusi, mes esam tą nusimatę strateginiuose planuose, jog 30% paslaugų turėtų būti teikiamos nevyriausybinės sektoriaus. Ir tam tikslui turime skatinti ugdyti ne tik paslaugos teikėjus, bet lygiai taip pat ir valstybinės, ar kitaip tariant, savivaldybinės institucijas, nebijoti tas paslaugas įsigyti iš nevyriausybinės sektoriaus. Kitas dalykas – socialinės inovacijos. Tai inovacijų skatinimas ir finansavimas ir išbandymas. Ir tam bendrai mes planuojame skirti apie 25 milijonus eurų iš ES paramos. Dar vienas prioritetas tai yra bendradarbiavimas. Skatinti tiek institucijų, tiek verslų, organizacijų bendradarbiavimą, informacijos keitimosi ir dialogą planuojant naujas veiklas. Tai šiek tiek trumpai labai apie paramą mokymuisi. Tai iš esmės užimtumo tarnyba teikia paslaugas visiems. Tai ir profesinis mokymas, pameistrystė, kompetencijų įgytų neformalių būdų pripažinimui, neįgaliųjų suaugusių švietimui, aukštą pridėtinę vertę kuriančių kvalifikacijų ir kompetencijų įgyjimui. Ir nuo 2022 metų, Liepos 1 dienos, neformalus suaugusiųjų švietimas ir aukštą pridėtinę kuriančių kvalifikacijų kompetencijų ugdymas yra finansuojamas ne tik tais bedarbiams, bet ir užimtiems asmenims. Parama mokymuisi pasinaudojo 22 metais apie 15 tūkstančių asmenų, 23 metais 1900 ir 22-23 metų bendrai suteikta parama mokymuisi sudarė 17 tūkstančių gyventojų. Ministerija kiekvienais metais organizuoja mokymus įvairiomis strateginėmis temomis ir finansuoja projektus gebėjimų stiprinimui ir augimui. Ir tam kiekvienais metais yra skiriama apie 2,4 milijono eurų. Nuo 2023 metų skaičiuojame socialinės ekonomikos sukuriama pridėtinė vertė ekonomikai ir ruošiamas įkurti duomenų bazės siekiant analizuoti sektorių jo veiklą. Nes čia turbūt yra nuolatinė diskusija, tai vis tik kokią tą naudą sukuria socialinis verslas. O socialinis verslas ir ne tik tai sukuria naudą, bet jisai turi ir aiškiai labai ekonominę grąžą, jeigu mes nesiorientuojame vien tik tais į pelno siekimą. Sekančiai. Taip, tai nuo 20 metų yra finansuojami mokymai ir nuo 22 metų kartu su ESFA yra vykdomi projektai socialinių inovacijų kompetencijų centro kūrimui, nustatant reikalingas kompetencijas bei tinkamą formą pateikti mokymą. Iki 23 metų antro pusmečio bus kuriamos paskatos, kurios paskatintų savivaldybės įsigyti paslaugas iš socialinės ekonomikos subjektų, o ne vien tik tais iš savo pačių finansuojamų biudžetinių įstaigų. Pasirinktas subjektas savivaldybė kaip arčiausia kliento esanti institucija, kuri teikia daugiausiai paslaugų gyventojams ir kur daugiausiai turbūt savo žinių gali pritaikyti nevyriausybinis sektorius. Ir toliau bus siekiama nustatyti tinkamą reguliavimą, kuris paskatintų būtent tų paslaugų atvėrimą. Kaip ir minėjau, iki 30 metų yra siekis, kad ne mažiau kaip 30% viešųjų paslaugų būtų teikiama pasitelkiant nevyriausybinės organizacijas. Dar šiek tiek apie inovacijas, tai nuo 24 metų planuojama alternatyvių investicijų detektoriumi, jeigu kam teko susidurti, panašių principų skelbti kvietimą inovacijoms finansuoti. Ir iki 24 metų skelbiamas kvietimas, biudžetas bus apie 20 milijonų eurų. Tai paprastas inovacijos pristatymas, dėrybos, supaprastintas veiklos administravimas. Tai yra be baimės suklysti, be baimės kažką tai daryti, bet iš esmės išlipti iš to iš dabartinės įprastos finansavimo modelio tam, kad žmonės, nevyriausybinės organizacijos galėtų teikti tas inovacijas ir gautų tam finansavimą. Dar vienas dalykas yra socialinio poveikio obligacijų išbandymas. Tai yra Europoje veikiantis modelis, kai angliškai vadinamas social impact bonds, tai yra kuomet verslas pasitelkiamas spręsti tam tikras socialinės problemas. Tai yra visiškai nauja sritis, kurioje mes dar kūrėme tik tais teisinę bazę, bet iš esmės tai yra labai didelė galimybė inovacijoms prisidėti tiesiogiai prie socialinių problemų, su kuriomis susiduria valstybė. 28 metais iki 28 metų planuojame visas veikiančias socialinės inovacijas skatinti jų žinomumą ir siekti kiek įmanoma pritaikyti plačiau. Iki 23 metų planuojama ir dabar yra vykdoma veiklos analizė, tai yra institucijų vykdomų planuojamų veiklų analizė, planai, investicijų prognozės, tuomet viešosios konsultacijos su praktikais ir institucijomis apie sektoriaus iššūkius, galimus bendrus veiklos taškus, tuomet socialinės ekonomikos planas, parengtas patvirtintas socialinės ekonomikos, taip pat stebėsena, vykdomų veiklų įgyvendinimų stebėsena, skatinamas bendradarbiavimas ir gyvas sektoriaus augimas. Ir, aišku, veiklos vertinimas, sėkmingų praktikų įgyvendinimas, plėtra ir žinių dalinimasis. Tai tiek apie mūsų socialinės apsaugos darbo ministerijos planus, apie dabar kuruojamas sritis ir apie artimiausius planus. Ačiū, jeigu yra klausimų, pasiruošęs atsakyti.
Dėkui labai už pristatymą ir aš dar asmeniškai norėčiau padėkoti Socialinės apsaugos ir darbo ministerijai už tikrai lyderystę, stiprinant socialinį verslumą ir pilietinę visuomenę. Ir dar irgi noriu pasinaudoti progą ir padėkoti. Šis forumas yra ir mūsų institucinio stiprinimo projekto dalis, projekto, kuris vadinasi Galiu.
Titled Galiu, meaning in English I can,
gebėjimo atstovavimas lyderystė,
which represents leadership, innovation, strengthening of skills, among others. So thank you very much to the ministry for contributing to our event as well. And now I would like to give the floor to a distinguished guest who will take the floor during the panel discussion. I would nevertheless like to take the initiative and give the floor to Vice President of Social Economy Europe, Ms. Patricia Busi, who has come to today's event. So Patricia, thank you very much for being with us. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. So I'm Patrizia Bussi. I'm the director of a European network of social enterprise working for the integration of disadvantaged group. But now I would like to take the floor as Vice President of Social Economy Europe. So within Europe, we have a big organization trying to representing the social economy sector at European level, and is a key stakeholder working with European institutions. This organization is based in Brussels and is representing more than 2.8 million of workers. And this organization federates European associations, so associations from everywhere in Europe, foundation, mutuals, cooperative, and all type of social enterprise. We are, and we hope to continue to be the interlocutor of the European institution. We work also with the European Parliament, and we organize the social economy intergroup meeting, so the meeting in which we exchange with the member of the European Parliament concerning social economy. So we are really trying to do our best to represent the social economy at European level. We consider that the social economy action plan that was named before is really one of our big success, but now the work is just at the beginning, because the 67 or 63 actions that are described in the Social Economy Action Plan now need to be implemented in the ground with the actors in the ground. So we are very pleased, so I'm very pleased to be here with you and to support your sector here in Lithuania, and to be also a key stakeholder for all the minister, vice minister, member of the Lithuanian Parliament that are here and that already show in a very strong way, let me say this, that they are really supporting our sector. So thank you very much, and I'm really pleased to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just see that we have just European Commission members and workers who are together with us, and of course it's a great pleasure and having the synchronized move from Lithuania and our integrated structures from European Commission. So it's great to see you. Thank you for being with us together. Thanks a lot. Hello. Why you are so shy? Thank you. Great to see you.
Po pietų mes turėsim atskirą sesiją, tai labai kviečiu visus nepabėgti, dar valandą laiko turėsime pagrindiniams pranešimams ir 12 valandą eisime bendrai nuotraukai. Seimo pirmininkė, jeigu jos darbotvarkė leis, irgi prisijungs prie bendros nuotraukos. Ir po pietų bus pirmoji sesija apie socialinio verslumo stiprinimą, o antroji sesija bus apie socialinės inovacijas, apie viziją, ir delegacija iš Europos komisijos ir kitų šalių pristatys įdomius faktus, planus, būtinai dalyvaukite. Dar norėjau toks techninis skelbimas.
So we will listen to some important facts. Those of you who still need some headsets, you can find them at the back of the hall. So please make sure you have them if you need to listen to the simultaneous interpretation, and we still have seats available if you are willing to make yourselves comfortable.
I have just mentioned, if those who don't have headphones, please, there is a place here, and in the corner here, our team will assist you. Yeah, please just have headphones so you can hear a synchronical translation, because we saw that some foreign guests were without headphones, so maybe they can't understand some Lithuanian speeches. Yes. Tai dabar aš norėčiau paskelbti sesijos, kurioje bus pagrindiniai pranešimai.
And now I would like to open our session featuring keynote addresses. and keynote speeches. As you can see, I will start the session by sharing some news with you. I will then give the floor to Mr. Petro Darmoris, Director of Social Economy Ukraine, to share his insights, to be followed by Ms. Alessia Sabillo, Executive Director of DISES Network. She will also share her insights as to how we could accelerate social enterprise development.
Tai labai esu laiminga iš tikrųjų galėti.
So it gives me great pleasure to welcome you here. My team and I have worked a lot to make sure that you can come to this event. And I'm very happy to see so many people gathered here from the different corners of the country. I'm also very delighted to see so many foreign guests in today's event. At this difficult time, the honest, sincere, reliable partnership is what matters the most. It is only a quarter of the forum that we can see here, and still we can see how much goodwill there is here. All that is needed is to be able to listen to one another. At this difficult time, when everything is moving at such a rapid pace, we must find the time to listen to one another. And you have to admit that every one of us is facing certain crises of their own, certain challenges of their own. So this once again is a testament to the importance of social enterprise, because this sector is addressing those challenges that everyone is facing in their daily lives. Businesses from across the spectrum have recently been tested to the limits of their capabilities. Social enterprises, however, have demonstrated rapid growth. This was something that has been noted by a number of different experts. This was also declared at the Davos World Economic Forum, which underlined the importance of social business. The forum has underlined that in times of economic crisis, social enterprise sector has developed rapidly and has contributed to creating new jobs. So let me move to my own speech, since I know that our interpreters find it necessary to deliver the messages as accurately as possible. I will stick to my speech, and I will focus on the main question, that is why the social business community doesn't want and can't wait anymore. Because there were a number of different plans before. We had the social enterprise development concept that was developed a couple of years ago, and now it's 2023. So what is happening? As you may have heard quite recently, in the public space, we heard the quite tragic news of a law rejected by the Seimas. Mr. Starkevič has already mentioned that. And certain headlines featured in our media. One of them said, and I quote, "Seima says there will be no social enterprises just yet." This headline followed a recent parliamentary decision taken in March, when the members of the Seimas unanimously rejected the draft law on the development of social enterprise. The law was returned to the initiators for the improvement, and the law was drafted by the Ministry of the Economy and Innovation back in 2019. At this point, I would like to remind you that we live in a democratic country, and the ministry will be inviting the representatives of the ecosystem to discuss what we want to see in that law. What is our vision? And as the chair of the Committee on Economics has mentioned, next year we will have a meeting here in the Seimas, and together we will discuss what needs to be done. So I'm happy to see that the dialogue is ongoing and that the best solutions are being researched. So although the draft law was aimed at encouraging business development in the regions and solving social problems, in addition to trying to decouple the concept of social enterprise from social companies, I truly hope that everyone can distinguish the two things. And this year we no longer face any difficulty in making this discernment. So the draft law that has been lying in the drawers of the members of the Seimas for a number of years did not satisfy the needs of the social business community for sure. We saw much more minuses than pluses. Therefore, the entire social enterprise community has been waiting and appreciated this move by the MPs, that is, rejecting the law. So we can only congratulate the problem on saying goodbye to this law. So now we will have a fresh start. We will be able to discuss the definition and criteria of social enterprise and to ensure the needs of a much wider range of social entrepreneurs. Now, why is it important to promote social entrepreneurship in Lithuania? We heard this in the speech by Madam Speaker and Mr. Zingeris, as well as the chair of the Committee on Economics of the Seimas, that we are facing complex challenges, and you have heard this time and again. And we will continue to face those challenges as well as their consequences for years to come. You may have heard already in the media that we are facing a crisis, and certain consequences of the crisis are due to come. And the ongoing war in Ukraine, which has lasted for a year now, and the energy and economic crisis have exacerbated the situation and led to the understanding that we need to strengthen our civil societies and promote a kind of business that seeks positive change in society and the environment surrounding us. In this sense, social entrepreneurship is at the forefront of this change due to its commitment to give priority to the people and the planet. The potential of social business is recognized and appreciated by prominent figures of traditional business. Hannah Bernard, head of business banking at Barclays, says that businesses from across the spectrum have recently been tested to the limits of their capabilities. Social enterprises, however, have demonstrated rapid growth, while their resilience and creativity in doing so much good for society, regardless of all challenges, has been awe-inspiring. Many of societal and environmental challenges that we are facing will only grow stronger, and social entrepreneurship can offer many ways to respond to them. So we are proud to strengthen our support for these enterprises by providing specialist help and new access to finance as they continue to do great work in our society. Today, social enterprises around the world demonstrate a remarkable ability to contribute to the strengthening and building of resilient communities and to manage major transitions, in addition to generating billions of revenue for countries' economy. And I'm sure that by agreeing and pooling our efforts, we can achieve a breakthrough in social entrepreneurship and become a country with a different business model, one which is interested in addressing the challenges facing all of us and the environment surrounding us. Now, what needs to be done? As I have mentioned, in times of crisis, it is important to act. Now, this forum is a traditional annual event of the ecosystem, one that has been organized by our association for the second year in a row in cooperation with the chair of the Committee on Economics of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. The former Social Enterprise Summit has returned with a new energy and changed its name to Social Business and Innovation, Social Enterprise and Innovation Forum, the title of which is a call for action. That is, let's accelerate social enterprise development in times of crisis. So today we will talk not only about social business, but also about social innovation. During the event, we will welcome the achievements of social entrepreneurs and innovators and their valuable changes to the environment surrounding us. This year's forum invites the leaders of social enterprise ecosystem for an open dialogue and to discuss ways to accelerate the development of social business. A few steps have already been taken in this regard. Mr. Starkevičius, chair of the Committee on Economics of the Seimas, already took the initiative to reject the said draft law, and further efforts are being made by another member of the Seimas, Mr. Andrius Bogdanas, to include the definition and criteria of social enterprise in the law on small and medium-sized business development. I'm sure that by pooling our efforts, the efforts of politicians, we can make sure that the legislation that will be adopted will correspond to the needs of the social business community. Especially bearing in mind that the chair of the Seimas Committee on Social Affairs and Labor, Mr. Justas Džiugelis, himself acknowledged that the draft law on the development of social business or social enterprise was created in 2019 and was unsatisfactory. It did not meet the needs of neither the non-governmental sector nor small businesses. So it is very important not to make the same mistakes and to make sure that an open and inclusive dialogue exists. Our association is in constant dialogue with politicians from both the position and the opposition, and we appreciate the effort to contribute to the strengthening of social business sector. And we do understand that this is an ongoing process that goes beyond political terms. Social enterprise is often confused with the infamous social companies that often receive support from the state for employing people with disabilities. So it is very important for society to understand the difference between the different businesses. As for our homework, it is very easy to finger point, but what do we do on our own behalf? Our social enterprise community is already actively discussing the definition and criteria of social enterprise, and we are discussing a number of different scenarios for integrating the concept of social enterprise into the law on small and medium-sized business development. We need to discuss and clarify a number of important aspects and take our own position as to what social enterprise is. Is it a small or medium-sized enterprise? Is it a private-owned company or not? So what about the criteria of social enterprises? Who should be in charge of giving the status of a social enterprise to a business? Which authority, which institution should be in charge of granting a certain status to a business? For instance, in other countries, a model where different representatives of different institutions are involved in the process. What kind of measures should be envisaged for the promotion of social entrepreneurship? How should we make sure that the social entrepreneurs are not left alone after they make use of the acceleration programs? So we have to make sure that our programs focus not only on the start of the business. We have at the moment social advanced businesses that are lacking certain promotion tools. And I'm sure you're aware of the statistics on the survivability of startups. So what will we do with those that manage to withstand the pandemic and the crisis? What is our focus on them? So a constant development of the business promotion programs should be in place. We have to focus on the development of social enterprises by engaging our best local and foreign expertise. We have to develop the necessary tools to assess the social enterprise by employing local, again, and foreign expertise. We have become the host of the European Competence Center for Social Innovation, so perhaps we should be the ones that could be at the forefront of delivering innovation in the market. And I hope that all the decision makers get involved in the process. We should make sure that they deliver constructive proposals. Our association has launched a non-formal working group for the development of social enterprise and a dialogue, a national social enterprise dialogue in cooperation with the DISES network, the head of which is going to take the floor today as well. Today, the association is in constant contact with the practitioners of social enterprise and other actors of the ecosystem. I therefore invite all the interested parties to continue to actively participate in the creation of the social enterprise environment and not to wait for someone to decide for us. We have now a real opportunity and time to take care of our future and ourselves. And I want to finish my speech with an excerpt from Charlie Chaplin's famous speech delivered at his 70th anniversary, who said, "We no longer need to fear arguments, confrontations, or any kind of problems with ourselves or others. Even stars collide, and out of their crashing, new worlds are born. Today I know that is life." I believe that this new world is a sustainable social enterprise ecosystem where leaders of change are empowered and supported to develop advanced solutions to the challenges of today and the future. Thank you for your kind attention, and I would now like to give the floor to my dear colleague Petro Darmoris, who, due to the ongoing war in Ukraine, was not able to be with us today. He's the head of Social Economy Ukraine, and our association has signed an agreement of cooperation with the Social Economy Ukraine organization. So Petro, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do hope you can hear and see me well. Thank you, Victoria, for the introduction. Thank you for all the support we have received from the Lithuanian Social Business Association. And actually, I would really have been delighted to be here in person with you. But yeah, the current circumstances made it a bit difficult. But I am definitely happy to join online and say congratulations to the Parliament, to the ministries of the Republic of Lithuania, to the Social Business Association of Lithuania for this great event. And thank you for inviting the Ukrainian delegation. And I'm also grateful for all the support we have received from Lithuania in this brutal war. Your solidarity and support is of high importance. I will try to bring some Ukrainian perspectives and maybe some lessons learned in terms of what should we do in order to foster the social entrepreneurship development in times of crisis. Talking about Ukraine, we find ourselves living in a time of war, which is, of course, not natural state for humans. During times of war, our primarily concern is survival, including access to basic necessities like food, shelter, humanitarian aid. However, as humans, we are not solely defined by our ability to survive. We need art, culture, entrepreneurship. These are the ones of the critical elements that make us who we are, that make us humans. So in such challenging circumstances, social business can play a vital role in providing new senses in reflections on how to live as humans, even in times of war. Ukraine has its own history of social entrepreneurship and the social economy in general. Coming back to the history, in 1918, there were about 15,000 cooperatives united in 222 unions, worked for the social purposes of preserving and developing culture, schooling, and inclusion. But later on, this cooperative movement was destroyed by the Soviet regime. And now Ukrainian social entrepreneurship has a bit of new image or images. It can be a business set by a team taking care of employment of people with disabilities or other vulnerable groups. It can be a non-profit decided to generate income on its own through selling goods and services with further reinvestment into the mission-driven activities. It can be a social service provider. It can be a company launched by veterans with the aim to support other veterans and their families. It can be a company aiming at taking care of environment. It can be even a youth organization that runs social enterprise led by schoolers in Ukrainian schools. It can be any company that generates income for the philanthropy and social initiatives. And the war actually catalyzed this practice. So more and more enterprises choose doing this as their duty. Let me introduce to some social entrepreneurs working now in times of war. Here is Alina. Alina is the founder of the unique in Ukraine museum in the darkness, which is called 3 a.m. This is the unique space when you can experience the art objects, sculptures, music, and also all the daily routine of visually impaired people, because you can experience it in darkness. You can even have a date in darkness there. Enterprises like these prove that there are many creative ways of engaging people with disabilities to participate fully in society. Thanks to this enterprise, 11 visually impaired persons have got jobs, increased their financial independence, improved social connections, and greater self-esteem. Moreover, Alina and her team managed to scale and opened a new museum in times of war. So now they have 2 locations in Kyiv and Lviv, and all of you are welcome there. Here is Natalia. Natalia is from Kyiv region. She's the founder of the social enterprise Vilna Nitka, which is called in English like free thread. Being a managing director of the shelter for women suffering from domestic violence in 2021, she came up with the idea of offering women to work for money, because often they can come and are unable to officially get a job because they have lost their document, or they have a small child. I cannot work full time. The women, although not all of them knew how to embroider, agreed to try. And the first embroidered shirt was made by hand. Later on, they managed to buy sewing machines and produce more shirts. And now Natalia plans to scale and look for resources to open new workrooms to engage more women suffering from violence. And this is the perfect example of the role of social entrepreneurship in empowering women who have experienced domestic violence. I'm also proud to know and work with Volodymyr from Kramatorsk, which is in Donetsk region. Volodymyr is a veteran. He was among those who defended Ukraine from the Russian invasion in 2014. After coming back to civilian life, he initiated the launching of a center supporting veterans and their families named Poruch, which means nearby in English. Later on, he launched a cafeteria, Poruch, reinvesting 80% of its profits for the rehabilitation and other initiatives of the center. Now there is about 20 kilometers from Kramatorsk to the front line. But the enterprise is still working to keep jobs and generate income for the needs of those suffering from war. This case says about the role of social entrepreneurship in addressing the physical, psychological, emotional toll of war on individuals and communities. And there are hundreds of other micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises working in different fields in Ukraine: horeca, agriculture, food production, textile, education, medicine, and so on. And what's interesting that they function without a special legal status, as natural persons entrepreneurs, limited liability companies, cooperatives, NGOs, charitable organizations, and so on. And the most important for them is not getting a special legal status, but the possibility to scale their business and make a social and environmental impact. And these cases prove that social economy and social entrepreneurship are not just the theory. This is really happening. This is new quality of business. This gives sense and purpose. It brings hope more than ever. As I have already mentioned, there is no special law or a specific legal framework that would regulate the activities of social enterprises in Ukraine. There is no official definition or common criteria of social enterprise fixed on the state policy level. But let's see what's going on the state policy level. I will just provide some examples from initiatives of Ukrainian ministries. The Ministry of Social Policy renewed their program, which is called the Helping Hand. This is a program that provides loans to unemployed citizens from low-income families to start and develop their own businesses. The ministry also works on creating more favorable conditions for private companies that provide social services and access to the public funding in their communities. This is entrepreneurial approach to providing social services. And right now, the ministry is one of the key stakeholders in designing and promoting law on creating more favorable conditions for creating jobs for people with disabilities. The ministry even proposes to grant special status and number of benefits and assistance from the state to those enterprises who want to equip workplaces for people with disabilities. As 2018, we have the Ministry of Veteran Affairs in Ukraine. And the ministry initiated and launched the Ukrainian Veteran Foundation to promote and support veteran initiatives. In times of war, they launched a microfinance program for veterans and their families with reimbursement expenses for the purchase of goods and equipment for running their businesses. The veterans and their spouses may also apply for grant up to 1 million hryvnias to start and develop the veteran-owned businesses. Let's jump to the Ministry of Economy. In times of war, over 4,000 grants for Ukrainian entrepreneurs has been issued and already been used to open hundreds of new businesses. What's important is that both existing entrepreneurs and people with no business experience can apply for the grant. And a couple of social enterprises from our network benefited from this program. So we can see that the absence of specific legal frameworks doesn't hinder the contribution of the governmental stakeholders to the development of social entrepreneurship. And in fact, they play a crucial role using social business model as an effective instrument to address issues such as unemployment, social exclusion, the economic integration of vulnerable groups. And currently, millions of internally displaced people are part of this vulnerable group, and social entrepreneurship offers a promising solution to their economic and social empowerment. So we can see that Ukrainian government and institutions are already promoting social business model even if do not explicitly call it social business. This demonstrates that the concept of social economy is reality. And the idea that all economies should be social is gaining momentum now and has the potential to drive economic growth while addressing social issues. So now we need a collective actions from Ukrainian ministries and other stakeholders to make policies for social economy flourishing. And we at Social Economy are also trying to facilitate the process, and we are now connecting different stakeholders to work on policy development. I will not go into what's going on the regional level, because here is the colleague of mine, Alina, who is well experienced experts in working with regional and local authorities, and she will explore it a bit more during the forum. So now I would like to jump to some reflections on possible steps that should be done to foster the social economy development in Ukraine, and not only in times of crisis. An effective strategy for social entrepreneurship development should be based on an inclusive approach, engaging as many stakeholders in the field as possible to hear the voice of each party: entrepreneur, donor, investor, business supporter, local community, public, commercial sector, and so on. And being inspired by the Social Economy Action Plan, which foresees such an inclusive approach, and thanks to the inspiration of the European Commission, especially to the Commissioner Nicholas Schmid and the Social Economy Europe Network, we have launched the Social Economy Ukraine, an organization that aims at building a network of social economy enterprises and organizations in Ukraine and represent their interest on national and international level. We already started from building a network of social enterprises. We call it Social Business Club, which aims to become a live national business community of social enterprises where everyone can benefit from the experience and support of each other. At the same time, we have already started cooperation with different stakeholders, especially with policymakers, business support organizations, and governmental institutions. And I will conclude my speech with the following perspectives and steps should be done for social economy development. First, we need the accurate and up-to-date data. Second, we need to provide tailored support to enterprises. That means understanding their unique needs and challenges and providing them with resources and guidance that are specific to their context. Third, we need to strengthen capacities of nonprofits, because many nonprofit organizations have the potential to strengthen their financial sustainability through social business model. And it's remarkable because during the time of war in Ukraine, we see the increasing efforts from Ukrainian nonprofits in implementing social business models. We need to ensure the access to cheap finances, and we also need to help social enterprises to get and operate with finances. We need to foster collaboration. We need to develop supportive policies, and as policymakers, we have to move forward by creating conditions and legal frameworks that will not only support and create more opportunity, that will only support and create opportunities for social economies to develop. And our first task here, not to harm, not to make policy with the primarily concern to control, but to ensure as much freedom and opportunities to start and scale social businesses as possible. And of course, we need to foster international collaboration, especially in times of crisis. And here I will be more specific regarding the crisis caused by the war against Ukraine. In this regard, we should not focus on internally displaced persons, but also to Ukrainians abroad. And in this regard, we can consider at least two options for addressing the issues of Ukrainian refugees. Either employment by social enterprises of the hosting countries, either their empowerment in establishing their own social businesses in hosting countries, with possible relocation to Ukraine back. And I will just briefly mention that we have even designed a similar program for the social and economic integration of Ukrainian refugees in Lithuania, together with Lithuanian Social Business Association. And now we are ready to welcome donors, business support organizations, public authorities, and other donors to make this program into reality. To conclude the very last message, I would say that in time of crisis, it's easy to feel overwhelmed and powerless. But each crisis is a momentum for innovations. And by supporting social entrepreneurship, we can take action and make a real difference in people's lives. We can bring hope and opportunity to communities that have been devastated by war, poverty, and inequality. And social entrepreneurship is not just a means to create economic development. It's a way to be human. It's about recognizing our shared humanity and using our skills and resources to build a better world for everyone. It's about putting people first and recognizing that every person has a right to a life of dignity and opportunity. So by embracing social entrepreneurship, we can create a more compassionate and just society that reflects the best of what it means to be human. Thank you again for your attention. Thank you again for organizers for welcoming, and many thanks especially to Lithuanian Social Business Association for our partnership since the beginning of the history of social economy Ukraine, especially you, Victoria, you were among the first and the main contributors. Thank you for possibility and intention to cooperate further. We have signed a memorandum of cooperation. We have big plans and we expect big results. Thank you so much and wish to see you in person in the nearest future. Thank you.
Ačiū, Petro. Labai.
Thank you, Petro, indeed, for joining us. And thanks to the Office of the Seimas for having the opportunity to listen to you here in the building of the Seimas. It's truly a pity that you weren't able to come here. We definitely made every effort, but we will for sure continue our efforts starting from tomorrow, and I hope you can stay with us and continue listening to the discussion online. And I hope to see you soon in our future meetings, and hopefully the technologies will help us to continue our work despite the difficulties. And let me also add that we will do that together for our joint victory.
Ir dabar mes
Okay, now we have 10 minutes before our break. So it gives me great pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Alessia Cebillo, Executive Director of DISIS Network. We're happy to be members of DISIS Network, and we sense your huge support since it's the very first days. So thank you very much for your partnership, and please, Alessia, the floor is yours.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to be here today with all of you to support the amazing work done by the Lithuanian Social Business Association team. But let me introduce myself first. So I'm Alessia Cebillo, Executive Director of DISIS Network. I hope that with my contribution today, I will serve to make the growing ecosystem in Lithuania stronger, showing how we are all interconnected at European level and beyond. This week, part of our social economy colleagues is in Dakar for the Global Forum of Social and Solidarity Economy. This year, more than ever, social economy received recognition at international level, and we can all congratulate ourselves for this success. Without social economic ecosystems, this would not be possible. DISIS likes to describe itself like ecosystem of ecosystems, supporting social and solidarity economy worldwide. We have 58 members based in 29 different countries, and together we strive for a more inclusive, fair, and sustainable economy through knowledge-based activities, international cooperation, and exchange of experiences among peers. In view of the high social, economic, and ecological stakes, we are deeply convinced that a global commitment from all stakeholders and a collaborative approach is the only response to global crisis. functioning as a unique ecosystem, we create and multiply our impact through close collaboration with our members. We represent over 90,000 organizations and 1.2 million workers through major national federation and support networks. We focus our activities on three main pillars: network, knowledge, and visibility. The network connecting and supporting members and partners to create favorable conditions for the development of other ecosystems, networks, clusters, and support organizations at the regional, national level. The knowledge, embracing a human-centered approach to create opportunities, share, multiply knowledge through peer learning, capacity building, training, exchange of good practices. And the visibility, raising awareness and sharing knowledge on innovation economic models offered by social economy enterprises. We believe that empower intermediary organization means empower the sector for an economy of scale, focus on the development of the demand side, and to help in overcoming social barriers. Building the ecosystems at a local and regional level is the first step for the sector to get stronger. DESI supports its members to do so through a participatory approach, to engage with local stakeholders, to establish partnership and collaborations. To grow the impact and unlock the potential of social economy, we need a direct engagement of stakeholders, local stakeholders. DESI helps in facilitating an open dialogue to foster strategic reflection and gather collective knowledge. Furthermore, raising awareness and promoting knowledge is a crucial pathway. By peer learning partnership, DESI supports knowledge and experience sharing in different critical topics, creating opportunity between countries and stakeholders. And this helps to balance initiatives, including both social economy entrepreneurs and their networks, public authorities, and public and private investors and their networks. Ecosystems must be capable of absorbing the support in terms of financial and not financial resources, developing a thriving ecosystem that supports the social economy entities. Only an holistic approach can address such ecosystems issue, and they not only tend to put in place all necessary mechanisms for a market development, but also to boost coordination among them. And this is what we try to do every day. Our collaboration with LISVA has crossed already many steps in a very short time, thanks to their engagement and vision for social economy ecosystem in Lithuania. Just a few months ago, a feasibility study, a national dialogue event were realized. And today we are here again in this forum, involving many important stakeholders, making believe that our common work is going in the right direction. To conclude, because I know that we are a bit close with timing, I would also like to add that social economy can really play an important role also in building peace. After Pedro intervention, and we know how much in Europe this is needed today, but social economy, peace-building practices could be implemented to increase resilience and mitigate the effect of climate change, increase the response to favor migration inclusion and integration, provide further conflict resolution mechanisms, and ensure sustainable economic empowerment while securing inter-community dialogue and cooperation. Another little piece that we are working on with our amazing colleagues, I had the honor to share this session today. I thank you very much for your time. I hope that we will have other spaces to share with all of you about all the amazing activities that we are having the opportunity to implement, and also to go further with the collaboration with LISVA for making stronger the Lithuanian ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Alesė, ačiū labai. Mes netrukus kažkada.
Thank you, Alessa, very much, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you very much once again, and I hope to see you in our future meetings. As for our participants of the forum present here in the building of the Seimas, we now have 3 minutes to get down to ground floor, where we will have a family photo with the Madam Speaker of the Seimas joining us. My colleagues will help you get down to ground floor. You can leave your stuff in this hall, and we will then come back here at 5 to 1 once we have our lunch break. Those of us watching us online, during the break, we will be showing various stories from different regions of ours. This is part of the project Drąsa veikti, or the courage to act. So thank you for staying with us online, and we will be looking forward to seeing you in an hour's time. Thank you.
Daugiau kaip prieš 10 metų įkūrėm Tėviškės namus kaip viešą įstaigą, norėdami padėti pagalbos, teikti daug pagalbos onkologiniams ligoniams, susidūrusiems su onkologinės ligos diagnoze, jų artimiesiems ir aišku tiems žmonėms, kuriems nėra pagydymo, bet jiems iš tikrųjų galima padėti, tai yra paliatyvi pagalba. Esame įkūrę daugiau kaip prieš 7 metus Vėžio informacijos ir paramos centrą, kur teikiama ir psichologinė, socialinė pagalba onkologiniams ligoniams, įgyvendami įvairios užimtumo terapijos priemonės.
Plačiaja prasme kalbant, tai būtų įvairios psichosocialinės paslaugos. Jos visos yra nemokamos tiek onkologinės ligos paliestiems žmonėms, tiek ir jų artimiesiems. Tai apimtų ir individualų konsultavimą, individualią tą pagalbą, ir grupinės įvairias užimtumo veiklas, grupinė terapija, paskaitos įvairiomis aktualiomis temomis. Kaip aš jaučiuosi, bandydama suteikti pagalbą tokiem žmonėm. Jeigu yra sunku, aš įprasminu tą savo patiriamą, tarkim, jeigu sunkumą, per tai, kad, kažkokiu būdu aš galiu prisidėti prie to žmogaus gerovės, gal bent šiek tiek praskaidrinti jo gyvenimą ar padėti išspręsti kažkokius sunkumus, ar tiesiog išbūti su jo tom emocijom, kurias jis tuo metu jaučia tame gyvenimo etape ir jeigu nuo to jam tampa nors kiek lengviau, man kaip ir atperka tą mano darbo specifiką.
Tai mes iš tikrųjų plėtojam ir savanorišką veiklą. Esame įkūrę tokį Dzūkijos savanorių LT portalą, kur skatinam savanorystę visam pietų Lietuvos regione, tai Alytaus apskrityje.
Aš savanoriauju todėl, kad aš taip manau, kad tėvai man įskiepijo tokią savybę padėti kitiems žmonėms. Aplinkiniam, ypač tiem, kuriem labiausiai reikia tos pagalbos. Maloniausia, kur jauti, kad kažką padarėjai prasmingo, tai ligonių pavėžėjimas iš namų į kažkokias gydymo įstaigas ir atgal. Tai tada jauti tą tokį savanoriavimo džiaugsmą, pilnatvę. Yra tokių ligonių, kurie net kalbėti negali. Teko vieną vežti, kuris tik aikčiojo ir, žinot, toks jausmas buvo, kad gal čia kažką pavertę, mes tam tik skausmą suteikėm, taip, tokius įtampos kažkokios jauti. O yra tokie, kur, sakykime, kad ir labai ilgai, gulintys, negalintys judėti, bet, kažką ten ir pajuokauja ir kažkokią anekdotę net papasakoja, jie atgal, tiesiog užsimena tas bendravimas.
Žiūrėdami į patirtį ir rytų ir vakarų Europoje, kaip veikia tos organizacijos, kur siekia telkti pagalbą sunkiai sergantiems onkologiniams ligoniams, pamatėm, kad iš tikrųjų tos misijos neįgyvenamos be kažkokių papildomų šaltinių. Tai šiuo metu įgyvenėm įvairius projektus, įkūrėm, esam keletą socialinių verslų, kurie irgi padeda tą pagalbą užtikrinti, nuoseklumą jos, stabilumą. Vienas iš tokių socialinių iniciatyvų, socialinio verslo iniciatyvų yra Tėviškės namų krautuvėlė. Tėviškės namų bendruomenė įsteigė internete parduotuvę, kurioje mes platinam, viešinam, populiarinam sveikos mitybos produktus susijusius su priešvėžinė, priešuždegiminė mityba. Tai yra arbatos ir aliejus, įvairios vaistažolės, prieskoniniai dalykai, kurie iš tikrųjų padeda užtikrinti sveiką organizmą, turi priešvėžinių savybių. Ypatingai onkologiniams ligoniams aktualu, kad onkologinė liga neatsinaujintų, jie ieško šaltinių, ieško žinių, tų būdų, kaip užtikrinti sveikos mitybos tokią režimą, tokį būdą, gyvenimo būdą. Antra iniciatyva, kurią mes jau teikiam 2 metai, tai yra sunkių ligonių pavėžėjimo paslauga. Dėka rėmėjų, Lions klubo ir verslo atstovų, kurie padėjo mums įsigyti greitos pagalbos automobilį. Ir šiuo metu Alytuje teikiam tokią socialinę paslaugą, neįgalių pavėžėjimas, tai yra nemokama paslauga neįgaliesiems, bet uždirbdami tuos pinigus iš projekto mes galim užtikrinti mūsų globojamiems paliatyviems pacientams nemokamą paslaugą. Tai yra mūsų pacientai paslaugą gauna nemokamai, o miesto gyventojams ta paslauga yra apmokama iš savivaldybės socialinių paslaugų centro biudžeto. Pamatėm, kad daug produktų mūsų ūkininkai užaugina, bet tiesiog jie kartais net lieka nepanaudoti, išmetami. Tai įkūrėm naują socialinio verslo įmonę, Tėviškės ūkis, kurioje teikiam naują paslaugą. Tai ūkininkai, kurie užaugina kažkokią produkciją, ten obuolius, morkas ar daržovės, mes juos perdirbam ir jiems atiduodam į rinką. Tai yra vėlgi naujas produktas, kuris gali prisidėti ir prie sveikatinimo, ir prie švietimo, ir ekologiškų produktų, sakykime, stabilumo gamybos tos. Ir tokiu būdu galėtume mes uždirbti pinigus ir išlaikyti ir hospiso idėją, nes šiuo metu kūrėme Alytuje hospisą. Tai irgi reikalingos tikrai didelės lėšos. Viena iš tų šaltinių galėtų būti irgi tas socialinis verslas.
Prieš keletą metų iškeliavom į kelionę aplink pasaulį, kurios metu lankėm sąmoningą ugdymosi aplinką kuriančias mokyklas. Ir įsikėlėm 4 etapus – aplankyti Europos mokyklas, Amerikų mokyklas, Aziją ir Skandinaviją. Tačiau pandemija sugrąžino mus pusiaukelėj į Lietuvą ir pasiūlė imtis iš karto 5 etapo ir dalintis gerąją patirtimi su Lietuvos mokyklomis. Tai taip ir gimė švietimo nuotykiai, atrodo 2 nelabai suderinami iš pažiūros dalykai, bet nuo mokymosi sunkiai atitraukiami, ar ne, atrodo vienas nuo kito.
Tai dabar jau turim virš turbūt 50 mokyklų, tai kai skaičiavom, tai turbūt susitiksim su daugiau negu 1000 moksleivių skirtingose Lietuvos vietose, nes patys tai pasirinkom, kad norim keliauti po Lietuvą, pažinti irgi ir tas skirtingas Lietuvos dalis ir mokyklas, ir tikrai labai skirtingos mokyklos. Ir džiugu, kad laukia mokyklos ir iš tikrųjų priema šitą galimybę. Vienas pagrindinių poreikių, su kuriuo susiduria moksleiviai, tai yra noras būti išgirstiems. Dažnai irgi susiduriam su tuo, kad kartais moksleiviai pirmą kartą pasikalba vieni su kitais, ne? Tarsi draugauja kažkokios grupelės, būna moksleivių, ar ne, susiskirstimas, susiskaldimas ir galimybė susitinku su žmogum. Ir ta tema yra tarsi tiltas, ar ne, kažkoks. Aš atsinešu temą, pavyzdžiui, išsirinkau temą mirtis, tikėjimas, baimė, ar ne, ir pasikalbu, tarsi interviu kažkokį renku, o kaip kitas mato ir supranta tą temą, kaip jaučiasi ir kaip tos 2 temos galbūt susitinka. Galim kartu kurti tą ryšį ir tai jau yra vis tiek toks kokybiškesnis laiko tarpas, kada galim susitikti ir išgirsti vieni kitus ir pabūti. Ir dažniausiai tai vis tiek vyksta ir per žaidimą, ir per kūrybiškumą, ir per refleksiją.
mūsų verslas ir yra kurti kuo didesnį pokyčio pelną. Mes norim iš esmės prisidėti prie pokyčio žingsnių, būtent susijusius su švietimu. Norime inicijuoti projektus, norime inicijuoti kažkokias akcijas, iniciatyvas, kurti ir taip žengti į priekį. Pamatėm, kad daugiausia pokyčio galime atnešti eidami į santykį su moksleiviais, belsdamiesi jų klases, į jų savivaldas, sėsdami ratą ir kalbėdamėsi apie tai, kas iš tikrųjų jiems svarbu, bandydami sudaryti saugią aplinką, kurioje jie būtų išgirsti. Ir ne tik išgirsti, poreikis yra ir išgirsti kažkokias prasmingas patirtis, su kuriomis susiduria jų klasiokai, kurias patyrėme mes. Ir taip galime tiesiog vieni kitus praturtinti tomis istorijomis, tais dalykais, kurių jie dažnai negauna mokymosi procesuose.
Ši programa yra geros savijautos programa, inicijuota Švietimo ministerijos ir mes pavadinom ją Ar klystu. Susėdę irgi su Tautvydu kartu tiesiog kalbėjom apie tai, ko mums trūko mokykloje, iš savo patirties ar ne, su kuo susidurėm su moksleiviais. Ir konstravom tą žodžiu programą, išsikeldami tas pačias temas, ar ne, irgi ryšio kūrimas, kritinis mąstymas, kūrybiškumas, psichikos sveikatos kaip prioriteto irgi išsikelimas tiek mokykloje, tiek gyvenime ir tas neformalus ugdymas, kurio dažnai jaučiam, kad trūksta mokyklose ir jis dažnai lieka paraštėse.
Mūsų programos pavadinimas Ar klystu koduoja du vertingus dalykus. Viena žodžio pusė simbolizuoja arklį, tai tvirtumo, ištvermės, ištikimos tarnystės, stiprybės simbolis ir šiaip tautosakiška dovana žmogui, dangiška dovana žmogui. O kitoj rankoje rykštė, pastovi dvejonė, abejonė, ar aš pakankamas, kinkyk save, kentėk. Moksleiviams svarbu išgirsti, kad jie yra pakankami ir kad jau savyje turi tiek daug, kuo gali pasidalinti ir kuo gali grįsti savo kelią. Ir atrodo, kad galbūt jie jaučiasi ariantys tą beprasmybės vagą, nes vienintelį kelią kurti ar mokytis mato kaip krovimo sluoksnio po sluoksnio ant savęs, ar ne, kol sukrauna didelį kalną. Kaip neprarasti to kūrybiškumo, nuimti tas sluoksnių dalis, po kuriomis slypi ta savastis ir ta jų galbūt tapatybė arba pati esmė. Mingailė konsultuoja vaikus, jų tėvus, dirbame su specialiaisiais poreikiais, specialiųjų poreikių turinčiais vaikais ir dirbame su įtraukiuoju ugdymu. Ieškome sprendimų, kurie padėtų mokykloms įtraukti kuo didesnę bendruomenės dalį. Norime kurti kokybišką turinį vaikams ir muziką ar rašyti knygas, galbūt nebijome pagalvoti ir apie virtualų pasaulį, žengimą ten ir norime pasitikti ir ten vaikus ir juos lydėti.
Idėja įkurti stovyklavietę Milių kaimą kilo visai netyčia, net apie verslą nebuvo jokios kalbos. Tiesiog išėjusiai į dekretą auginti vaikus pradėjau vesti interneto dienoraštį Instagrame, keldavau savo vaizdus iš gyvenimo kaime, iš mano gyvūnų gyvenimo ir žmonės susiradę mano tą dienoraštį pradėjo prašytis atvykti čia ir savo vaikam parodyti kaimo gyvenimo. Šiuolaikiniai vaikai, jie pažįsta tos gyvūnus tik iš kompiuterio ekrano arba iš televizoriaus, nežino nei kokio jisai dydžio, nei kaip jisai elgiasi. Atvykę pas mus, jie gali ir pačiupinėti tą gyvūną, ir pabendrauti su juo, ir sužinoti, ko jisai maitinasi, ir galų gale, kaip atrodo avies kailis. Tarkim, mūsų karta tai turėjo močiutės, babytės kaime, o šiuolaikiniai vaikai neturi nei kaimo, nei močiučių kaime. Tai mūsų tikslas yra supažindinti vaikus su tikrais kaimo gyvūnais. Mūsų gyvūnai gyvena laisvai, palaidi ir jie elgiasi taip, kaip natūraliai gyvūnas elgiasi savo aplinkoje. Jie nėra pririšti, tad vaikas gali pamatyti, kaip natūraliai elgiasi gyvūnas savo aplinkoje.
Užsiėmimai, kurie vyksta Voverinėje ir visam Mylių kaime, vyksta natūraliai. Neturime muzikos, jeigu vaikai nori triukšmauti, jie ir gali tą daryti būtent šitoje erdvėje. Stengiamės edukacijas pritaikyti pagal metų laikus. Vaikai atvažiuoja ne tik vasarą, bet ir žiemą darome edukacijas, žygius, keliaujam, susipažįstam su gamta, su mišku, su miško gyvūnais, gali pamatyti, kaip atrodo skruzdėlynas, gali pamatyti, kaip atrodo lapės pėdos, ieškoti zuikio paliktų pėdsakų ir smagiai pasibūti. Voverinėje vyksta patys nuostabiausi ir linksmiausi dalykais, atvažiuoja vaikai pasidžiaugti grynu oru, mišku, laipynėmis, pasidalinti šypsenomis ir patirti daug smagių dalykų.
Miško terapija sako, kad žmogus pabuvęs 2 valandas miške gamtoje, jisai atsikrato streso, kurį prikaupė per mėnesį. Tai mes ir darome tokius apsilankymus 2 valandų trukmės, kuomet žmonės gali netrukdami pabūti mūsų stovyklavietėje. Atvykę pas mus žmonės būna visiškai vieni, mes negrupuojame su svetimais žmonėmis. O kitos mūsų paslaugos tai yra gimtadieniai vaikams, edukacijos mokykloms, darželiams, įvairios šventės darželiam ir mokyklom, o taip pat turime namelį mediją, kur žmonės poros gali atvykti ir pailsėti irgi taip pat nieko netrukdami gamtoje. Namelis pastatytas yra medyje, tokioje vietoje, vidury miškų ir irgi nėra jokių kaimynų, tad žmonės atvažiavę pailsėti čia, jie visiškai atsijungia nuo miesto šurmulio ir būna tiesiog betarpiškai gamtoje.
Ir būtent gal nuo tų visų plasmasinių dalykų, kai aš sakau sintetinė, o kas nenatūralu ir netikras, stengiamės mes ir pailsėti. Netgi ir atlikdami užduotį stengiamės naudoti natūralias medžiagas. Jeigu reikia ieškoti lobio, tai jisai būna, tarkim, artimas voverės žiemos sukurtu turtu riešutėliai. Tai, wow, būna kartais vaikai, nemoku, nežinau kaip išgliaudenti riešutą. Tai smagu matyti tiesiog atrodo paprastus dalykus mums, bet šiuolaikiniams vaikams kartais tikrai sukelia daug nuostabų, kad aš turiu rankoje tikrą gyvą neišgliaudėtą riešutą. Jeigu keliaujam į mišką į žygį, yra tam tikros vietos mano parinktos, kur sustojam visi ir sakau, vaikai galite iššaukti, išrėkti, išspiegti ir visiškai savęs neribodami. Ir sako, ar niekas nieko nesakys ir aš visą laiką juos nuraminu, kad tai yra miško erdvė, kurioje jūs galite tiesiog įkvėpti daug gryno oro į plaučius ir išreikšti save kaip tą akimirką norisi.
Kadangi esame socialinis verslas, dalį paslaugų nemokamai suteikiame socialinės rizikos grupėm. Pavyzdžiui, daugiavaikės šeimos, globos namai, šeimos, kurios augina įvaikintus arba globojamus vaikus, jie gali pas mus atvykti ir nemokamai gauti visas tas paslaugas.
Gal kartais ir atrodo, kad jau iš miško pradėjom kurti verslą, bet pati pagrindinė idėja ir lieka, kad žmogus atvažiuotų ir patirtų tai, kas yra natūralu, tikra ir tai nebūtinai turi kainuoti.
Dabar kulnite tu. Rankas jaudinas. Jau 85 metų. Turiu nusimezgusi suknytę, turiu parodysiu į kapinę suknytę, parodysiu į nusimezgus. Sesiai numezgiau per 2 savaitės ir savo nusimezgiau. Numirusi šitokia būsiu. Dar noriu pakalbėti dabar apie šitą gyvenimą. Viršininkas geras, darbuotojai labai geri, valgyti skaniai duoda, žmonės geri, viena gyvenu.
O jūs pati sveika, nesiskundžiat?
Ne, man kraujo nepraeinamumas. Skauda ranką, skauda kojas, trauko, mėšlungis, reikia atsikelti visada ir atsisėsti. Nori, nenori.
Šiam mėnesį per Jurginės bus 84, tai ką čia per daug gali kažką jau čia planuoti, nieko, nu ką. Svarbiausia, kad į sveikatą rūpinas, felčerį ir seselė, vaistai atvežti, vaistai paduoti. Namuose, kai esi būdavo ir užmiršti, ne tuos, o čia jau padeda ant stalo, reikalinga juos išgerti viskas. Kolektyvas jautrus, geras, rūpinasi, maitina gerai, vaikštau daug, yra čia edukacijoje, čia paskui šitą, dar einu biskį, dainuoti, visą gyvenimą taip su daina nesiskyriau, tai va taip.
Matant, kad mūsų visuomenė sensta, ėmėmės socialinio verslo. Mes nutarėm šitą pastatą pritaikyti bendruomenės poreikiams, sukurti daugiafunkcinį centrą. Šitą idėją plėtota 15 metų.
Pagramančio bendruomenės centras, senelių namus mes kurti ėmėmės todėl, kadangi mokyklos užsidarinėjo ir liko 2 aukštų bendrabučio patalpos virš 600 kvadratų ir valgyklos šalia pastato. Ir mums kaip ir miestelio darkė vaizdą, nes Pagramantis yra kaip ir regioninio parko teritorijoje, nemažai turistų lankosi, gyvenimas parodė, kad paslaugų poreikis žymiai išaugo, kad ir turėtumėm daugiau vietų, būtų jos užpildytos. Pagramančio senelių namai paklausus todėl, kad yra gamtovaizdis, kas atvažiuoja, visiems labai patinka ši vietovė ir poreikis yra iš tiesų gana didelis. Pas mus jie čia gyvena vienviečiuose arba dviviečiuose kambariuose, yra ir virtuvėlės, jos jeigu nori gali papildomai, bet maitinimo paslaugas mes teikiame savo bendruomenės valgykloje. Jie gauna maitinimą 4 kartus per dieną.
Įkūrėme maitinimo įstaigą, kurioje šiuo metu dirba 6 žmonės. Teikiame maitinimo paslaugą socialinios globos namų gyventojams bei mažonų darželio auklėtiniams. Aplanko mumis ekskursijos, ateina pavalgyti miestelio gyventojai, pravažiuojantis, keleiviai, savaitgaliais aplanko ir iš didesnių miestų, atvažiuoja pasigrožėti mūsų atodangą, mūsų piliakalnių, kabančiais tiltais. Jeigu, sakykime, į bendruomenę aplanko turistai, tai bendruomenė teikia maitinimo paslaugą, teikia edukacinės programas vykdo. Tai va, mes turime keletą programų, tai yra kavos gėrimo ir arbatos gėrimo tokia programėlė. Teikiame tekstilinės gėlės, papuošalo, sakykime, edukaciją. Darome iš popieriaus įvairius darbelius. Kaip matom, kad atvažiuojantys turistai nenori tik pavalgyti, bet jie nori dar ir turiningai praleisti laisvalaikį. Tai galvojam, kad reikėtų sukurti programą, kad jie kartu ir pasimaitintų, ir pasilinksmintų.
Senelių namai laiko iš žmogaus. Yra 3 kaip ir dalį. Lėšos yra pensija. Yra kitos lėšos, tai yra tikslinės kompensacijos, kur gauna, ir valstybės arba savivaldybės lėšos. Praktiškai yra paslaugos kaina, jeigu, sakykime, 1000 eurų mėnesiui, kaip pavyzdys, tai jeigu žmogus gauna pensijos 400, tai jis sumoka 320, o likusią dalį dengia valstybė arba savivaldybės lėšos.
Uždirbtus pinigėlius bendruomenė panaudoja šventėms organizuoti, atlikėjams pasamdyti. Kiekvienais metais bendruomenėms nariams metų gale apibendrinant visus nuveiktus darbus yra suorganizuojama padėkos šventė. Jie yra vaišinami, jiems yra pakviesti atlikėjai, kad jie galėtų pasidžiaugti bendruomenės nuveiktais darbais, atsipalaiduoti po sunkių dienos darbų.
Vaikų dienos centras Navininkai kviečia lankytojus atvykti, patirti būtent autentiškas vietos istorijas ir iš unikalios gamtos gimusių legendų tokius nuotykius. Ir visą tai patirti kviečiame naudojantis inovatyvų būdą keliavimo, būtent tą mūsų sukurtą priemonę Atrask. Ją pasijungus jūs tiesiog galėsite sekti interaktyviais taškais, kuriuos mes pasirinkome būtent bendraudami su vietos gyventojais, semdamėsi iš čia esančių žmonių to įkvėpimo, iš išjaustų tų istorijų.
Vaikų dienos centras Navininkai įsikūrė 2007 metais ir jau tada mes kažkaip taip gražiai užmezgėm draugystę su Aukštadvario senjorais. Kadangi mūsų senelių anūkai didžioji dauguma yra išvykę iš Aukštadvario, tai kažkaip taip ir gavosi, kad pritapom labai prie jų, nes tokia lyg ir trūkumas, kam papasakoti, kam išsipasakoti, o mums, aišku, labai įdomu, kai mums pasakoja ir kai su mumis kažką kuria. Sudalyvavome projekte ir kartu su Aukštadvario žiburiais laimėjome projektą edukaciniai klasiai įkurti. Ir galvojam, kas yra paprasčiausia. Pyragus kepti ir sudėtinga, kažkokius kitus įmantrius patiekalus gaminti vaikams neįdomu. Tai kas lengviausia pyragėliai. Kadangi pyragėliai gavosi lenkti, sukti, nusprendėm juos susijęti su savo krašto istorija. Ir nusprendėm, kad tie pyragėliai vadinsis ragiukais, velniūkščių ragiukais. Tokie šelmiški ragiukai. Taip atsirado velnio duobė, šalia velnio duobės atsirado velnio ragiukai ir šelmio arbata. Tai manom, kad projekto metu išvystysim kaip reikalas įvairiausių formų ragiukų.
Visa idėja gimė būtent iš bendrystės tokios gražios Vaikų dienos centro Navininkai ir senjorų klubo Aukštadvario žiburiai. Mes siūlome 3 interaktyvius maršrutus, šiuo metu ruošiame juos. Tai Aukštadvario legendos, kvies patirti, išgirsti praeitį. Maršrutas Velnių takais kvies susipažinti su velnių išdaigomis ir jų pėdsakais regione. O maršrutas Patirk Aukštadvarį bus unikalus tuo, kad galima bus sužaisti tarsi orientacinį lauko tokį žaidimą.
Aš buvau pakviesta pradėti kurti tokį, sakyčiau, gana originalų, unikalų žemėlapį Aukštadvario lankytojams, kuris būtų neįprastas, su nuotraukomis ir aprašytomis vietomis, bet kiek kitoks. Aš pasitelkiau vaikų pagalbą ir kartu su jais kalbėjau apie tai, kodėl jiems svarbios būtent šios vietos Aukštadvaryje, kuo jos yra išskirtinės. Ir mes kartu su gyvo iliustravimo pagalba, tai reiškia, kad aš gyvai piešiau, o vaikai man pasakojo, ką piešti, mes iliustravome tas vietas ir vėliau jos atsidurs būtent tame žemėlapyje gide, kuris bus prieinamas kiekvienam lankytojui ir pagal jį bus galima praeiti visą maršrutą.
Labai kviečiame būtent šeimas, vaikus, senjorus ir šiaip mėgstančius keliauti žmonės, draugus, kurie nori patirti, pajausti būtent kažką tai unikalaus ir įdomaus, ko dar nėra pažinę. Tos lėšos, kurios bus generuojamos, tai jos bus skiriamos Vaikų dienos centro navininkai, ta prasme, stiprinimui ir šio miestelio stiprinimui.
Šiandien mane labiausiai nustebino būtent tai, kad vaikai pradžioje buvo kuklus, na, o vėliau įsijautė ir pradėjo fantazuoti ir atsiverdami papasakojo, kad galbūt tos vietos ne tiek svarbios, kaip atrodo, bet jos galbūt jiems simbolizuoja visai kitus dalykus ir patyrimus. Ir vienas iš smagesnių dalykų man pasirodė, kad turgaus aikštę vaikai galiausiai įvardijo kaip aikštę, kurioje labai skanu valgyti traškučius. Šiandien vaikai netgi sukūrė legendą, kad galbūt velnias buvo meksikietis, kuris štai čia numetė savo didžiulę skrybėlę.
Ir vaikams ne tik tai pyragėliai, kas tai yra materialu, ar ne, bet ta išmintis, ta patirtis, pasakojimai apie gyvenimą, apie senovę, nes kai kurie mūsų seneliai yra kilę iš šitų vietų, tai yra tokia tarsi kartų, ar ne, vat istorija, tai dalinasi viskom. Ir mūsų vaikams labai įdomu, nes kai kurie jų neturi savų senelių ir jie yra iš nepilnų šeimų. Tai ta šiluma, ta meilė, kurią dar gauna kartu su legendomis, padavimais, mums iš tiesų yra neįkainojama.
Bendruomenė, Karšuva, sugalvoja daryti socialinį verslą iš atsiradusių ir kilusių įvairių problemų ir ieškant tom problemom sprendimo būdų. Mažėja užimtumas, nėra darbo, žmonės iš miestus, mažėja gyventojų skaičius, užsidarinėja darželiai, mokyklos ir įvairios paslaugos, tai norėjom kažkokiu būdu atgaivinti gyvenvietę ir suteikti galimybę dirbti vietoje. Pamatėm, kad dar trūksta ir vaikų užimtumo pamokų. Taip atsirado Vaikų dienos centras.
Vaikų turime tikrai pakankamai daug. Kartu su jaunimo kambariu lanko apie 30 vaikų, kas yra tikrai ganėtinai daug mūsų kaimui. Vykdom visokias meninės, kūrybinės veiklas, edukacinės. Labai mėgsta kulinarinės veiklas, vaikai kaip patys gali kepti, gaminti, blynus kepa, kokteilius sveikuoliškus, va dabar kai vasara, pilna uogų visokiausių. Šią vasarą mes įsirengėm mini pliažą savo vaikams, turime baseinus, tai jie labai nori patys prie to prisidėjo, visi kartu bendrom jėgom jį ir įsiruošėm.
Pamatėm, kad Vaikų dienos centre nesilanko paaugliai ir vyresni, nes jiems su mašinytėm ir lėlytėm neįdomu žaisti. Atdarėm, įkūrėm jaunimo užimtumo arba laisvalaikio kambarį, kur jie praleidžia savo laisvalaikį ir vykdo įvairias veiklas.
Tiesiog čia ta žmonės ir aplinka tokia jauki, smagi. Tai mes dirbam tiesiog su juo taip be nesikankindami,
priverstinumo.
Savo norų. Taip padedam Simui, kai reikia, projektus rašom, keliaujam po Lietuvą. Susimu.
Turim tikrai nemažo jaunimo, kaip kaime palyginant, nes aplinkui kaimų tikrai tiek nėra jaunimo kaip čia. Ir va, daug kas sportuoja, bet tik nėra tam tikros vietos.
Va dabar kaip tik rašė projektą sporto salė.
Tai mes tikim, kad mūsų kaimo salė bus sutvarkyta, kad jaunimas galėtų sportuoti ir vyresnių amžiaus asmenys.
Neužtenka tos vienos darbo vietos. Norėjom didinti kitų gyventojų įtraukimą į užimtumą. Atsiliepė viena įmonė, Siuvykla, ir jos pasiūlė, kad ją domina petnešų suvėrimo, sukomplektavimo paslauga. Jie turi tokią operaciją. Tas įsidarbinimas nėra toks tiesiogis, jis yra pagrįstas verslo liudijimais, todėl kad dirba tas, kas gali.
Mes elkai darome šleikas. Turim 62 cm jaunimas, kur sukarpam mum juosteles. Mes uždedam galiukus 2, uždedam vidurėlį, dar galiukus, sudedam į maišelį, supakuojam ir į didelius maišus po 100 turim supakuoti ir priduodam, ir bendruomenės pirmininkas nuveža. Ir kaip senjorai mes prisidurim prie pensijas dar.
Gimė idėja paslaugos į namus. Pastebėjom, kad tikrai jos yra reikalingos vietos gyventojams. Tos paslaugos buvo įvairiausias ir žmonės vežėme į didžiuosius miestus operacijom, sakykime, su regėjimo negale, su psichinė negale. Ir būdavo tokių paprastų, kur tiesiog apipirkti maisto.
Turiu labai gerų kaimynų. Labai gerų, čia kai tas stuburas susilaužusi buvau. Va, Adakauskai padėjo, dabar pasitvarkau, pati žinau tą. Jo, žinai, kai parvažiavau iš ligoninės, būdnuktė savaitę, o paskui, žinai, nei kambarius galėjau pasiplauti, dabar jau pasiplauju. Kitą metą gal stipresnį būsiu, nežinau, kai bus. Nu, tai va, tai taip, gal nesulauksiu, jau 80 metų esu.
Tauragės rajono savivaldybė pamatė, kad mums sekasi visai neblogai ir pasiūlė mum, o mes, aišku, sutikom, perimti bibliotekos paslaugas ir kultūros renginių organizavimo paslaugas.
Mūsų biblioteka visų pirma nėra tiesiog biblioteka. Mes ten užsiimam įvairiom terapijom. Pradedant nuo fizinės terapijos, baigiant emocinę. Ir buvo tas tikslas, kad ne tiesiog ateiti ir išduoti žmogui knygą, bet kad ta biblioteka taptų traukos centru viskam. Tau ateiti, pasakyti, kas tau negerai, kaip tau galėtumėm padėti ir visos tos tokios paslaugos, žemiškos paslaugos, kurių šiam mūsų gyvenvietėje, šiam kaime tikrai nėra ir ne kiekvienas gali sau tą leisti.
Patinka mūsų kaimo žmonėm liaudės šokiai, darom vakaronės kiekvieną rudenį, susirenka, po rudens darbų rudenį vyksta vakaronės irgi, kartu su jaunimu, nes mėgsta parungtiniauti su savo tėveliais, kaimynais, jiem kažkaip užkibė yra tas. Noriai eina į renginius, ypač dar kai gauna pakvietimus, kad tikrai bus, dar pasikviečiam kitų kolektyvų, kad atvažiuotų, ne visai mes patys koncertuojam.
Bendruomenės nariai patys nusprendžia, kokias darbo valandos, kokius renginius ir kada mes darom, kaip mes darom, ką mes darom. Ta prasme, bendruomenė yra įtraukta į visas veiklas ir tik tai darbuotojas jau vykdo palei norus arba suplanavimą.
visada galvojame, kad kažkuri tai sritis, ypač priklausomybės, manoma, kad yra labai sudėtinga, labai sunki sritis. Tai yra be galo prasmingas darbas. Mes šitą veiklą vykdome jau daugiau nei 10 metų. Esu ir steigėja ir vadovauju viešai įstaigai Blaivybės akademija, kuriai šiemet sukako jau 10 metų, mes jau atšventėme. Atsirado Lietuvoje priklausomybės ligų konsultantai, kurie jau buvo pripažinti. Iš tiesų mes tą veiklą taip pat dar labiau išplėtėme, įsteigėme dar vieną įstaigą viešai bitinče, kad galėtumėm suteikti daugiau paslaugų. Pamatėme, kad pirmiausia požiūris į žmogų, iš tiesų jo priėmimas, būtent tokio, koks jisai yra, galbūt buvo tas mūsų ir sėkmės rezultatas.
Galvojau, kad tvirtai stovėčiau ant žemės. Girtas žmogus ir tvirtai stovi ant žemės. Ne. Daugiau norėjau juoktis, negu verkt. Kiek man buvo metų, 16 gal. Pirmą kartą paragau 20 metų. Paskutiniai metai tai buvo baisiausi, kokie 10. 5 gal. Dar 10 negaliu pasakyti, bet paskutiniai tai jau buvo. Ir atsidūriau pas Dalę. Nenorėjau atrodyti tokia, kaip sakant, prie konteinerių žmonės atrodo. Pirmiausia, sakau, kad tvirtai atsistojau ant kojų, sveikata pagerėjo, nuotaika. Aš hobį šitą pakeičiau į meną, tai nežinau, sekasi viskas. Paveikslus pradėjau tapyti, kai suėjo 50 metų. Pirmą kartą paėmiau teptuką į rankas ir tapau dabar iki šiol.
Labai sirgdavau pagiriom. Man nepadėdavo tie liaudiški pasitaisinimai, man kol nesivaikšto alkoholis ir aš, jeigu vieną dieną išgėriau stipriau, tai 3 dienas lavonas. Paaiškino man, kad reikia baigti kursą, nes kitaip nebus, kad čia tu 3 mėnesius nevartoji ar ką, ar kažkaip bandais, lankais, sako, vis tiek bus pratrūkimas. Taip, aš jau šitą buvau praėjęs, savo ruoštą aš bandžiau. Tai baigiau mokslus ir kažkaip smegenys susiformavo. Taip ir turėjo būti, sakė. Ir pažįstamą nukreipiau dar, jis jam tos irgi aš pats galiu, sakau, tu negali pats. Viskas gerai ir viskas vieną dieną aukštyn kojom apsiverčia ir nebegerai. Reikia baigti mokslus. Ne šiaip savo sugalvoti, ar nereikia išradinėti dviračio čia.
Kiekvienam tas paskutinis lašas turbūt skirtingai. Aš nepraradau ten nei darbo, nei šeimos, nei draugų, kaip ir nieko, bet tiesiog gal man toj vietoj jau buvo taškas, kai su šeima tiesiog užtenka pradėti bartis ir konfliktuoti dėl tam tikrų dalykų, tai man tiesiog to užteko ir aš supratau, kad toliau taip nebegalima. Pas mane tas procesas dar tik vyksta, tai kiek jo reikės ir kiek jo bus, aš negaliu pasakyti. Gal nežinau, po savaitės vėl paslysiu ir reikės tą daryti iš naujo. Tikėjusi, kad to nebus. Aš kiekvieną kartą tikėsi, kad viskas bus geriau. Žmogus gimsta ne su buteliu rankoje. Tai mes ir turim gyventi be butelio rankoje. Nes mes benzino negeriam. Tai mes ir taip ir alkoholio turėtumėm nevartoti.
Aš pats turėjau įdomiausių visokiausių patirčių savo gyvenime ir mano, sakykime, tam tikri įpročiai atvedė iki to, kad pačiam reikėjo tvarkytis. Ir aš labai pradėjau domėtis, kodėl aš nesugebu susitvarkyti su savo elgesiu ir kodėl tai vyksta masiškai su daugeliu žmonių aplinkui. Tai man labai pasidarė įdomu, kas vyksta, kokios priežastys ir kaip tai galima būtų pakeisti. O tapau priklausomybių konsultantu, nusprendęs, kad aš galiu padėti kažkokiem žmonėm, kurie tikrai nori pagalbos ir kažkokia prasmė didesnė yra. Galbūt šeima išgelbėta, galbūt kažkam gyvenimas įgys taip pat prasmę kažkokią gilesnę, negu vien tiesiog kažkoks pinigų uždirbimas, jų išleidimas ir sukimasis pastovi tame pačiame rate. Tai čia aš matau daugiau prasmės šitam darbe.
Dirbame ir su alkoholio priklausomybės, būtent nikotino, rūkymo nikotino, žolės rūkymo ir taip pat dirbame su elgesio priklausomybėm. Tai lošimo, o lošimo ir internetinio, ir būtent įvairiuose institucijose kaip kazino. Į mus kreipiasi ir iš mūsų perka paslaugos kelių rajonų visuomenės sveikatos biurai, kurie per to rajono savivaldybės administraciją moka už mūsų teikiamas paslaugas. Taip ir džiugu tame, kad kada tu dirbi viename rajone, po 2 metų tau kreipiasi kito rajono, kur iš tiesų jau keli rajonų savivaldybės tiesiog perka iš mūsų paslaugas, kad mes dirbtume, padėtumėm jų žmonėm, kurie yra pakliuvę į tas būtent vadinamus ilgalaikius bedarbius, kurie dėl savo gyvenimo ypatumų negali įsidarbinti ir turi tam tikrų problemų. Pas mus yra ir nemokamos paslaugos už vadinamą socialinę kainą, kada yra žmogus tiesiog dalinai moka, ir yra mokamos paslaugos, kurios yra žmogus netgi įsigyja arba atskiras konsultacijas, arba tiesiog sumoka už visą pusės metų programą iš karto.
Pakviesiu pranešėjus, pirmos sesijos pranešėjus užimti savo vietas.
May I kindly invite the speakers and guests and participants of the first session of today's forum to take your seats, and we're about to begin.
Tai sveiki dar kartą.
So welcome back, and I would also like to welcome those who have just joined us. So welcome back to those who have been with us since the beginning, and welcome to those who have just joined us, as well as those watching us online. We now begin our first session of the forum. The session will be moderated by Ms. Roberta Orlauskaitė, speaker of the Lithuanian social enterprise Hero Talents Agency. Roberta will briefly tell you more about it, and I hand over the moderation to Roberta.
Tai ačiū labai. Visų pirma, gal pradėsiu nuo to, kad man...
Thank you very much. Let me first of all begin by saying that it's a pleasure for me to be with you. My name is Roberta. 9 years ago, in a car accident, I lost my leg, and I'm currently with a prosthetics. I've turned my disability into a power, into ability, and I am really campaigning, and I am organizing different events, lecturing, motivating people, and trying to eliminate the stereotype regarding people with disabilities. In this event, I represent the Hero Talents Agency. It's an organization that is trying to include people with disabilities in advertising and commercials. It is a company that is at the forefront of change, and I'm proud to represent this organization. I now open the first session of today's forum, and I would like to give the floor to the first speaker, Ms. Victoria Nausėda, founder and CEO of the social circular fashion startup Textile.
Labą dieną visiems.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased and honored to be here. As I was watching the mood of the previous session, I was very happy to be part of this event. I've been in the social business for 6 years now. I guess this is why my presentation will not seem very consistent, because as I was watching, listening to the first part of the forum, I contributed my speech with some of the ideas. I would also like to thank everyone who has brought us together. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the team and the head of the Lithuanian Social Business Association. I'm also grateful to those who have invited us here. I do believe that we will not only speak, but we will also engage in real work. Social business, social economy is a rather broad concept. As long as, while the social business was developing as a concept, social entrepreneurs, those practitioners, were moving and working as chameleons because they were trying to adapt to the environment. So, how does the environment view us? Well, you know, we have very many jokes. Once we started our activities, everyone believed that we are a charity organization that requires something rather than gives services to others. So, be it a business or an NGO organization or a charity organization or a social enterprise, maybe socially responsible business. So I sometimes say that we sometimes are considered as
Čiamės. Pradėjo judėti gerokai anksčiau.
As NFUs. How do we feel about ourselves? We are truly happy. We consider ourselves as UFOs. So, social enterprises have been operating in Lithuania for 10 years now. We are the ones to develop the business ecosystem, and I am very happy that we have so many people here and that we have engaged a lot of people. If we do not use the potential, we lose the potential. I believe that social enterprises have huge potential, and I believe that I was engaged in this field because I saw that there is a shortage of people working in that field. In our planning documents, we often write many things about prevention, but I don't know whether this prevention has actually worked. Therefore, I went on to work with the social business to check and to test how this prevention is viable. I am trying to focus a lot on reuse or secondary use of things. So what is the most important element in business? Social business is primarily a business itself. We have to operate in the market conditions. We have to satisfy the expectations of our clients. Well, as I was developing my social business, I noticed that we often operate at the lowest possible cost. If it is possible, if we can offer the best price and quality ratio when it comes both to services and goods. So we try to operate and also try to create impact. We try to implement the purpose on why these social businesses operate. It would be ideal, of course, if our clients receive some good emotions, as we say, a very good vibe. So as we operate in our social business, we all agree that this environmental impact, social impact, and emotional satisfaction cost. Therefore, we have to identify what is encoded, encrypted in this social business. It is therefore very important to be able to assess the impact of social businesses, because clients themselves have to also assess whether they receive the services for the money that they pay. As we were in the social business, we have become the front runners of the business. Therefore, we had to learn various techniques for maneuvering or for juggling. So we are learning to be active. We are trying to get every possible piece of knowledge. We operate in various sectors. Many things have happened, many things are happening, and many things will happen. We do make mistakes, but those mistakes do not stop us from acting. Well, during the pandemic, all businesses, including social ones, had to halt their activities, but it should also be noted that some businesses used the pandemic as an impetus to strengthen their enterprises, and the most resilient ones managed to survive. I hope that we will continue on juggling and that we will not surrender. I'd like to talk about the new opportunities. The Minister for the Economy and Innovation talks about circular economy today. Circular economy is an opportunity for us, but we have to talk to our people and to tell what this social economy and social business is. Because environmental element has not been touched by social businesses. Therefore, we were willing to bridge the gap between those environmental and economic things, because it is our right to live in a clean environment. And the circular economy is the one that helps to bridge all those two things. Circular economy has to go hand in hand with social economy. We try to promote the secondary reuse of things, and I want to tell you why it is important to reuse the things. And it is important to reuse things not only because of its environmental impact. Major international companies join their efforts, they connect into various networks. And for example, politicians always think that it is much more beneficial to recycle things and to grind everything else, but reuse of things allows us to engage people, and that is a very important aspect. I'm not going to repeat the figures. If we think about textile, about clothing, and majority of the textile products are incinerated, we should think of the reuse of the textile production, because this will help to create new jobs. Now, textile is the circular fashion platform that has recently been established. I have added a few slides to explain in more detail what we are planning to do, but I will tell it in simple words what this secular fashion platform means. Does it sound good for you? Does it sound nice? Well, for some time, we tried to not to use the word of the social economy when we talked about fashion, and even our communication does not contain the word social, because we thought that this would not satisfy the expectations of our primary clients. Now we are the company that provides people with a possibility to give their old clothes, their used clothes, to other people. This also provides an opportunity for people to earn money, to ensure positive environmental impact, and to stop polluting our planet. As we see, our processes are very complex ones, and because of these reasons, when we were a social business, we used to hear that we suffer huge costs, that we should not be paying for all the premises that we have. Maybe it would be much easier to press the button and everything will be scaled and the process will move on. But this slide is a good example that once you collect all the textile products, you won't be able to take, let's say, these old clothing into your flat. You have to ensure that these pieces of clothing are moving around and in a kind of a chain. So what is happening in that platform? So first, we collect textile from private persons. We also provide the opportunity for people to sell the clothes that they no longer wear. We then upcycle some of the clothing. We work both with businesses and private companies. We implement the principle of social responsibility. And now we are planning that textile producers should become responsible for what will happen with the clothing after they are used. We have already concluded several agreements. So what is now our area of activity? We will try to develop a kind of a loyalty program. It is not the purpose in itself to have a loyalty program, but to try out other methods so that people are interested not only to bring their old clothing or to donate their clothing to someone. We have to encourage people not to buy that much clothing. As you know, there is no shortage of clothing in Lithuania. We have the waste management system, and I would actually recommend people using the platforms that provide old clothing for free. But still, the problem is that people are willing to buy, to pay money. Therefore, we want to bring those things back into the cycle so that, let's say, other people could buy or could take and get the clothing that has been used by, let's say, their neighbor. Now, when it comes to the reality, we do have very many objectives and aspirations. We are very positive towards our future. At the very beginning, when we started working, we had quite a lot of negative events because we thought that all the doors were closed for us and that we were not able to work. Now, there is no negativity any longer. Now we have this positive feeling. We believe that social business is about all the possible opportunities that have been mentioned at the beginning of the day. I believe that there's a huge niche for everyone, and I believe that the progress of social businesses when it comes to recycling will move at the speed of the light. I hope that we will be able to cooperate with international companies with this regard. Social business is very attractive for investors. We hope that it will become attractive for investors in the future. Currently, it is not enough to have the certificate to initiate the work. We have to take the responsibility for paying taxes for the people we employ. But what happens during the major crisis? We've had quite a lot of experience in this regard. And, we have certain fears when it comes to the expansion of the staff, because during the crisis, we had to dismiss people, unfortunately, but we have to make sure that social business is the one that attracts personnel. And I also believe that social business is a sustainable one. Thank you very much. I want to express my gratitude to Ms. Victoria Bražiūnaitė for her invitation, for bringing us together, for uniting us, and we are ready to work towards ensuring that we achieve changes at the speed of light.
Ačiū Viktorijai už išsamų pranešimą ir nieko nelaukdama kviečiu ir antrąją šios sesijos pranešėją, inovacijų.
Thank you, Victoria, for your presentation. And without further ado, let me now give the floor to our second speaker, Ms. Romualda Stragienė, Director of Innovation Agency Lithuania.
Labą dieną, įsijungiau.
Well, it's my first time here, my first time delivering a speech in the same as of the Republic of Lithuania, so first times come with certain technical issues, I believe. So about the first times, one of my colleagues said to me that everything comes to you when you're young. So
Duok sako, aš buvau aludėje, kuri.
So my mom once went abroad, and she told me about what happened to her. She said that while being in the UK, she went to the church there, where she was also able to receive pub services. And well, a similar situation happened here in Lithuania, where as a consumer I encountered a social business which apparently could eventually become one of our clients. I hope that you've heard something about our innovation agency Lithuania. It's an agency that was born last year on the 6th of April, which merged three organizations: a Lithuanian business support agency, Business Lithuania. It's an organization that joins many people together. Members of our organization are businesses as well as businesses to be, from startups to people just thinking about starting a business, including people who are social entrepreneurs, which is our today's topic. So those of you who are still wondering whether or not to apply to us, let me tell you that we are working with our clients in order to promote entrepreneurship. We are teaching people, telling them how to become businessmen, how to become entrepreneurs, and we continue assisting them further on. And once they scale up into larger businesses, we then let them develop on their own, because our work is focused on the initial stages. Well, as research shows, social enterprise is a very specific one. It's a small business, usually that which mobilizes 2 or 3 people, enthusiasts who are joined by an idea, a vision, people who are willing to share their ideas, people who are willing to start their business and still unable to hire additional staff. Usually those are people who are located in Vilnius or Kaunas. Rarely are they people who are located in remote areas. A public organization is the one which usually absorbs the funds. And smaller businesses like these, usually it's about people who are isolated, who are unable to receive the necessary support, financial support, and we don't have a lot of these enterprises. So far, we don't have the exact definition of such enterprises, which is why we are unable to tell the exact number of how many these enterprises there are in Lithuania. Now, why do we need such enterprises? Well, first of all, they contribute to innovation, and we also assess our innovation index, and you can see our position on this index. We are 19 out of 27 countries in terms of a European innovation scoreboard. According to another index, the Global Innovation Index, we find ourselves at the 39th position out of 132. So we need higher speed. We need to accelerate innovation. So our organization contributes, first of all, through promoting demand. We work with municipalities and we encourage them to transfer the delivery of services to private actors so that they're forced to buy the services from businesses. And secondly, we promote the social enterprise ecosystem. To be brief, it is basically about the different promotional events aimed at establishing networks and scaling up knowledge. We have a platform available where all social enterprises are able to register and stay in touch. It's a kind of a club, a community where people can learn from each other, can learn from us. Last year, we organized 5 events for social enterprises. 2 municipalities implemented projects for the transfer of services. And they've organized projects on the way to acquire services that would be quality rather than quantity oriented. A lot of our activities are being done through hives. Have you heard of this term? So here we essentially speak about local communities, centers which provide acceleration, mentorship programs for those willing to take part in them. Usually those that finish those programs, undergo those programs, they're willing to continue them. As for our results, well, first of all, we've received a much higher funding than we had before. Certainly, certain resources are necessary to deliver certain results. To promote social enterprise across Lithuania, Lithuanian Innovation Agency received this year 200,000 euros, a small amount actually, but much higher compared to the one that was previously allocated for us. And we will have a total of 6 municipalities that will teach businesses, business owners how to transfer services. These will be programs that will provide mentorship and consultations abroad. I actually have a certain dream. I hope that those that undergo our programs will come to work for our agency as well. We have a number of different programs, and I hope that social enterprises won't stay isolated to what they need, to what they want. Once the businesses understand how they work, what they need, they approach us and they receive the services from us that they need. 4 of our values of our agency, meaning that we are responsible, we improve together, we have a general culture, and we promote open communication. Well, we found the English term co-creation, one that is definitely motivating us to look for new partners, new clients, and to co-create together for the sake of innovation. So working in isolation, we would not achieve anything without the support of our partners, with our suppliers, the academia, and other institutions. So it is all about networking. So you can contact us whether you have a need for certain ideas or some kind of knowledge. So please know that our agency is open to all. So thank you very much, and I hope that we will be inspired to more activities and innovations after this event. Thank you.
Ačiū Romualda už
Thank you, Ms. Stragina, for your presentation. And now we're going to hear the presentation by Ms. Alina Boharnikova, Social Innovation Advisor at the Future Development Agency in Ukraine.
Laba diena, доброго дня.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm glad to represent experience on social entrepreneurship development in Ukraine. And also today I want to say thank you to Victoria and to Lithuanian Social Business Association for inviting me today and give me this opportunity to share our experience, how do we work in Ukraine. And also I want to say big thanks to people of Lithuania for the supporting Ukrainians in this time. It's difficult time of the war. In Ukraine, we feel daily the strong support of our Lithuanian friends and our colleagues. So thank you so much for standing together, for standing together with us, standing together for us and for freedom. And today I will represent you my organization. I'm working in Future Development Agency. So Future Development Agency, it's a non-government organization. We work as a project office from 2015, and our main idea is to develop social innovations using new methods and tools in social sector. So our mission is to create an ecosystem for the rapid growth of social entrepreneurship in Ukraine, and we support government organizations. Thank you. We support government organizations. We working with NGOs, with social enterprise to create solutions with a social impact. So before the war, our main task was to work as a think tank on the social entrepreneurship sphere. We also providing consulting on social entrepreneurship, education and mentorship programs. We created it by our own or together with our partners, with other organizations which works in Ukraine on social entrepreneurship development. Also, we providing administrative support for social entrepreneurship, for social enterprising scaling. Today you heard about the case Museum 3 After Midnight. It was also our case. We've done a strategic session for them and also fundraising strategy, so they can scaling and open one more launch one more museum in Lviv, and we were happy for them. Also, we are providing financial programs for social entrepreneurs for starting their business, especially WISEs. It's in our focus. We creating local municipality programs for cities and territorial hromades Also, we're working on a national level with the national policy and advocacy. And we're doing research and analysis to understand what's going on in Ukraine and what's going to be our next steps. Yeah, but after the full-scale war, after the 24th of February, we also add more components. We create Trust Fund for Ukraine, and together with social enterprises, we launch humanitarian aid. Together with social enterprise Good Bread from Good People, it's a bakery in Kyiv, which provides workplace for people with mental disabilities. We provide program for baking free bread for people in the war zone, to give this bread for free. Yeah, so we're also working with our partners to find a financial for this humanitarian aid program and to support social enterprise. Also, right now we see in focus that we need to create more educational programs for work integration IDPs, people with disabilities, veterans and their families. And today I will stop on my key expertise. It's development of the programs. I was one of the experts on social entrepreneurship in the group of experts who create white book policy for Ministry of Economy. This is our proposition how to boost social entrepreneurship in Ukraine, what should government do, what should ministries do, and key stakeholders to grow social enterprise ecosystem on a national level. And also today I will tell you my experience, how do we work on the local level with the municipalities. And I have opportunity to be an expert and created two programs for Vinica territorial community and Ivano-Frankivsk. And I'm going to show you right now them. So you see, if we will try to understand what's going on in Ukraine right now, I think that right now we see that there is some local ecosystems and they are growing right now. You see these circles on the map. And this ecosystem grows because there are people from NGO sector who works on boosting social entrepreneurship, and also there is a support from the municipalities and government organizations to create decisions together. So you see that right now in Ukraine there were 3 programs on social entrepreneurship development, 3 local programs. First one was in Zaporizhia, but it was short one and the small one in 2018. Then we created a first complex program on social entrepreneurship development for Vinica municipality, for Vinica City Council. And the second one in 2021, we create one more program for Ivano-Frankivsk. And also in 2022, our colleagues created regional program for the Ternopil region. But unfortunately, all these programs, they are stopped right now because of the law. There were certain changes made to the legislation because of the war situation, and right now local budgets are freeze, and the local community can spend money only for medicine, for infrastructure, and to some safe projects. Yeah, so all economic programs right now, they are freezing, unfortunately. But I will tell you about the period before the war, because this period was really very interesting for Ukraine, and this was the first complex program which we start in Vinica city, and today I will show you how does it work. So this program was implemented by Vinica City Council, and the main implementator was Department of Economy and Investment in Vinica City Council, and also Future Development Agency. We were as a back office for this program, so we support it in each steps. Also, this program runs Department of Social Policy, Department of Education, and Council and Coordination Council on Social Entrepreneurship. I will tell it about it later. So what do you need to know about Vinica? That it's Vinica city and 8 villages around it, and you see the population of this region. Yeah, and the strategic goal. So we created this program because we believe that if we want social entrepreneurs to grow and scale them, we need to create an ecosystem which gonna help social entrepreneurs to be successful. And also, the task from Department of Economy was to involve this social disadvantaged group into the entrepreneurship activities. It was about creating new workplace for IDPs, veterans, and people with disabilities. And also we wanted to share the best practices of social entrepreneurship and how it can solve problems in the community. And the support exists social enterprises so they could grow in Vinica region. Yeah, so you can see also the budget of the program. It's 8,500 euros. It was for 3 years from the local budget. So it was local money from local community. And this is also our hypothesis that if it's so hard to create national ecosystem, and if it's so long time gonna take to create legislation, to create on the government state level all system to support social entrepreneurship, let's go down and let's go local level and to create greatest experience on the ground and then share it with other communities. So this program was running for 3 years, but as I said, it was frozen in 2022, and also we should remember that in 2020 COVID was in our life, and the budget really even less than the number that you see. And when we started to speak with the Department of Economy, they were excited. Yeah, let's create an ecosystem, but what is it? What the ecosystem is going to be? So in this case, I really very appreciate to our colleagues from OECD who create the methodology which we are already used and can recommend you also to use in Lithuania. So what is it? This is the Better Entrepreneurship Policy Tool. You can also find the link on the slide. And in this methodology, we believe that a strong ecosystem will help social enterprise only if all the components in ecosystem will be in ecosystem. So what should we have to build strong support for social entrepreneurs? Firstly, we need to have institutions who are going to be in charge, who are going to lead the process. And in the local level, we understood that it's going to be the Department of Economy on Vinica City Council. And the question with legislation. How to be here if in Ukraine we don't have any special law on social entrepreneurship? Because of the decentralization, municipality could create their own programs and develop the decisions that they think useful to the population. So when we wrote the program, we've made a definition also inside this program. So in this case, we don't need any special legislation. This program just providing criteria and definition about social entrepreneurship in this territory. Okay, access to finance. You have a great idea, but you don't have money, so no, you won't be social entrepreneur. So we need to think about how do social entrepreneurs have the money for starting business, access to the market, how to scale your market, how to become on the new markets, yeah, also educational component, because social entrepreneurs need to be entrepreneurs, so they need to know all about economy, and from the other side, they are social, so they also need to understand what is social impact, how to measure it, and to connect all these knowledges inside them. Measurement. If we are talking about changes, we need to measure them. So it also one of the main components of ecosystem. And culture. If people know what is social entrepreneurship, then they can want to create social enterprise by them all. So thanks for the colleagues for this brilliant idea, because it's started to be based as a base on our program. And also this methodology allows us to make an assessment of ecosystem, of social entrepreneurship ecosystem in Vinica region. So we also invite key stakeholders on the interviews and made interviews with them. Also, we invite stakeholders to the focus groups. So it's help us to understand what do we need to build in this ecosystem in Vinica, what focuses we should, and accent we should have in it. And when we understood the needs of social entrepreneurs, our team of experts created the decision, and these decisions was like 6 main goals which are in program, and each goal have activities inside. So let me show you. The first goal was to implementation of institutional support for social entrepreneurship and social innovation. So here we have the project institutionalization of the development of social entrepreneurs in the city, and 3 key activities that we have done. Appointment of the reasonable person in the Department of Economy and Investment, who gonna be charged for the development on social entrepreneurship in the Vinica city. And we had the specialist on social entrepreneurship development in this department. Then we need to create, and we created a coordinator council to promote, for promotion and development of social entrepreneurship. And this council consisting of representatives of Vinica City Council and also key stakeholders. So social entrepreneurs, key NGOs which works in the sphere are in this coordinator council. And also, as I said before, definition. What is social entrepreneurship? What is going to be the criteria? In Vinica, they created their definition and criteria. What do they think social entrepreneurship is? And also, when we are working with the community and creating this council, this coordinating council for promoting and developing social entrepreneurs, we understood that we need to go deeper, because the program is a document, and it's a great document, but only people gonna make this program be successful. So we had about half a year we just spent to build this clusterization, which organizations can help to promote each component of social enterprises. So, like as an example, I show here how do we thought about school social entrepreneurship, how to boost it in Vinica. So we took local organization, and we also took national organization. You see the green one, national organization that works on the national level. It's a School of Me. And the local organization Освітній простір 2.0, educational circle 2.0. Yeah, and also from the highest level, we took the national program. In Ukraine, we have national program for school, for high school education. Each school can provide classes on social entrepreneurship. This program recommends by Ministry of Education and Science in Ukraine, and each school can take this program and try to do social, to create startups with the scholars, yeah, in the school. Yeah, so in this case, we've took this program with support of education of the local organization, so it can provide trainings in the schools with the children. But also, to be successful, we need one more player. And this player was Department of Education in Vinica City, who can organize 40 schools, you see, for this organization can have access to these schools and can have lessons with the children. So this how we can promote social enterprises at the schools from the beginning, like to build the culture with the children, because they're gonna grow and they're gonna become social entrepreneurs. And we thought about each component. We create this cluster of organizations who gonna boost veterans business, cluster of organizations who gonna create workplaces for people with disabilities, and all NGOs and all organizations who gonna work in this field. We create a cluster of organizations who create women entrepreneurship in Vinica. So it helped us to have these components who gonna be in charge for each component, and also we start to build the community, and we start networking with them, so they could be honest with each other, and could share all the activities together. So, and this is one of the, I really think that people are the main success in each program. So we spend a lot of time to communicate with local NGOs, with local non-government organizations, and to make this communication between them. So, and then we started to create a project together, like goal number 2, it was popularization of the culture of social entrepreneurship. And here is the project creation an electronic knowledge base on social entrepreneurship. And we create official pages about the program in all the websites and so on. Then project to promote social entrepreneurship. We create database of social enterprises, and also made interviews with social entrepreneurs on local television, recording promos, mass media materials representing. And also we had this project on popularization non-formal education at schools. And also I'm just gonna quick share with you, this is our pages. You can see our activities. We had a lot of events through this program. Also we provide international activities. Here you see school social enterprises. They won a grant for starting their business. The third goal is measurement, as I said before, of social impact. And here we run in the project popularization of social impact assessment tool and social reporting, and holding a public event to discuss metrics of social impact measurement and how social enterprise can report. Next component, it's develop of the business skills and consulting support. Here is the project Express Access to Knowledge. We're conducting consulting, online consulting for social enterprises. Project implementation of education for social startups. We conducting an incubation programs, especially for veterans. And the project exchange of expertise between social enterprises and SMEs. Also, we're conducting online events and for business networking. Here you see the result of one of our education programs together with a national university in Vinica. And then goal number 5, it's promoting free access to market. Here we create and involve social entrepreneurs to the city events, fairs, business exhibitions, so on, and also help them to register in the foreign platforms to send their products abroad. Goal number 6, it's creation of new financial instruments. And here I also wanted to pay your attention that we run all new for Ukraine even instrument. It's launch the city grants competition for social entrepreneurs who graduated from educational programs. So in Vinica we create a local fund, local veterans fund, arsenal of support, which provide grants for social entrepreneurs. And the next step must be Vinica Municipal Center of Social Entrepreneurship and Innovation. But the war stopped this project as it freezing also the program. But I believe that the results that we already have, they show us that our idea might work. So I see that after the victory, we really need to create in each region in each community, territorial community, a program on social entrepreneurship development, and this local program will include social problems that are in that region. So in some regions we need to work with work integration of people. In some regions we need to create social services more. So it might be easier to do it. And also we're still working on national ecosystem. Today my colleague Petro said you more about national ecosystem, but I think that the main 7 components should be also inside the national ecosystem if we want to build it on a national government level. And because of the problems, huge problems that right now we have in Ukraine, we need to find new decisions, and I believe that social entrepreneurship, it's one of these decisions which are going to help us. And from the local ecosystem to the national ecosystem, I believe that there is one more ecosystem, international. And in this way, I believe that our partners from Lithuania, from other countries, could create international ecosystem. When one country is success in policy making and gives this knowledge to and other countries succeed in education. So I think that together we already build international ecosystems. So thank you, colleagues, and thank you for attention. Thanks.
Thank you, Alina. Ačiū, Alinai. Dabar išgirsime pranešimą viešnios iš Norvegijos.
Thank you, Alina. And now we will listen to a presentation by Ms. Marie Strand Fuglesnes, digital consultant at social enterprise Friskus, Norway. Marie, please, the floor is yours.
You can start when you're ready.
Yes. First of all, I want to say thank you so much for having me here today. I'm representing a Norwegian company called Friskus, which you can see on the photo here. So my name is Marie Strand Fuglesnes, and I have a degree as a nurse. I have a master's degree in health promotion and health psychology, and I've studied development studies. So now, today, I'm here to represent my company. We are a social enterprise who provide a unique culture and activity calendar, and we have a social networking platform. We work closely with municipalities in Norway. So there are 356 municipalities in Norway, and we now work together with around 40 municipalities, and we are still expanding. So first, I just want to give you a short introduction of our founder, Sigrid Pettersson Nedkvitne. She established Friskus in 2017, and she is a mom of 4 children. She has 4 children, and she has experience as a volunteer. She was a manager for over 10 years in the public sector, and she just kept asking herself the question, where there was a digital networking platform, a place for everyone, for the volunteers, for the municipality workers, and for the citizens to be able to communicate and to showcase their activity offers. So the question she asked herself was, can it be easier for residents to live active and social lives and be able to contribute and participate where they live? And the question is, of course, yes. Imagine if all kids, young people, adults, and seniors could have a universe of positive opportunities and activity offers on their screen. A place to become confident about what it takes to join. Explore, communicate, get motivated, and sign up when it's convenient. If you couldn't afford it, you received free tickets or financial support. Easy, non-stigmatizing to participate or contribute. The organizations, municipal departments, and citizens were in the same advertising-free place. personal data about you was not sold. So this is a part of the company's vision. It's supposed to be a safe place for the citizens to find offers that the municipalities have, the voluntary organizations, and it's a social networking platform to communicate together. Today, I wanted to talk specifically about some of the experience the municipalities in Norway have with using the platform in regards of the Ukrainian refugees. So when it was made clear that the Ukrainian refugees were coming to Norway and the war broke out, we had to act fast. We started by inviting the municipalities to a webinar where we could talk together about how we can work efficiently, collaborate, and what we should focus on. So I've spoken to Tønsberg, which is one of the municipalities we work together with, and they started off by creating a group inside the digital platform where the municipality invited all the voluntary organizations to join so they could communicate and plan together. So the municipality and the voluntary organizations planned meetings, digital meetings, where they can showcase what they wanted to contribute for the Ukrainian refugees. And it's also possible to send direct messages inside the platform, so it's easy to communicate. And some of the examples of the offers that were made was activity offers for the children, and choir groups were set up for adults. Also, the municipality, Tønsberg, offered the voluntary organizations funding to support the work with the Ukrainian refugees. Furthermore, I wanted to talk to you about Ålesund's experience, which is another municipality in Norway. When the war started out, it was made clear that Ålesund would receive 400 refugees, and it was happening fast. So they had experience with using the networking platform earlier to find volunteers who wanted to contribute during the COVID crisis. So they had experience using the tool. And they posted the need for voluntary contributions. And within 2 weeks, they had received 160 volunteers who wanted to help the Ukrainian refugees. And this was in the need of everything from a place to stay, food, clothes, but also activity and social offers. When all the volunteers were gathered in one group, in the municipality group in Ålesund, they could communicate together, and they posted specific needs, like there was a need for translators, and people could volunteer and say, I have these skills, I have the translation skills. And when it was made clear from the municipality that they had these skills, they would receive a certificate. So it's easy to find the volunteers who have a translator skill. This makes the job a lot easier for the municipality and for the volunteers to work together. I wanted to show you a part of the platform and the social network. This is what it looks like. This is another example of a municipality called Bjørnafjorden. So it's a picture from Bjørnafjorden, and you can see that it's possible to search events and voluntary assignments. It's possible to filter on voluntary assignments specifically, and it's possible to filter on activities that are free. So I wanted to finish this presentation with a part of our vision, which is It should be easy for everyone to participate in meaningful activities, experience joy, belonging, and involvement. So thank you so much for having me here today. And if you have any questions, please just find me after. I'm glad to talk to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Marie. Toliau pranešimas skaitys.
Now, it's my pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Jorien van Lukkeren Campaign, a product manager for government relations at Social Enterprise NL. Jorien, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm based in the Netherlands, as the name Social Enterprise Netherlands might suggest. I work at Social Enterprise Netherlands, the national network organization for social entrepreneurs. And we are a membership organization, which means there are social enterprises committed to our network. And nowadays there are over 435 organizations in our network. And this is just one part of the total social enterprise movement in the Netherlands. The last research was guessed that approximately like 5,000 to 6,000 social enterprises are based in the Netherlands. So maybe very briefly what we do as an organization. We have actually three main pillars. One of them is business support, as I heard from other contributors as well. It's something very common. We offer workshops and programs to the social enterprises. We give the social enterprises a podium to the bigger audience with our communication. And the last pillar is ecosystem. And this last pillar is something I'm responsible for, and also something in the theme of today of the forum I will talk about. But before I talk about like how to build a strong ecosystem where social enterprises like really flourish and really combat the challenges we face today as a society, I thought it might be nice to get back to just highlight very shortly on the essence of social entrepreneurs and how we see what is a social enterprise, because there is a lot of discussion about it sometimes. And as a national network organization, we don't follow the very strict criteria on which is a company and which is not. But the main thing we're like sort of like adding in our conversation when we talk with the founders is the enterprise really impact first? Is the social mission really in the center of the organization? It might sound simple, but it's something really important, and it's something we're really amplifying always in this whole ecosystem. It should be the revenue model, all the things, all the activities in the business should be a mean to an end. And this end might be in employability, in circular economy, in biodiversity, you name it. But this social mission should be in the center of the organization. So that's something I wanted to start with. So in this session, in this sub-session, we're talking about like what are the conditions, and I'd like to highlight three topics that we as social enterprise NL see as very important when we talk about a strong ecosystem, and then I'm focusing mainly on the relation with the government. And I will divide it in three levels of government as well. So I will first talk about the national government in the Netherlands, what we do, our activities, what we see is important. I'm sorry. I will focus on the local government, and then I will end with the whole setting. We're here more the international level. So the national government, the Social Enterprise NL was founded 11 years ago in 2012, and there was a European comparative research on social enterprise ecosystems in the different member states, and the Dutch was actually seen as one of the black hole of Europe. Really behind. There was not such a thing, I would almost say, as social enterprise, let alone a social enterprise ecosystem in the Netherlands. So that was actually the reason our two founders started with Social Enterprise Netherlands, to give a voice, to give a little bit of a face as well to social enterprises, to social entrepreneurship in the Netherlands. And then you really quickly come to this point of recognition, to be recognized, especially by the local government, that social entrepreneurship is a thing. It's something you can distinguish from regular businesses, regular small and medium enterprises, I would say. And we had a little bit of like tough times in the beginning, and we still have it. And this restraint we see from the local government is mostly rooted in the, I would say, quite liberal political climate we have in the Netherlands. So one of the contra arguments we heard is, yeah, but like all enterprises contribute to economic development. I mean, like we all employ people. We should not disturb this level playing field. That was something we heard a lot. But I dare to say, I'm not sure if there is a level playing field, because when we assess economic development in the Netherlands, and I think it's similar in other countries as well, we still like express economic development in terms of GDP. I think it's very narrow. It's just like how much profit is a company contributing to the entire economy. But when we're talking about economy, when we're like in the whole theme of today, in about like in also with the challenges we face, this is very, very narrow. I think we have to look in a very more broad way. Economic development contributing not only financially, but also in terms of, are people happy that live in the country? Do we have some green? Do my neighbors say hi to me? Do we do something with our waste? Are we not just dumping our old clothes somewhere else in the world and have a new one on the next day? So I think there is a sort of like almost paradigm shift needed in how we see and how we assess our economic development. And that's where the playing field comes again, because people sometimes say like we shouldn't disturb this level playing field, but I think social enterprises are putting a little bit behind now these days because they don't get the recognition for the contribution they make to people and planet. So if we see businesses, if we like see like the costs they have sometimes to the society, then it's easy to say like it's a level playing field. We only look at sort of like the economic balance, but to recreate this economic that we all want, that we all like take care of each other. I think we have to incorporate more the social and the green activities social enterprises make. So that's actually the first part, and what we do as social enterprise now to give a voice to the social enterprises in this whole economic system is by it's about legal recognition, legal framework. So we're advocating for 8 years now for a modality on the private limited company for adding social. And I think modality is really capturing what it is, because if you look at what like the translation of modality in the vocabulary in the vocabulary, it's in the dictionary, it says a way of doing something. So by adding the modality, you give recognition for this is a business that is doing something in a specific way, which is this is a business that is doing good. So it's doing business for good. And I think this very simple thing is really important. So that's something when we talk about conditions, we're advocating on the national level. So the second level I wanted to mention is the local level. And it's actually pretty simple, I would say. Our main point is local governments have a lot of responsibilities about people having access to work, about having a livable neighborhood, about seeing green outdoors. And a lot of social enterprises take their responsibilities because they're intrinsically motivated. So our point is local governments and social enterprises are the perfect business partners because they find each other in their responsibilities. And it sounds simple, and in reality isn't that simple, unfortunately, because they're also very different kind of organizations. So what we do as Social Enterprise NL is actually bringing these two worlds together. We organize a yearly conference. We have training programs either for civil servants or for the social enterprises to learn a little bit more about the other, to learn the logics, to learn the language, and to really see like how can we, because we're going to the same goal, but we're doing that in a little bit different way. It's a little bit different to be an enterprise and to work in the government, and just to try to bring these worlds a little bit more together. So the second point is local governments, especially local governments and social enterprise, are the perfect business partner. We have to bring them together. And then the last one is, I think, completely in like what we do here in our whole setting here is about international exchange, and that's about these conferences. It's about the European Social Enterprise Monitor. I think it's referred to before. A lot of policy work is, and it's really good. It should be based on research. And now with the European Social Enterprise Monitor, we can compare the ecosystems. We can say something about like the entire European social enterprise ecosystem. So this data collection is very important. And of course, as member states, as national networks, to give practice to the very ambitious social economy action plan that was referred to before this conference. This is something very important, and we now have to like, in the following years about like implementing it. There are a lot of like steps to be done. So we also take our role in this as a national network organization. And the last thing I would like to highlight, since I'm also on the last part of this session, is one of the next meetings where we as a international social enterprise movement can meet, can exchange, is the Social Enterprise World Forum. It's a hybrid event, and we're actually pretty proud to host it this year with the municipality of Amsterdam. It will be in Amsterdam, physical, on the 11th and 12th of October, but it's a hybrid event. So, and there's like all the pioneering social enterprises, policymakers, funders, science will gather in this 1 week of the forum. So I'd like to just mention it if you're interested into a next meeting. Thank you so much. I hope it was some value for you, this Dutch perspective, and I wish you a very fruitful conversation in the rest of the forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Joreen, very much. Priartėjome prie pirmosios sesijos pabaigos ir jau.
And we have now approached the ending of the first session, and to complete our first session, we would now like to give the floor to Mr. Ryan Turnbull, Member of Parliament of Canada and Chair of the Social Innovation Caucus.
Hello, can you hear us?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. It's really a great honor to participate today in the forum, and I really do wish I could be there in person with you all, but hopefully one day I'll have that opportunity. I really enjoyed listening to the presentations so far, and I just want to thank everybody for their leadership in this space. A little bit, just really briefly about myself. So I was a social entrepreneur that helped start over 350 social enterprises before getting into politics. I entered politics at the national level here in Canada just before the global pandemic. And I really got involved in federal politics to push forward and implement Canada's first ever social innovation and social finance strategy. Since I was elected, I founded the Social Innovation Caucus, which I still chair, and spent quite a lot of work and gotten a lot of support across Parliament and across the Senate in Canada. So I think I have lots to say, but I'll try to keep my remarks within the time constraints we have. In Canada today, I think we see the social innovation, social enterprise as an essential part of the economy. And I say that because that wasn't always the case. Our government is constantly talking about how we build an economy that works for all Canadians, for all people. And I think we see social innovation and social enterprise as essential to that journey to building a stronger, more just, more sustainable economy in Canada. I think what we've seen throughout the global pandemic and through many other events, we've seen supply chain disruptions, we've seen, the extreme weather events that have happened due to climate change. We've seen how Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine has impacted the entire world. And we see how those ripple effects disproportionately impact people who are vulnerable. And so as much as possible, I think we need to build a society that's more resilient and able to withstand those shocks and protect and work towards helping our most vulnerable maintain their connection with the economy. We see the many different ways that social innovation really tries to get at the root causes of some of the toughest, most persistent social and environmental challenges that we face, from food insecurity to housing insecurity, homelessness, poverty, reconciliation with Indigenous people. Obviously, there's a lot of environmental degradation and a lot that can be done on that front, and many, many other areas. So it's really, the possibilities are limitless. And I think, what strikes me about social innovation is really taking new approaches and looking at the systemic challenges. How do we get at the root causes of those? So in many cases, people have been trying to get at these problems and address these problems for quite some time, and we haven't made dents in a lot of those major issues. So this is why we call them tricky, wicked problems, or things that have been around for a long time, like generational poverty. And we really want to get at them through new innovative methods. I can say a lot about social enterprise. I think social enterprise really appeals to me because it takes the best of the business mindset and the best of the nonprofit mindset. So and combines them. It's sort of the grit and ingenuity of the entrepreneur and the heart and compassion of a social worker. And you're putting those together. And I see more and more young people today in Canada, and I think around the world, that not only young people, but certainly we see a movement of young entrepreneurs that want to do business differently, that really have values and want to put the values at the forefront of the way they do business. And this is really special. I think it's a movement that Canada has seen growing and developing over quite a few decades. But it's really coming to a new stage of its evolution, which is quite exciting. So, I would just want to highlight three ways that I think social enterprises in particular create impact. One of the main ways they create impact is through employing people who experience barriers to employment. And if you think about the many ways that people can be marginalized or vulnerable, social enterprises offer pathways to employment and connections with the economy that those individuals might not otherwise have. And this is so meaningful for those individuals to participate and be included. We talk about inclusive innovation in Canada, inclusive economy. This is key. So I think part of the way that, even from a policy perspective in the federal government, we've started to really embrace social innovation and social enterprises through understanding how it helps individuals who might not otherwise be able to participate fully in the economy to be, fully a part of the economy. So another way is the products and services they create, are often innovative and create impact in themselves. And then they also create new markets and transform markets. And I think that's really interesting to think about how they put pressure in the marketplace. And so I would say those, I think, are the three main ways. Now, the evolution of the Canadian social enterprise, social innovation ecosystem has been over many decades. Started in rural Canada with cooperatives, many years ago, there was a whole movement around community economic development in Canada, which has been going on for 40 years. But the supports, and I think we've come to realize that the supports within the social innovation ecosystem differ depending on where you are in this vast, large country that Canada is. So it's not equal. And what we've seen is that in some places, the ecosystem for social innovation is well developed, and in other areas, it's underdeveloped. And I think this is interesting. Some provinces in our country have strategies and some don't. Some sort of see social enterprise, as a formal part of the economy, and some don't really recognize it. So it's really, I think, important that the federal government play a leadership role, because we can really set the tone for the entire country. And that's what as a really meaningful change that's happening in Canada right now. So one thing that led to that change was national level research to look at the social economy in Canada. And because it was very tough to document, there's challenges with, interpreting what counts as a social enterprise, what's part of this sort of emerging social innovation ecosystem. And so there's challenges with that, but we overcame some of those in about 2016. So a number of years ago now, there was a social enterprise sector survey, and it documented in a rigorous way, with many academics in Canada involved in that process. It documented the social economy in Canada. And we could see those differences in the overdeveloped, underdeveloped sort of ecosystem. We could see where the innovation was happening, with the concentrations in different areas of the economy. There was a large concentration. There's social innovation happening right across our economy in every industry, except there were real concentrations in agri-food industries, and recycling and reuse, and construction and skilled trades. And many others, but you could see some of that data was really useful. I think the most important thing, though, coming out of that sector survey was that finally at a national level we had statistics. We could see how much of, how big of a role the social economy was already playing in Canada's economy. And we could start to recognize it and legitimize it as a formal part of our economy, making a significant contribution. This was really significant for then developing the what is now the social innovation and social finance strategy for Canada. So let me talk for a minute about that. And it's through the federal leadership of our Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, that we have that strategy. It was developed through a co-creation steering group. I noticed that one of our other panelists earlier used the word co-creation, co-development. This is a really important concept. The federal government partnered with networks across Canada that were, already working in social innovation for quite some time. And they were involved in forming this co-creation steering group where they developed Canada's social innovation, social finance strategy, along with working in partnership with the federal government. There's 12 key recommendations that we're still implementing, and this is what I see as my mission in federal politics today in Canada, is making sure that we implement every single one of these 12 interlocking, mutually reinforcing recommendations. So the ones that we've accomplished to date, and I'm very proud to say that there's 3 or 4 of them that we're checking off, and they're big ones. We set up a National Social Innovation Council. This council is populated with experts from across the country that will work together to inform government. And, to be an ally, an advisor, and really work with government to implement the strategy. So that's one. We launched the Investment Readiness Program. what we've seen is there's lots of social enterprises in Canada that are quite small, and in order to scale up, they need to get investment ready. And that means being able to access loans and debt financing so that they can get to the next stage of their growth and development. And so the connector piece to that is we're launching in the next very short number of weeks, we'll be launching Canada's Social Finance Fund. This is a big deal. It's 755 million Canadian dollars of public capital that will be matched with private investor capital. So it will turn into about $1.5 billion, which will be loaned out with concessionary financing, to social enterprises across Canada, and that capital will be recycled to help scale up many of the social enterprises that need access to capital. So I know my time is probably running out, and I think I'm already slightly over. So I will wrap up just with a last couple of remarks, if that's okay. I would say the most important thing for policy change, in my view, coming from outside of government and now being in the governing party in Canada, is education. We cannot assume that politicians understand social innovation and social enterprise. They don't. We have to paint the picture. A lot of people talk about this space because it's exciting. There's lots to talk about. But I think to really understand what a social enterprise is and how it's different, there's a light bulb that goes on, and that light bulb, that paradigm shift that the previous panelists talked about, is key in order for politicians to really understand the impact potential. And I think that when they do, what we've seen is that we were able to get support of almost every member of parliament, and every senator was on board with what we were doing and pushing for. I think that's key. And then the last thing I'll say is access to capital is very, very important. And we have to look at a financial ecosystem or a financial infrastructure to help social enterprises scale up. And then we have to continue to strengthen those innovation ecosystems right across our countries. And as our Prime Minister said, this is about making big homegrown ideas a reality. And I think Canada today has come a long way. And we're recognizing social innovation, social enterprise as a core part of our economy, and it's very exciting to see how we build that economy that works for all. Thank you very much, and really, really happy to have joined you today for a short time.
Aš pasinaudosiu progą kaip organizatorė.
I will take advantage as an organizer to say a small remark. Mr. Ryan, thank you for joining us at such an early hour for you. I know that it's an early morning in Canada. I often quote Canada as an example. And I always set Canada as an example and say that social enterprises bring billions into a Canadian economy. And it is also very important for me to say that we are that transatlantic cooperation is very important for us, and that you are our transatlantic partners, and that we share the same values. Thank you for being here. Although we are talking about the EU plans, but you are a very important partner for us when it comes to our values. We, as the association, are trying to strengthen our cooperation with Canada. We have very strong relations with the Canadian Embassy, and we are truly happy that you have joined us, and I hope that our governments and politicians will make use of your experience in developing the social impact fund, because without funding, without finances, the ecosystem will not be viable. Thank you.
So thank you very much again, Ryan. We are really happy to have you hear you in Lithuania. So thank you and have a good day. Taigi pirmąją sesijos dalį baigėme ir labai noriu.
We have completed the first session. So please give a round of applause to the speakers of the first session.
O aš tada kviečiu.
In my turn, I'd like to invite the participants, the panelists of the second session, to take their seats in the panel.
Ir dar norėčiau pakartoti.
I would also like to repeat that channel 1 is for Lithuanian and channel 2 is for English.
Second channel on headphones, English language.
Good afternoon. I think we start to be ready to start this session. My name is Risto Raivio. I work for the European Commission in DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion in the unit that coordinates the implementation of European Social Fund Plus, and notably my own job is social innovation. And it's my pleasure to moderate the session today. I would first, of course, like to thank you for the organizers for enabling us to share this moment with you and have a debate about the European Social Fund's contribution to social innovation during this Social Enterprise and Innovation Forum. We have in this session a panel composed by members who are particularly well placed to give you some insights about the opportunities that European Social Fund offers for promoting social innovation. Let me introduce shortly the panel members. First of all, we have representatives from 4 countries, from 4 European Union member state countries. And those members of the panel, they are directly involved in designing and or implementing the ESF programs, so programs of the European Social Fund in the countries. So we have Felipe Almeida from Portugal. Felipe, raise your hand. We have Dominika Tadla from Poland. Dominika.
Good afternoon to everybody.
Yes. We have Justina Lukaseviciuti. Justina is there, yes, and we have Valtteri Karhu from Finland. You see, Valtteri Karhu is the most easy to pronounce from the names. And then, in addition, we have Madeleine Clark from Ireland, and she is not from the government, but she represents a non-profit organization which has a very strong record on working on social innovation, both in Ireland, but also at EU level. Madeleine is there, yes. And so, moving from here now, from the countries to EU level, we have my chef. Jeroen Jutte, he currently leads the unit in charge of the ESF Plus in the European Commission. Jeroen is there, and he's busy not only with contributing to the implementation of the current ESF Plus program, but he is also increasingly busy with the reflections about the future of the ESF Plus, European Social Fund, and let's say the cohesion policy more broadly. Because we are moving fast and the future is approaching. And finally, we have another European level player, in this case, Neringa Poskute. Neringa is from Lithuania, you know, but Lithuania is in Europe, and Neringa is here in this context. She is in her capacity for an EU-level task, because the Lithuanian agency ESFA, in that agency, Neringa is leading a division that is actually implementing an EU-level initiative that we call ESF Social Innovation Plus, and we will hear more about that later on. So from this introduction, let's go straight to the point, and I would like to give the floor to my chef, Jeroen. And if you can, Jeroen, shortly explain and remind us about why social innovation is important also from the Commission's perspective, and how the European Social Fund possibly supports it or enables countries to support social innovation with these resources. Please.
Yes, so thank you very much, and thank you to everybody, in particular also Victoria, I don't see her now, for inviting us here, and I'm really honored to speak in this historic hall. It's very special to do so. And I also want to thank Neringa and the ESFA agency, as well as the members here of the advisory board coming from different European member states. And this is a very smart synergy to have our meeting of the steering board together with today's event. And there was already a rich discussion. So I will build a little bit on that. Yesterday I made this pitch and I spoke about climate change, and I spoke about demographic change and technology and the impact on society. And then I was listening the previous panel to Marie of Friskus, and it was about to bring people together with their website, with their social media. And you know, I linked that to what I read earlier this week of the US Surgeon General Advisory. And they had some shocking results that are also relevant for Europe. It turns out that 1 in 2 Americans feels lonely. And this Friskus website is really quite interesting. And that's a part of these times that we're in. IT, a drive for efficiency, maybe also a drive for profit, may at times ignore that our economy is not there just to create wealth, but especially also for well-being, as Jorien said also on the previous panel. It's about well-being above all as well, for our citizens, rich and poor, strong and weak, young and old, colored or white, or with a disability or without a disability, and without any regard for sexual orientation. This is what we hold dear, and this is what is also in the Treaty of the European Union that we all indirectly as a citizen in the European Union signed up to. And social economy is very much about well-being. Linking indeed to what Jeroen said, it's about equal opportunities, it's about giving a possibility to all. For upward social mobility, it's about using the full potential of everybody in society. Use their resources, their inspiration, and by extension, it's also about our income levels, our growth, and our economy. All these things come together. And now we are in times of extremely rapid change with artificial intelligence and such, and all sectors competing for resources. And we have to keep in mind that that is still well-being that we need to think of. But also we need to think of the effectiveness of our policies, our social policies, our approaches. We need to learn from each other. And we need to use the tools available to innovate. So let's see for a moment how many people we're talking about. We have, of course, social enterprises, but the social economy, social innovation goes beyond that. The European Social Fund, in broad terms, covers employment policies, public employment services, education, training, social inclusion pathways, so social policy, also to a large extent care services, healthcare services. And if you add it all up, that is more than 20% of employment in the European Union, more than 20%. And by extension, it's a huge chunk of our GDP as well. And a big part of that sector is financed by public money. So it's also about your taxes being well used. So we need to always think from different perspectives about social innovation, from a social viewpoint, a budgetary viewpoint as well, an economic viewpoint, and especially, I would say, a well-being viewpoint. And better outcomes matter a lot. Think of lower dropout rates at school, which has huge repercussions for the income that people have over life, but also their health record and other things like that. It's about pathways to help persons into employment. You know, for many people this may be easy, but not if you just leave prison or you have a disability. It's about better care services that, especially still today, regretfully for women, are very important if they want to have employment. Because it's mostly women that take up care at home or for elderly when the man is working, despite all the progress that has been reached. All these things and more are that what you're speaking about, and where positive change, positive results of innovation can have huge, big repercussions in a very wide sense, including, of course, better lives of those directly impacted, their families and their friends, and also the economy at large, and so forth. So this is message number one. What we do, what we discuss here today, matters a lot, a lot. My message number two is Europe is here to help. Commissioner Schmidt referred earlier today to the European Commission Social Economy Action Plan with more than 60 action points, and also different speakers refer to it. And this is a part of the European Pillar of Social Rights. And if you have not looked at this little booklet, you read it really very quickly. I invite you to look at the 20 principles or rights that are in it. And you can find it on the internet. It takes 1 minute. And let me just read one of those principles or rights. Number 16 on healthcare, because it's the shortest one. Everyone has the right to timely access to affordable, preventive and curative healthcare of good quality. Very simple. We can all sign up to it. Have a look at this. This matters. This is about well-being. And ESF, the European Social Fund, is an extension of the pillar. It's an extension of our aim for economic growth and the growth of well-being. It's a part of European solidarity. And it pays particular attention to social innovation. It pays particular attention to social innovation. We have a budget, including national money, of about 136 billion. That's really an awful lot of money. In it, by the way, under the header Social Europe, almost 2 billion euro, not only from the ESF but also ERDF, almost 2 billion euro under the header Social Europe for Lithuania, so a lot. And we pay a lot of attention to social innovation. Member states have to dedicate at least one building block of their programs to it. We have a budget of about 3 billion euro in the coming period to support this. And I would say it's not so much only about supporting innovative projects, because you do an innovative project and it's great, and then what? It is about scaling up, replication, seeing if we can adapt it to the situation in another region, in another country, in another city, and make use of it. And have with the same resources, maybe better outcomes. It can be same results, less money. It can be the same money, better results, happier people, more people into jobs. And there's a lot of innovation to go around because people have good ideas everywhere. They're committed and smart people everywhere. So we need to help those people. So this drive for social innovation is boosted by a new initiative we have called the ESF Social Innovation Plus. And as I've said yesterday also, the ESF agency in Lithuania has taken the lead to provide new opportunities for exchanges on this, for mutual learning, listening to each other, learning from each other, also learning from mistakes, helping capacity building at the EU level. It is really an opportunity for all member states and hopefully beyond. So we will also in that context, of course, draw from the experience of recent years. And Ringa will speak more about this. Third message, you know it, we've heard it, it takes more than just money. Non-financial support is crucial. Capacity building, networking, mutual learning, exchange of methodologies, sharing this. And in this context, we attach a lot of importance to national competence centers. As centers where you can go with your questions, websites that have Q&A, where you can find the right people, the right context to help your project move forward. And this really needs a strategic and systemic approach. The ecosystem is really quite key. And so a key step is then also to identify and empower the organizations to create these strategies and action plan linked to that, to create ownership and partnership across stakeholders. And I'm concluding that in this vein, of course, there's also place for a European competence center of social innovation, as announced in the European Social Economy Action Plan. And again, I will leave this to Neringa to explain more. So to conclude, we need political awareness, support for innovation in the social sector. We need budget. There is budget. We need to exchange good practices. We need to talk. We need to engage, especially also with local stakeholders. And for this, we need networking opportunities, competence centers as a beacon for support, for hope, for advice, for wisdom. And with that basis, I'm sure that in the years to come, enormous progress can be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeroen, for this introduction. And of course, the European Social Fund Plus, as you referred to, is mainly implemented in the member states, by the member states, the authorities. And we have an opportunity to learn from some of them today. If there is a discussion about social innovation in Europe, then most often it happens that Portugal is mentioned. And for this good reason, I would like to give the floor to Philip. If you can now shortly explain us what is on the agenda in Portugal today.
Thank you very much, Risto. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking the European Social Fund Agency for the invitation to be here and congratulate the Lithuanian Social Business Association and the Seimas Committee for this very inspiring event that we are all in. I'd like to, well, I'm going to clarify two mysteries in a few minutes.
Actually, a technical reminder. We are using some slides to support the messages that the speakers are passing to. Just for everybody's information.
Can you go one before this one? Yes, the first mystery I want to resolve is why are we looking for a few minutes to these strange words that are in Portuguese, but actually they mean Portugal. That's the Portuguese way of saying social innovation, Portugal social innovation. And the second mystery is why was it possible to create and develop a very vibrant ecosystem of social innovation and entrepreneurship in Portugal in the last 10 years. Just a brief context. 10 years ago, Portugal was living under severe austerity measures after signing a 3-year economic adjustment with the European Commission, the European Central Bank, and the International Monetary Fund. And as the Portuguese government was having restrictions accessing the debt market, the increasing social needs were being addressed by mainstream social organizations, but also by groups of social entrepreneurs that were emerging and addressing the pressing social challenges that we were facing. And by that time, the Portuguese government was also negotiating with the European Commission the funds for the next programming period that is now coming to an end. And we had the luck to have a visionary minister by that time that negotiated with the European Commission the possibility of mobilizing European funds and create in Portugal a very pioneering public policy program that is called Portugal Social Innovation. And so, actually, how was it possible to develop this ecosystem in Portugal? First, visionary minister. Second, the great opportunity of European funds. And third, the creation of a specialized public agency to do it. Just one slide before that one, please. So, Portugal Social Innovation, now I'll be very brief, Risto, trying to get into the present and the future in a minute. Back in 2014, this Portugal Social Innovation public policy program was created with two interconnected goals. First, to promote social innovation using European funds. Second, to develop the social investment market, which means attract to this ecosystem investors from all sectors that could be involved in the entrepreneurial process of developing these new solutions to social problems. With these two objectives in mind, we've created in Portugal 4 financing instruments. One, to develop capacity building in these social economy organizations. Then a grant-based match fund that leverages philanthropy. Then a social impact bonds program, which is an outcome payment instrument that fully reimburses private investors if measurable social outcomes are met. And finally, the Social Innovation Fund, which is a financial instrument with a debt stream that provides guarantees for loans and an equity stream that co-invests in equity alongside with private investors. It means that we've created a set of different blended finance solutions that mix both public money from the European Social Fund and national budget, and also private money from these investors, and it created these dynamics. And why 4 instruments? Because each of these instruments address different financing needs from the organizations in order to have different solutions for social startups and social organizations in different levels of their maturity. So, and in these instruments, there's always a seat at the table for this so-called investor. We call them investors, but in some cases, they are not looking for an economic return, but the social impact return is enough. In other cases, they combine economic return with social impact. Please. So the general model that we have is that at the center there are the entrepreneurial organizations, associations, cooperatives, charities, but also social startups, social enterprises, and even universities. We were completely agnostic concerning the nature of the organizations that could provide social innovation projects. And we were completely agnostic considering the nature of the problems that they should address. And we were completely agnostic considering the nature of the investors as well. And based on this scheme, social organizations are at the center. They develop the social innovation projects, and we have funding from the European Social Fund. Portugal Social Innovation acts as an intermediate body in Portugal on behalf of several managing authorities. And if we had only one objective, which was to promote social innovation, this would be enough. But we have a second objective, which is to develop the social investment market. So we have a second stream of finance from these social investors. And please. And the results we achieved so far, we mobilized around 101 million euros of the European Social Fund, plus 51 million euros of 843 investors from all sectors. We are financing 477 organizations, and we approved 694 projects. It means 694 different solutions for a specific social problem that are being experimented in Portugal. So, challenges ahead. I would say we have 4 main challenges ahead based on our experience and our key learnings that I will share in a minute, maybe later. The 4 challenges I selected to share with you today is, first, strengthen the ecosystem that is now very vibrant, as I said, with a lot of organizations and even incubators. Simplify financing models. We've done that already, and we are beginning the next programming period with simplified cost options and even with more disruptive solutions. Measure impact, something that was not on the concept of Portugal social innovation 10 years ago, but now, of course, we all know that this is important. And try as much as possible to create effective mechanisms to transfer this innovation to public policy. And finally, just to show you just to highlight how is going to be the future in Portugal based on this experience. The government decided to keep this specialized mission unit, which is called Portugal Social Innovation. The funding will be totally regional. We were doing that for 2 of the 5 regions of Portugal. Now we're going to do it, all the Portuguese territory was covered by European Social Fund, but 3 of the 5 regions were with national funds, and now we're going to regionalize everything. So 5 regions with 5 specific budgets for social innovation that we are going to manage, around 100 million euros to start, of which 74 million euros comes from the European Social Fund Plus. And based on the experience of these 4 instruments, we've created 5 new instruments that build on that experience. So this is where we're at. Thank you.
Excellent. This was very impressive. And in addition to Portugal, Poland is another country which is in Europe known very well from its quite strategic use of ESF resources to promote social innovation, social economy. And so I give the floor to Dominika to share us the news from Poland, please.
Thank you very much, Risto. Thank you for inviting me for today's meeting. Thanks also for organizing this wonderful event. My Lithuanian colleagues, thank you very much for the great cooperation that we've had so far. I've made some notes regarding my presentation because I'm a rather talkative person. I have tendency to spill over my my speeches, so it will allow me to keep on track and not to take more than 5 minutes that we promised to Risto. All right, so social innovations in Poland are mostly supported with ESF funds. That's the major, if not the only one, of way of funding social innovation in Poland. We have one dedicated priority axis within our national operational program, and we seek innovations in all areas of ESF intervention. Labor markets, social inclusion, healthcare, education, lifelong learning, new services for people with disabilities. What we learned from the previous programming period is that we need more projects implemented with transnational cooperations, more projects implemented with partners from abroad, we need more focus on transnational cooperation within the social innovation. The axis can be divided into 4 types of projects. One, for my perspective, the most important are micro-innovations. These are innovations at a micro scale, mostly developed by individuals, by people, and small non-governmental organizations. And budget for such social experimentation is relatively low. It is from 5,000 up to 10,000 euro. So we decided that we don't need a lot of money to develop social innovation. Sometimes a small amount of money is sufficient, is enough to deliver an adequate result. Social innovations are created mostly in social innovation incubators, which are entities that are specialized in the field of social innovation. They not only incubate, but they also accelerate them. There are some social innovations that need further work on the prototype. In-depth perspective is needed. On the other scale, on the other part of the scale are macro innovations, which we call the policy innovations. They are mostly delivered by bigger entities, by public authorities mostly, which are the problems owners in Poland, and their task is to develop, to test, and to disseminate those innovations that are proven, and we expect that the results of social innovations will be incorporated in public policies. Of course, when the social innovation is delivered, the question on how to scale it up arises. So we ensure also financing for scaling up the selected social innovations. We see the need of implementation them on a larger scale or to transfer them to another context. In this programming period, we would like to focus more on scaling than on inventing or developing social innovations. We see the added value in quality, not maybe in the quantity of social innovations, and building the ecosystem. Of course, we ensure stable fundamentals. We need a network of actors, stakeholders that are involved in social innovations life cycle. Next slide, please. Very briefly, who are the social innovators in Poland? We basically divide them into 2 groups: big entities, public authorities, on one hand, and on the other, there are individuals and small organizations. That's the majority of social innovators in Poland. And individuals very often experience themselves various difficulties like disability, and they work on new solutions, they test it and they develop it at small scale. We operate in different areas, as I said, mostly on within the field of social inclusion, the field of accessibility for people with disabilities, but also in education and lifelong learning. The main tasks of the social innovations incubators are to find innovators, people with promising background, creative people with new ideas. And once they find them, their task is to support innovators in their experimentation. They provide tailor-made advice on how to test new ideas, how to find, where to find new partners, how to solve technological challenges while they test the social innovations. Social innovations incubators also provide financing. As I said, they are rather small grants. After testing, the best ones' ideas are either accelerated or disseminated if they are proved to be effective. And what are our challenges and lessons that we have learned in this programming period? Innovations need ecosystem if we want to grow. Second is the idea that social innovations incubators, the formula of operation has been proved, and this is an effective and efficient formula for stimulating people's creativity and on solving social problems. Another lesson that we learned is that we need regularity sandbox in terms of national law, but also ESF rules. This is linked with the fourth one. We see that ESF innovations projects are a challenge for our beneficiaries. They require a combination of knowledge and experience in at least 3 fields. They have to be experts at social policy, they have to have methodology of work on innovation, and they have to be superb project managers within ESF projects. So at least some rules could be lifted or limited in order to make projects run more smoothly. And of course, our greatest challenge for the future is to change the priorities. We would like to put less emphasis on developing new solutions and more focus on their scaling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dominika. Now I propose that everybody takes 10 seconds and think about a little bit what you heard so far. In both cases, what Filipe presented and what Dominika presented, it was a relatively comprehensive approach. Both of them, they refer to the ecosystem of social innovation and addressing the different elements of the ecosystem with a national setting. Now, there are 27 member states in the European Union, and not all member states have chosen this type of approach, and there might be good reasons to do it differently. And this leads me to give the floor to Valtteri, because Finland has decided to do a kind of very focused approach when it's about a specific priority about social innovation in the ESF Plus program. So Valtteri, please open us a little bit of Finnish reality.
Yeah, I'm talking to you about the Finnish headache. So I will present a Finnish example of working with the social innovations, and we are calling it Finland of social innovations. So in Finland we have decided to dedicate one priority of our multi-fund program of regional and structural policy to solving societal challenges via social innovating. In the program we have chosen only one, but a large one, a challenge that we will be working on. So we see social innovations and social experiments as a tool to find solutions for societal challenges. Can I have the next slide, please? The societal challenge we have identified in our program is not good efficiency of our child welfare services. The number of children placed in substitute care has been rising for years, and the cost is following. The public sector is using approximately 1 billion euro per year on substitute care services. Despite the rise of expenditure, the results are not so good. The patronage of substitute care and child welfare services can be linked to disadvantages also as an adult. And our studies show that those who have grown up in substitute care face higher risk as adults to end up marginalized than the population in general. So we need and hope to find solutions that improve the preventive child welfare services so that the number of children that end up placed in care outside their homes reduce. In the context of safety nets for the future for young people, which is the name of our special priority, social innovations utilize social means and are extensively related to everyday lives of children, young people and families. They are new and workable ideas for finding solutions to society's needs and problems. And we hope that they produce positive impact on society, and creating them brings about new interactive relationships. So, as I said, we have dedicated a special objective for ESF Plus on social innovations, and we hope to get new approaches, practices, or operating models developed and implemented by child welfare professionals and other actors that renew previous activities in full or partly, together with the service users, so they are the children and the families where the children live. So we call it safety nets for the future of young people, and by helping organizations or networks to apply the key features of introducing new operating models in their own activities, innovations can be introduced as renewal of operating models. And our aim is that the project funded by the ESF form a goal-oriented whole for joint development, which will have renewed the Finnish child protection to be better and more socially and economically sustainable by the end of this programming period.
Thank you, Valtteri. When I was looking at your slides, if you go back, yes, thank you. I was looking at your slides up to this point, and I had a question in my mind that actually, in the last one, you refer clearly to a kind of moment where the experimentations that you are funding, they start to have an effect at the system level. So then my question is how the miracle happens. How do you get from the experimentations to the systemic change? And so I suppose the next slide is actually telling about that.
Yeah.
Valtteri, please.
Well, we have really experience from one-stop shops that we can do this in practice. But the idea is scaling up the innovations for three different levels. The scaling up in the context of the Finnish example of safety nets for the future of young people is done so that the development and the experiments are on the local and regional level. They will be small projects compared to other projects that is funded from the ESF Plus program in Finland. Support to mainstreaming and coordinating experiments and that is on the national level, so we'll have this national coordinated project that has tasked of introducing the new innovations created in the projects to the national activities to ensure the continuity and to further develop the services and operating models. And the third level is the National Competence Center for Social Innovations that we hope that will validate the social innovations that is created in Finland and also form a link to the European Competence Center and the transnational level.
Thank you very much. This gives certain credibility to your ambition there, and actually this brings me back to the question of scaling, and I have in my mind that a little bit more than a year ago, in the context of what we call community of practice between the member states, those who are working on social innovation in the ESF context, we prepared a guide, a kind of guidance document to work on this scaling up of social innovations. And in that guide, there was a Polish example about the community-based mental health centers for children, where it actually illustrates a very good pathway from experimentation to scaling. And I would like to get Dominika back to explain us this story from Poland about scaling social innovation to system level.
Thank you very much, Risto. Very briefly about community-based mental health centers for children and teenagers in Poland. This is a good example of a successful scaling up in Poland. We very often ask question how to scale up, how to grow in terms of social innovations. And this is an example of a project that was originally founded by ESF and that targeted the challenge that is mental health of children and teenagers. We started it 6 years ago in one of the Warsaw's districts. Of course, we had several projects tackling the problem of mental health, but only one targeted directly children. The project proved to be success in many aspects. First of all, the treatment based on community was more effective. Parents or their children were more satisfied with the service because so far they had to seek help in hospitals. Also, the access to the services was quicker. So after 3 years, we decided to launch another call with the budget of 30 million euro for scaling up the pilot first project and scaling up it across the country. But what really makes us happy is that the Polish Ministry of Health also noticed that this is a perfect example of the new way of providing services in communities. And the Ministry of Health decided to reorganize the whole system. There were some changes in legislation and in the way the financial resources from the state budget is distributed. So far we have in Poland over 300 centers like this all across the country. In each city there are present. So that's why we regarded it as an example of successful scaling and the way how social innovation can grow.
Thank you very much. If we would have time, I would tell you a story from Finland. My favorite social innovation from there. It took about 100 years to be scaled up, but I don't have time to tell, but if somebody wants to know, come to ask me after the session what it is about. But so here now, about the scaling of social innovation, it is really a crucial point that there's more and more attention to that. And it's good to have with us Madeleine, because I mentioned that your organization, which is called Genio, it has a track record on social innovation, and actually the specialty is that you have so strong experience working on and helping to scale up successful social innovations, and that both in a national context in Ireland as well as in EU context. So Madeleine, please share with us some key lessons, reflections, both from Irish context and from your work at EU level, please.
Sure, thank you very much, Risto. Thank you very much also for the invitation to be here. It's my first time in Lithuania, and coming from a small country, I felt immediately at home with the warmth and the friendliness, but also what you really pick up here is a kind of a seriousness of purpose that, of course, you've brought to bear on developments generally in this country, and I'm sure you're well positioned now to bring it to bear on the development of social innovation. So it's really exciting and inspiring, and I think we have an awful lot to learn from you. So thank you. I'm just going to show you 3 slides, mercifully, and the first 2 are just to bring you up to date on what's happening in Ireland, and then I will talk a little bit about scaling, as Risto has asked me, from my own organisation's point of view. So we were one of the 25 countries that joined a consortium to respond to the call that the Commission put out from DG Employ. And there was an expectation that we would work together and produce certain results, and we've done our best to do that. So this was a great, as we would say in English, shot in the arm, great way of getting countries to look at what are our strengths, what are our weaknesses, how can we plan forward, what is going to work for us, and crucially, from a European perspective, how can we learn from everybody else? So, I mean, this afternoon, I have to compliment the organisers of the previous session. This afternoon has just been a wealth of learning from different countries. I mean, it absolutely is. And from beyond Europe, from Canada. So this is allowing us to learn from each other, but to draw strength from each other in this endeavour. And we can't do this without you. So I think we need to just acknowledge that. So we have dutifully done our work, and we've looked at our strengths and weaknesses. I won't go into the details. You could talk to me about that if you are interested. We've developed an action plan that has 12 points around those 4 axes. We've developed some tools, particularly our own organisation's involvement has been to produce a tool for validating the potential for innovations to scale. Because those of you who are either making decisions about support through grant making or other financial instruments, or to provide capacity building, wherever part of the ecosystem you're in, it can be quite a challenge to try and decide, does this social innovation really have potential to scale, and to what extent? Because those of you who are involved in social innovations come with passion. You're completely convinced, and you always tell very compelling stories. So actually getting down to the nuts and bolts, which we've had to because of our work in Ireland and Europe, to make some hard decisions about what needs to be there, what are the conditions for scaling, and we've tried to reflect that experience in this tool, which is now openly available. And then, of course, we have gathered social innovations in the country, some of which have scaled, and we helped the consortium in general to identify scaled innovations that we can all learn from, and that was showcased just recently there on the 25th of April for anybody who wants to have a look. Next slide. So just in brief, the situation in Ireland is like in a lot of countries. We have a lot of social innovations at grassroots level, with some support available, but we need to further develop conducive and strategic frameworks that facilitate social innovations to flourish, consolidate and scale. So we've a lot going on, but it's quite fragmented and uncoordinated. At this point, our government has made a commitment to develop a national policy on social innovation. They have already developed a very good policy on social enterprise. And they are currently making the decision about a national competence centre in Ireland, and we're very much hoping that that decision will be positive, and I'll be certainly bringing back very persuasive arguments from this forum. So I'll leave it at that with regard to my own country, because you can come back for detail, and I think you do get a saturation point at some stage about listening to different countries. I'll tell you a little bit about Genio, which is just the last slide. So Genio was established. I actually developed this organisation myself, having worked for, I suppose, over 30 years in children's services, disability services, different services. I am a psychologist by profession and became very interested in designing services that could benefit people, because in every country, and it's absolutely not only the case in Finland, there is room for improvement. You know, there is always room for improvement. There are some pockets of excellence, terrific services, and then on the other end of the continuum, there are some examples of very poor responses to people in need. And I'd had the privilege of working in different sectors with philanthropic foundations, in the NGO sector, and also with many government agencies. And I felt there aren't many people who have that kind of experience. And I know there are good people everywhere, even though they don't always like one another, you know. The business people can look at the public officials as being not very capable of innovation, you know, pushing their pens to their pensions, etc. And then the government people can look at the business people as not quite wanting to go there, the slippery slope of business, and not wanting to take those kinds of decisions. And both government and business can look at those in the non-profit and NGO sector as they're very good people, really, but they wouldn't make it in our world. Wouldn't really be able to make it. Now, they're caricatures, obviously, of perceptions, but in fact, they can get in the way of collaboration. So I established Genio really to try and find the champions for change that could be convened to come together to scale innovations that could benefit bigger populations of need and broader geographical areas. So we are partners to many government agencies, European institutions, and international foundations. I've just listed there the 3 areas where we've done systemic change. We work in other areas as well in Ireland, but we have been successful in working with the public sector to bring systemic change in those areas. In disability, it is now not acceptable to put somebody in an institution segregated from the rest of society because they have a disability. In mental health, we have a national approach to implementing a great innovation that really supports people with enduring and chronic mental health issues to secure and maintain employment. And in homelessness, we managed to help the government scale Housing First beyond a pilot in Dublin, which can get people who are rough sleeping off the streets into their own homes and maintain tenancies. And this sounds like it would be great and easy, but I'll just give you one instance of somebody in the southwest who did finally get his own home and spent 3 weeks in a chair beside his bed before he actually got into the bed to sleep in it. It had been so long since he had actually slept in a bed that he really couldn't quite bring himself around to getting into the bed. So those are the stories, of course, that keep us all going. Just briefly then, in Europe, the way in which we have brought about change or helped to bring about change in Ireland has been through a combination of managing funds, usually a combination of philanthropic funding and state funding, which we use to help innovations to be introduced and to begin to scale within systems, not alongside, not outside systems. So it's really tough, and I know a lot of you will know this, if you invent something outside a system and then try and get it to be owned and adopted in a system, there's often resistance. So we work very much from within the system along with the people really trying to implement the change. And then we build capacity for that change, mainly through an adaptive learning approach, which again, you can ask me about afterwards if you want. We brought that methodology to Europe and piloted it in this project called the European Social Catalyst Fund under Horizon Europe with partner foundations Bosch and the Kimbadwan people in Belgium. This has then led to a call for a much larger fund of 120 million. Will represent that kind of investment in scaling innovations, social innovations in the service of the 5 EU missions, so climate, improved soil, seas and waterways, cities, and One Health, One on Cancer. That is still in the grant agreement phase, so not quite out the door yet, not out the gap yet, as we would say. And of course, in Europe, we have been part of the FUSE consortium. So just to conclude, I would say that these 2 days have been such a lift and very inspiring today, but also yesterday, because, there are really 2 routes for scaling social innovations. One route is by making goods or services commercially investable, by bringing them to the open market. And why is it that they need this ecosystem of support and all of this help to do that? Why are they different? Because the people who are running them are putting the value, the benefit to society first. So they're not always immediately profitable, and they do need support in order to get to market viability. And then, of course, there is the problem of, well, if you have a company that is doing good and is making profit, how is that different from regular companies? And we had the interesting experience yesterday of visiting Ventus and Teltonica and saying, well, these are companies bringing social value. Where do we draw the line? I can only say, after many excruciating conversations of how to define the difference and where to draw the line in social innovation, it's not worth it. It's not worth spending energy in that way. because future generations will look back, and I know people smile at me sometimes when I say this, but future generations will look back and say, why was innovation that was trying to benefit society on the back foot? Why was it struggling for acknowledgement and support and recognition? And why were we tolerating innovation that was damaging society so easily and with such complacency? So we can see bubbling through all of these countries now the beginnings of a movement that regards social innovation and is excited about innovation that is bringing good to society. And more we see those who are not so sure are they bringing such benefit to society becoming embarrassed, becoming conscious about their public relations, about making sure they're at least a story that they are bringing benefit. And of course they are to be encouraged, challenged and encouraged. So my belief and hope, rather optimistic though it is that as the generations move on, they will look back at all of the groups, these blossoming ecosystems in these countries and say, okay, this was the beginning of the flourishing of working for good, business for good instead of business for bad. And that, I think, will inevitably take off because working for good feels so much better to all of us. So thank you very much for those of you who have brought us together here to learn from each other, and I wish you all well in your endeavours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madeleine. This is very encouraging and gives energy and inspiration for everybody. I think now it's time to come back to Lithuania and see how things are getting better here. Actually, earlier today there was a reference to this better entrepreneurship tool that European Commission and OECD jointly prepared a couple of years ago, and this tool also was serving when within this cooperation between the two institutions, OECD has been producing what we call country reviews of different countries regarding the social enterprise and social entrepreneurship systems. And actually, last time when I was in Lithuania, it was in that context, in 2019, when this OECD country review of Lithuania was published. It was called Boosting Social Entrepreneurship and Social Enterprise Development in Lithuania. And it was a forward-looking document, of course, and it included several recommendations to get the concepts clear and improve the legal framework and create funding for social investment, and also coordinating between different services and so on. I have understood today that there is still some work to do in this field in Lithuania, and so it's my pleasure to give the floor to Justina, who works in the Ministry of Social Security and Labour, and I guess some of this work is on your table, so please tell us a little bit what is on the agenda now in your services, please.
Thank you, Risto. We can go to the second slide, as I know that we have not enough time. The second one, this is the third, this one here. Okay, so as already Risto mentioned, we had this review of how to boost economy, what to do, how to deal, and as already mentioned, Lithuanians like challenges and being rebel, and we do things on our way quite often. So we decided that let's take this as an opportunity, and we set the specific milestones. Part of them were already mentioned by my colleague Martinez in the morning when he was talking about generally the social economy, what we would like to do. And then we set this little part of social innovation and what we would like to do. So in all the ways, the milestone that's in the very #1 priority is developing our social economy plan so that we could see a wider picture, what is happening, how we're doing. And it's very important to know that innovations already happening in Lithuania. There's a lot of activities that we know, but we never recognize them as innovation, and we cannot succeed them, and then we're a bit shy to say that we are very good at it or that we're successful and we can share it on that. So plan has a few priorities. One of them is see the bigger picture and then see what we already have and where are gaps that we need to fill in. The other thing that coming probably, because Lithuanians are very young and we have this great idea of coming from youth policy that there shouldn't be any policy without facts and evidence. So setting the policy in the future for innovation, for economy, we said it should be measured and we should have data on how do we look, what we do, what is the numbers, how to state all of that. So we said, let's develop the measurements, the database to see how it works, what is the situation and how we're growing in this situation. Competences. Well, that's not much that we can do. I think everybody knows it, that without that, there's no path in the future. And then 3 very specific tools. One, social impact bond. We want to try it, we want to see it, we want to set a legal system so you could actually do it in Lithuania, because there's a lot of legal questions that needs to be solved if we want to try it. Funding innovation, which mostly goes from, at the moment, ISF plus, and we really wanted to fund innovations in a way, in such tool that would be easy for innovators to do, so that you wouldn't have to be like some kind of Frankenstein or all-knowing old guy who knows how to manage a project, how to manage finances, how to do the innovations, how to do social work, social ideas, and everything in one. Just so you could show your best part and do the part where you're actually the best in it. And the last but not least, public services, opening it and making sure that we'll reach that goal of 30% of all public services provided by the social economy subjects, and that it would be provided from the hands of the closest to the client, whether it's NGO, community, or any other subject that is not state institution. Next slide. That was the milestones, and now what we do have today. So we started with the idea that we need to analyze the budget, the things we have done in Lithuania already, so we could move into consultation with the environment and with our partners how the social economy plan should look in Lithuania, what type of innovation funding tools we need, and how to spread it or institutionalize in it. We also already created a better version of measuring the situation, and we are happy to announce that already at the end of the summer we'll have the numbers of what is the added value of volunteering sector in Lithuania, what is the added value of social economic subjects acting in Lithuania, counting by the finances and by the other added values that might come into perspective. We have already, and I see the ASTA sitting here, as last week we finished with the project of Social Competence Center Lithuania, how it should look like, and we hopefully will work on that in the future to actually have a center where that would be working with the competences. And the last but not least, the practice, and we have study and working on to start our first social impact bond in Lithuania that will be working with the youth services for youngsters who leave institutions into private life, and also cooperating with the very good practice that comes from the crisis, especially working with the immigrants and the Ukrainian war situation, when we needed to unite on one table, one issue, private sector, so usually business in the classic way, NGOs and public institutions, so we could actually provide the best possible solution with the most efficient finance number in the bottom line. And what is waiting us in the very near future, in the next slide, would be, so the innovation funding, my colleague already noted very shortly, we do have very successful project called AID, which is Alternative Investment Detector. And its main idea is that you do not have a very long and formal project implementation or coordination and presentation principles. It's very, very close to those who are doing it, so you can come and explain everything in a basic word, so those who are actually working on topic could understand, are you in the correct line or not? Then we can go into negotiations and simplify all the procedures and allowing you to do the best part in the quality of activities, not the numbers and papers that needs to be written in all of the projects. The other part is SIP, which I already shortly mentioned, and we hope we'll start it next year. Loans and payrolls, it's starting next year in the second half of the second year, 2024, where together with Invega, where there's two tools combined in one that enterprises might come and including social enterprises might come and ask for loans to start their business. And if you get a loan, then we're starting additional program to cover your payroll. So at least that part will be covered if you're successful working, and in this way we're trying to show you that we trust in you, we believe that this might work, and we want to help you in there. And last but not least, opening the public services, which is a very long trip. We're trying to educate all sides that are acting in public service provision, buying, selling this part, and giving them competences, giving them support and mentorship, together with the Agency of Innovations. I don't see them here at the moment. We want to extend this and make sure that all sides understand and move from the quantity of public services to quality of public services, so that we could look into it and reach the result, and we would have less clients in the same system, but maybe we could provide then a new services that are other type of problems or needed for you to succeed rather just to deal with your basic problems that you're having at the moment. And last but not least, when we were going with all of that, we faced and we numbered our 4 main challenges. The first one is very clear. I think most of us know that it's a flexibility in financing. It doesn't matter what type of finances we're using. Is it a state budget or is it ISF or any international other fund? It's very often that the lack of flexibility, the rules that are already regulation set in the financing might stop us from doing something, or we're creating monsters pretending to be something that there is not, just so that we could fit into the rules. The other challenge was common language, because we're trying to set very different sectors. As Marlene already said, it's difficult to find common agreement and understanding when we have the institution representatives and NGOs coming and saying, so now we're going to work together. And then one of them says, no, you're just daydreaming. We know how to do things. You won't survive here. Just wait, sit. We'll do the adult work. So this is one of the challenges we're facing and hopefully succeeding, hopefully. Legislation, I will not expand on that, as my colleague Namoni already mentioned it, and probably one of the newest things that we discussed quite a lot with our colleagues and with other countries too, drawing the line between supporting, granting innovation, granting activity, and then differentiating it from the state aid, which is already illegal when we come into competition, and the laws that are providing that. So there is quite a narrow line in between those, and we started discussing in between, so how to stay that, how to make sure that the thing they're doing is actually helping and innovating and not objecting the laws or, exiting the competition in the market. That's all.
Thank you very much. Now, this is about Lithuanian situation, Lithuanian reality. I have been working for European institutions now 27 years, and time to time when I go back home, somebody asks, what are you really doing when you are in your office or nowadays in home office? What do you do? And then I try to explain. Now, recent years, it has been about social innovation or social entrepreneurship, and previously it was about vocational training and so on and so on. Now, since 18 months, I have a new story. I tell them when I'm doing my work, I meet online Migle and Asta and Neringa. That's what I'm going to do Monday again when I go back to my office. And the reason for this new storyline is that these colleagues from ESVA, and it was very cool to come here and see that you exist in reality, actually. But you are going to implement, and you are already implementing now at EU level, this initiative that we call ESF Social Innovation Plus. And it has two big parts, and one big part is that you are managing a grant scheme where EU funding is available for scaling up social innovation. And Neringa, if you can start and explain us a little bit about this grant scheme, what it is about, please.
Thank you, Risto. Good afternoon. So it's really great pleasure and value to be here. Special thanks to Victoria to inviting us to participate in this inspiring forum. And also I would like to take the opportunity to thank Jeroen and Risto for trust and recognition in this interesting and challenging journey in Management Social Innovation Plus. And thank you so much to you and your colleagues who are in very close contact with us. Also, special thanks for our partners, Dominika, Valtteri, Madeleine, Philip, Justina, so for sharing experience with us. And thank you for the whole team of the European Social Fund Agency, which is going through the challenging process in the implementation of the Social Innovation Plus initiative. And it's a great honor that the Commission has selected the European Social Fund Agency for managing the Social Innovation Initiative. We see this as a recognition of our 20 years of work experience in managing the ESF program in Lithuania and in supporting transnational learning and cooperation. A social innovation grant scheme will be implemented through EU-wide calls for proposals aiming at supporting transnational projects that facilitate transfer and scaling up of social innovations. And 150 million euro will be allocated for the grant scheme activities during 2021-2027 programming period with an implementation period until 2030. The calls will include several types of action. Some calls will help to roll out proven and social innovations, and as an example we can give ALMA call, which is Aim, Learn, Master, Achieve. Is an active inclusion initiative to empower the most vulnerable young people aged from 18 to 29 years old who are not in education, not in employment or training, by implementing a tailor-made approach to support them to find a job and integrate into the society. And its aim is supporting the integration into the labor market, and as you may know, ALMA initiative was announced by the presidents of the Commission, also President von der Leyen in her speech on the State of the Union back in September 2021. And ALMA has been one of the European Commission initiatives for the European Year of Youth for 2022. ALMA model itself is a social innovation which has been tested under ESF by several countries. And the ALMA call was announced in the framework of our Social Innovation Initiative last year in December. And 34 ALMA applications were received. The grants amount requested is nearly 15 million euro. And the total number of the target group to be addressed in all these 34 applications is 988 youngsters. With 136 partners, national or transnational, and they are foreseen to participate in these projects. Another type of call is the conceptualization and validation of tested approaches, taking into account results of relevant projects and actions across Europe and other available evidence. As an example, social innovations for the upskilling of young people not in employment, education or training call is being prepared and is scheduled to be published in July 2023, and for which 7 million euro is foreseen. It continues the focus of young people, this time closely integrated in the European Year of Skills as well. And one more call scheduled to be published in July will be dedicated to national competence centers for social innovation for building up and consolidating the capacity. It fits to the third type of the grant scheme and will help social innovation support organizations such as national competence centers to improve their professional capacities and further develop their activities to assist in capacity building, mutual learning, and joint activities. And tentatively, 8 million euro are foreseen for that. This year is planned to be completed with a 22 million euro goal for mitigating the societal consequences in the EU of the war in Ukraine, aiming to respond to the important societal challenges in EU countries that creates war and responding to those challenges in a political priority. European Social Fund Agency is also creating a European Competence Center for Social Innovation.
Yes, please go ahead and explain that to me, please.
So it is widely mobilizing and using social innovation expertise from the whole Europe. And the center offers mutual learning activities, capacity building, and networking activities. This includes notably two concrete parts, communities of practice. And we have 5 communities of practice. It's on employment, education and skills, social inclusion, social innovation, migrant integration, and material support, former known as FEED community. And the mutual learning activities will also be organized and supported within EU Roma network, and the network supporting the implementation of the ALMA initiative in the member states. The community of practice on employment, education, and skills aims to organize regular meetings targeting relevant topics in education, training, and skills with different formats and objectives. And the thematic areas that are covered in this community of practice are transition management through modernizing public employment services, ESF plus support for vulnerable youth, and improving the resilience of education and the training systems. The community of practice on social inclusion will cover the thematic areas of child poverty, homelessness, community living, and empowering social services. Social innovation community of practice is designed practically to build a common understanding of social innovations and experimentation across member states, and strengthen social innovation ecosystems and the national competence centers governance models. The community of practice for migrant integration focuses on programming and implementation of the ESF Plus for third country nationals, including migrants or persons with a migrant background. And the overall objective of the migrant support community of practice is by bringing together different stakeholders to build a more coordinated, more effective, and more sustainable approach to material provision. Totally, we have 360 community of practice members. And the second direction of the European Competence Center for Social Innovation is to support beneficiaries at the European level goals of the ESF Plus Social Innovation Plus initiative by organizing mutual learning activities, seminars, and other types of events. And for each goal, the Competence Center will organize a system of mutual learning which will help the beneficiaries to implement projects better, but also will enable to draw joint lessons learned and distribute them at EU level. The center has also an ambition to develop the knowledge sharing platform, also to map the social innovation ecosystem in Europe. And the National Competence Center projects have analyzed the state of social innovation in nearly all EU member states. These already have been mentioned by Risto and Madeleine. And the European Competence Center can build on this work and make visible key findings and conclusions at EU level. This work will be done in cooperation with the national competence centers, and a first joint workshop will take place in a couple of weeks. The center will also validate transnational social innovation proposals and govern the social innovation database. To be concrete, this database offers an invaluable platform for the growing social innovations community to promote and develop their work, enabling the transfer and scaling up of social innovation initiatives. And the online space will also allow stakeholders to search for initiatives developed and tested in other EU countries, facilitating their contact with other organizations and searches for potential partners. This can also enhance opportunities for growing social innovations, and of the center aims the ESF+. And the communities of practice are networks that aim and are the main vehicle for driving forward-thinking collaboration among ESF+ bodies, managing authorities, national authorities, support structures, such as the national competence centers and any other relevant social innovation stakeholders and practitioners. We have the vision to become a resource center, also a learning, cooperation and exchange platform, and as observatory and a policy lab. So, and lastly, what is really very important, and we would like to stress that there will be a significant space and flexibility within that framework of the Social Innovation Plus initiative to respond to the interests and needs of the ESF Plus managing authorities and also all social partners across Europe. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Neringa. Bad news. We started 40 minutes late. Good news, if we take the 90 minutes budget for this, we still have 8 minutes left. And this enables one or two questions from the crowd, if you have, questions for the speakers. Bad news, no questions.
Waiting.
Good news, I have one.
I would...
Yeah, please.
Translator is better if it's in Lithuanian. So, aš norėčiau vieną komentarą. Aš suprantu...
Well, I have the following comment. As far as I understand, we are fixed in a certain time frame, and we are lacking the time to go deeper into some of the issues. But I want to highlight that there was a number of people who did a lot. They went the extra mile at times to do that. Perhaps skipped some yoga classes and worked on promoting social initiatives. So I suggest we give a round of applause to all of those people. So thank you very much.
To ask something or comment, please.
Yes, thank you very much. It was really very interesting to hear about all this social innovation activity and center, because we heard a lot about them, but then I need to admit that at the ground level we feel a little bit lost then when searching for information, for knowing more about call for proposal and so on. So my question is, we know that there are these 6 projects about the National Competence Center. I would like, so thank you also for the speaker from Ireland that explained this. I would like to know more about the result of the different projects, the center, because the problem is that many times in the EU member state, they don't know that the center exists or that is working or so on. And then the link among this national center and the European one will there be a link? How they will work together? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You touched about the priorities for coming months. So more communication, better visibility for the national competence centers as soon as we actually know what exactly will the end of the current process be in some of the member states where it's still in the process. And indeed, it was already mentioned, in 2 weeks there is a meeting that will discuss and design about the way to best cooperate between the national and the European competence centers. So all these are in the picture. Good priorities for the future. I had in my mind one question. How do you feel? I know that Felipe presented 4 challenges that they have identified for Portugal, but I know also that these 4 challenges were based partly on a set of 10 lessons that you really identified from the past. And so 4 minutes for you to mention these 9 or 10 lessons, please.
Thank you, Risto. For the sake of time, please, Miguel. One before. No. Go one back. One back. Yes. No slides make me faster. So it's much more easier not to have slides. Sorry. Let's go. I wanted to share with you some of the key learnings of our experience from Portugal, and that made us this pioneering, successful program. Some of them, and one final note. First, we learned that different finance solutions for different financing needs are an effective and a good way to develop an ecosystem, provide different finance solutions. Second, we also learned that blended finance solutions do work, mixing both public money but also private investment that together can not just increase the amount of capital available to the ecosystem, but also bring new competencies, new resources, new ways to enhance the projects. We also learned that the creation of a specialized public agency like Portugal Social Innovation with a clear mandate to manage funds and develop an ecosystem was actually the most critical decision of the Portuguese government that allowed us to become the main catalyzer of the whole national ecosystem and become more, not just because we have funds, but we became Portugal Social Innovation a clear door where every stakeholder knows where to knock, being an entrepreneur, social organization, or an investor, or a public administration institution. We also learn that there is not enough to have money. It's fundamental to be on the ground working with entrepreneurs, networks, municipalities. So we've created inside Portugal Social Innovation structure an activation team of regional representatives that work daily with entrepreneurs, municipalities, investors, making bridges among them, helping them to transform good ideas into good projects that then can apply to our calls. We also learned that municipalities became the key strategic partner to develop this national program. More than half of the Portuguese municipalities, local government, are financing social innovation projects alongside with us. And this is an additional assurance that these projects really answer critical problems in the territory. We also learned, like Dominika was saying for Poland, we decided to finance social innovation incubators. We approved of the 694 projects, 35 are social innovation incubators that we are financing in partnerships with municipalities as well. This has a multiplying effect on the territories in the regions because they provide capacity building for local entrepreneurs, and they are key partners for local development as well. And we learn that capacity building is needed for everyone. And finally, we learn to equally value disruptive innovation, but also incremental innovation, working with the mainstream social sector, improving their methodologies. And this brings me to my final thought. We talk a lot about scaling up. I think it's important to help these projects also to scale deep. And scale deep means improve these innovations. And at least from my experience in Portugal, this means help them to create strong and meaningful partnerships among each other to improve their own innovations, but create new innovations through these partnerships. We're not in that phase yet. We're just creating innovations after innovations after innovations. It's important to help them to scale deep and create new solutions through partnerships. That's a final thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip, and it's my pleasure to thank not only those who participated in the panel, but I have seen also very attentive listening, and so thank you for everybody for following this session. Thank you very much.
Please, Felipe, don't go far away. So we are not, unfortunately, we are not having a coffee break. We're staying for panel discussion. Yeah. Thank you. O dabar po minutėlės pradėsime panelinę diskusiją ir tada.
And we will now, in a minute, we will begin our panel discussion and we will enjoy a cup of coffee after it. That will be a cherry on the top.
Kviečiu Simą. Prašom.
Simas, please take your seat. Monica. Yes, I can see Monica already. Lucy Monsian, are you online? We can see you.
One minute, we are rearranging seats. Patricia Bussi, please. Stein, please. And Julia, Julia, hello. Yes, we have all speakers, and I am. Taigi skelbiu panelinę diskusiją atidarytą ir man.
So I would now like to declare our panel discussion open, and I would like to introduce to you Mr. Ruslanas Iržikevičius, founder of the Lithuania Tribune, to moderate this panel session. So please, Ruslanas, the floor is yours. Thank you, Victoria. And without further ado, I would like to move into the Lithuanian language because the majority of the speakers will be speaking in English.
My name is, again, Ruslanas Iržikevičius. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Lithuania Tribune, news portal in English. And I'm very, very happy to be here to moderate this discussion. How we try to do it, we'll try to actually make it in 1 hour, but I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll try. So we will go around our table first to speak about our experiences and a few thoughts about innovation and social enterprise. Then we're going to ask a few questions if it's possible from the hall. Then we're going to be asking questions again of our participants, and then we will wrap up our panel with a few minutes of final thoughts at the end of the discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin our panel discussion, let's remember that each of our esteemed panelists bring a unique perspective from their own social enterprise and innovation ecosystem, representing diverse sectors and regions. So let's dive into this engaging conversation and explore how we can collectively accelerate and develop and to accelerate the development of the social enterprises, ecosystems for a better, more sustainable future. Once again, thank you all for being here today. So to start our conversation, could each of you please introduce yourself and your organization briefly, if you have not done that yet. We would love to hear your thoughts on how we can accelerate social enterprise and innovation, of course. Are there any ecosystem level actions or best practices you would like to share from your experience? So I will start with Mr. Simas Gaidelionis, who is chair of HA Village Community Organization. It's called Garšuva. So Simas, the microphone is yours.
Thank you. Simas? Ne, Ruslavas. Thank you for... Arba gal geriau lietuviškai. Bandau tada lietuviškai.
I'm not sure which language I should talk. Okay, I will try Lithuanian. So thank you very much for the possibility to take part in today's forum and to share the experience of my own and that of my community that I represent. So in an attempt to be brief, I will try to introduce myself. My name is Simas Gaidelionis. I have returned from emigration that lasted 10 years. I was in Norway. I came back to a very small village in Tauragė district, a village called HA, which finds itself in the forest of Karšuva. The village is basically composed of 4 multi-story buildings. So we live in rural environment, and as every village, we suffer similar problems, that is depleting population, and services, and so on. So my first goal when I came there was to change the situation. Because the area, well, it should be treated as a prestigious area to live. Unfortunately, it was not treated like one when I came to live there. So I took to action, and as with every similar situation, whichever country, village you might find yourself, there are a couple of targeted groups living there: children, the youth, the elderly. And there are different nuances that should be taken into account, such as people with disability, the sick, So the different groups of society, they face the problem of the lack of services. So I focused on this shortage of services, and I started to act. Because if you complain less and you act more, you can enjoy certain results. So we started by establishing a community business, which developed further on. Our first day of business was the day of lockdown. And so we had no other choice but to help our neighbors. The local shop was closed. There was no connection, no public transport available, and no possibility to connect to other areas. Another issue that we had to deal with was children who were further removed from larger towns, where they could get leisure activity services. So we've established a daycare center for children. By taking over the services of a library and of other extra curriculum activities providing organizations. And the third challenge was providing employment for people who are unable to leave the area. And another issue was to attracting people to the rural area. So we've launched our project as our main tool. Well, we didn't manage to do much about it because the quarantine put us into a lockdown. So at first we tried to ensure the provision of activities for the people, to make sure that they have the possibility to act, to do something on a local level. So those people who didn't have employment, they had an opportunity to choose what they wanted to do and to contribute. So promotion of social enterprise, something that I had encountered myself, something I had no previous experience in, and having returned from emigration, I was unaware of the local context. I simply did what I had to do and looked for answers later. Some local figures did not like my activities because I was wreaking too much havoc. But as every village, we didn't want to suffer inaction or non-existence. So to achieve our own goals, we took to action. All of the social businesses that I had the chance to communicate with, all of them were interested in gaining experience. Doesn't matter which area they were working in. They were just interested in step-by-step actions. There were a number of different areas they could act. And apparently you can learn all the other peculiarities of the process in due course. So perhaps this would be the main thing that I wanted to say. Well, since we will have the opportunity to pose questions, I believe you will be able to add something.
I would like to ask Monika Ośmianskine, who is a member of the Committee of European Affairs at the Republic of Parliament of the Lithuanian Republic.
Aš tik tai dar norėčiau sustoti ir priminti, kad mes turime pusvalandų.
I would just like to remind you that we have half an hour left and we have let's just be concise.
Dėkui už suteiktą žodį ir dėkui už puikią konferenciją.
Thank you for inviting me and for the conference. Victoria has always been pushing forward this question, and she's incredible. From the political perspective, I believe that the biggest issue for me is whether to regulate or not to regulate social business, because society is looking for answers, looking forward to answers. You already talking about the already existing business forms, or I don't know whether we should establish another form of business. I don't think that it would be purposeful. I've heard from the experience of other countries today, and I looked into the case myself, and I do not find the answer how to define more precisely the social business, social enterprise, so that the funding is given to all those who need it most. I believe that we have to look into the concepts of social impact and social economy. Before this conference, I looked into the situation of the previous funding programming period. We had a program under which we supported social enterprises. The funding was approximately 6 million euros. We aimed at having 13 social, 130 enterprises, and we also hope that at least 50% of them will survive. So, unfortunately, we do have much less social enterprises than I had expected, because I don't think that, let's say, some beauty salon that buys some equipment and that declares that it will try to solve the problems that youths are facing. So I don't think that these are real social economy stakeholders. I think that not all the objectives were achieved. Therefore, when thinking about the future investment, I think that there is a need for clear guidelines and recommendations. We need something to build on when implementing the projects, or when preparing those projects. I believe that public authorities and municipalities need certain guidelines. I guess there is a need for certain clarity, not on the legislative level. I would also very much expect, and currently social enterprise does not have its master, because it seems that many institutions are responsible for that. As I was listening to the Portuguese experience, I felt envious, because this state understand the importance of social business for the society itself. Because I believe that social policy is good when everything works well. But I think that the funding for the social area should be invested rather than spent. We have to spend the money, but to have very strong returns without wasting the money. So these are my ideas today. I'm not going further, but thank you very much. We'll ask later.
We're going to Canada, and Senator Lucy Mansion. I'm very, very sorry for my pronunciation if I mistakenly pronounce your name and surname not as I should, but I'm used to my pronunciation of my surname, so we it makes us two, you know, because my surname is also difficult to pronounce. But nevertheless, welcome to the discussion. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for waking up so early for us, and we listening to what you have to say to us. Thank you. The microphone is yours.
Good morning from Canada. Good afternoon, I think, in your part of the world. I've been to your country in the fall, and I've met at that time with a number of you, but also with Monica. And I think Monica was the instigator of my participation here this morning or this afternoon for you. And for me as a senator, in my former life, I was a president and CEO, and before being a president and CEO, I was a lender, and I've done lending in personal, commercial, industrial, agricultural areas. And when I became a president and CEO, I started working with social enterprises. And while I was in social enterprise, I worked with a lot of startups, companies, or groups that wanted to create new social enterprises. And one of your colleagues, I think he was from Portugal, spoke about the importance of having social incubators to really get people that who are on the ground working with people who have ideas. And that's the key. When you have people accompanying people with ideas, and you have a group of professionals that work with people who want to start a social enterprise, that's how the work it becomes successful. And there's been a number of success stories that we have, and I can share later. But in a nutshell, I could say that to accelerate social enterprise and innovation, we need to promote social entrepreneurship and create awareness that is a viable solution. We have to do that. Leaders, we need leaders who possess a deep understanding of the community needs, are open-minded, creative, and can recognize opportunities to adopt innovative approaches. And we need to emphasize the benefit of conducting business with compassion and humanity. Here in Canada, the federal government has put forward a $750 million, which is about 5 million euros. And these monies are used for social innovation. And they are in many areas. And provincially, you also have, because Canada, there's 10 provinces and there's 3 territories. I come from the biggest, the Ontario province. The fund that is available, that has made available to Ontarians is a $25 million fund. In Quebec, it's much higher. So Ontario is the biggest province in Canada. Quebec is the second biggest. And I would say that the province of Quebec is probably the most social innovative province in Canada. Their GDP, the GDP generated by social enterprises in Quebec is $47.8 billion to the economy, and they create over 220,000 jobs. So that would, the model is extremely good and is helping communities to grow and strive, and it also helps individuals to create employment and to create employment that is important to them and that has value to communities. I will stop here. I have examples to provide, but I will give the floor to someone else, but I am sure you will come back to me with questions. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And now we're going to pass the microphone to a gentleman you just mentioned, is Mr. Felipe Almeida, and he has 3 minutes to impress us again.
Thank you very much, but I will use less than that because you already heard me. So for the sake of time, I'd like to share just some complementary ideas concerning what I've already said. Well, let me start by Canada. because Portugal is a very small southern country in Europe, but this public program allowed us to also share our experience with larger, much more potential countries. And a few years ago, before COVID, I was invited to Canada to meet with some high officials and the Ministry of Finance by that time to share the Portuguese experience. I made that trip with Cliff Pryor, which was by that time the CEO of a big society capital in the UK. And we went to share the two examples of the United Kingdom and the Portuguese example of the Social Innovation Fund and the other funds that we were creating. And it was very inspirational to keep track of what Canada was doing and to know that finally the Social Innovation Finance Fund is going to be approved. And it's very good to be in that story. Let me just share one thing. In Portugal, what happened 10 years ago, it seems that was a top-down approach from the government to create and develop the ecosystem. Actually, it was, but to be completely accurate, it was only possible because the major private foundation in Portugal, which is the Calouste Gulbenkian Foundation, one of the biggest in the world, created a few years before a national task force for social investment that brought together dozens of leading organizations from all sectors. They produced a report that became the main pillars of what was going to be this national public policy. So actually, it was a top-down approach from the government using European funds, but before that, civil society, private sector, and the public sector got together and to create these pillars. So it was actually this co-creative approach. This is something that I didn't say before, so it's the novelty that I have to use. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for saving 1 minute and 5 seconds. So now the microphone goes to Patricia Bussi, Vice President of Social Economy Europe, Director of ENCIE.
Thank you very much. A brief presentation of ENCIE as well. So ENCIE is the European network that is federating national, regional, and local network of what we call work integration social enterprise. So really social enterprise working to give training, to give employment to vulnerable people. So disabled people, women, migrants, over 55, long-term unemployed. So it really depends also on the national legislation. ENCIE is made by 31 networks and is representing 21 EU member states, Serbia, Azerbaijan, and Moldova. Now I come to your question, so how to accelerate, and good example. I think the biggest good example we have now at European level is really the European Action Plan on Social Economy. This action plan really show which are the action needed to accelerate the social economy in Europe. I will briefly name them, and then I invite you to also look at the website of DG Employment, in which you can find the Social Economy Action Plan. So the main area of intervention are the framework condition, so the policy and legal framework, for sure, perhaps, Monica, not inviting a new legal framework, but to use the one existing and to try to give anyway a reference. Then the state aids, because state aids are useful also to push the sector. The public procurement, we haven't talked until now about public procurement, but public procurement are absolutely a good lever for a developing social economy. Then we have the possibility to opening up opportunity with business support, as was already said, and capacity building, access to funding, green and digital transition, and social innovation. And then the third area of intervention are for sure communication, as it was said before, and also data collection, show that we exist and we are many. So these are very important. Then I can name other, I think, hundreds of programs that now exist in Europe in order to accelerate startup, social enterprise. And one This I can name because it's also one of the program in which NC is working on, is the Social Tech for You program. That is a program trying to accelerate, inspire and train social economy enterprise that have already a digital, we can say, a digital sphere of development, but there are plenty of acceleration programs that can be used at local level, so really on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'm going to go to my right, and Mr. Stein Eriksson, who is a subject supervisor at the Norwegian social enterprise Food Focus from Norway. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I do feel like a sparrow in a crane dancer, but that's okay. We're a very small company. But we consist of 3 people, one former ex-policeman who worked against human trafficking, was in charge of that in our community, and also against organized crime. One earlier fully patched MC, 1% MC member, and a former drug addict. But at the same time, we are social workers, philosophy students, and the common thing between us is sports. The policeman was a former European champion in powerlifting. I myself is a former competitive boxer and national squad trainer. And the third one is a national champion in surfing, which means that we have 2 common threads. We have sports and we have crime inside and outside. So what we do is working with kids who are on the outside of society. We're working with kids in children care. We're working with kids who have got some sort of punishment, or instead of being in prison, they're able to serve with us. And we're working with extremists, radical right or Islamists. And so far we're working in groups with people who serve any time, where we have three pillars to work on. We're working on training, we're working on eating together, sharing meals, and discussion on different topics like drugs, loneliness, homelessness, all that sort of stuff. We work very concrete into helping them with getting their own apartments, follow them up at work. We have contacts into career people who can help them with their careers, which you might have 2 or 3 months queue to get in there, but we can get them in the next day. So we are very up to like put things in their hands so they can see that we do stuff. So far, we think we're quite successful. If you look on our municipality, last year there were 70 kids placed in institutions. Each of those will cost the municipality approximately €500,000 a year. And we've been working with 3 of them, and 2 of them we avoided to get into care. So, and the same with one extremist we're working with, radical Islamists, who the police thought was a huge danger to the society. He's now back in school, he's training, and he is looked at as not harmless, but he's not nearly near what he used to be. Couple more minutes, yeah, or at least one. Of course, some of these issues will overlap. You will have kids who are either this or this or this or this, and there might be all 3 things together. But our main focus is that we have credibility. The kids know who we are, both through the sport and what we've been doing earlier. So even though we're not doing any radical new, what we're doing is like we have I think quite a radical team, and so we have sort of an impact which a lot of other social workers don't have. Yeah, stop there. Yeah.
We'll ask you questions
good.
later. Super. Thank you so much, and now we'll go online again, and instead of going over the pond, we're going to go over the lake, which in Swedish is Baltic Lake. So. I would like to ask Julia Moriera, who is a lead analyst project manager at the Swedish social enterprise Svideas. So, Julia, the microphone is yours.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. To introduce a little bit about myself, you can see probably from my surname, I'm actually Brazilian and Portuguese. I've been living here in Sweden for the last 5 years, and we work at Svideas, which is a social enterprise based in the south of Sweden, here in Malmö. We work mainly with EU-funded projects, and through them we've been working with enterprises and social enterprises in different capacities. I would say the contribution that I want to give today is mostly related to the green impact and sustainability aspects of the social enterprises, because we have been, and that's how I came also to the forum today, through a collaboration that we have with Lisba and Victoria about a green impact measurement. So the contribution that I wanted to give was mostly some points that we found out that I believe are very important for accelerating the social enterprises and to collaborating for innovation, which really came up in our research in the countries that are partnering with this in this consortium to the project. So we found out that most of the social enterprises that we've come in touch with in these countries have already started to incorporate some aspects of sustainability, circular economy, and trying to measure in some way their impact on the environment through qualitative and quantitative indicators. However, there's still a lack of, let's say, mainstream or like common tool that can be used by them. And there are several other aspects that become challenging when you talk about measuring green impact, because for social enterprises that do not have a lot of resource, like financial resource availability or time availability, it's really hard to put in place structures to measure their impact. So especially when they have some kind of more internationalized supply chains, this becomes even more challenging. And when you come to the scope 3 of emissions, then even more. So we found that when it comes to the social enterprises and the impact that they have on the society, it's really hard to actually measure them, because most of them have qualitative impacts, and most of the indicators and tools to measure impact are quantitative, and those are not always applicable to the kind of initiatives that they have. However, we also found that social enterprises in general are playing a very, very big role when it comes to promoting creative, diverse, and innovative ways to addressing the climate issue, and promoting ways of reusing material or innovate the supply chain, innovate the way things are done, bring out new business models, and a lot of them can be inspiring for even bigger organizations as well. This, I would say, that is also very important for social enterprises themselves, because if they're able to measure their impact in a way, then it also attracts more investors, it can attract more customers, and with the ESG requirements coming up soon for the financial year 2024 here in Europe, that's going to be really important and not just something optional, it's going to become a requirement. So this is just a small overview of the contribution I wanted to give today. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And so we're going to go to the next part of the panel, and there are going to be questions, but the questions that those I'm going to ask. So we'll go to Simas, and you already spoke about the reason why you established your social enterprise in your village, but maybe you can give a few more examples of challenges you faced while you were establishing it. Yeah. So you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Please, prašau sustabdykite, kai jau viršysiu, nes
Stop me if I speak for too long, because I don't have much practice in public speaking. So what were the challenges? Though the challenges were diverse and quite many, but I think that it is much more difficult to invent a wheel when you are alone because, well, the biggest challenge was that I did not know where to get the information, where to get some advice, and I guess this is the mistake that every beginner makes. I did not look into the institutions that could help me, or there were institutions that were not willing to help me, so that was kind of a vicious circle. Another challenges are related to getting trust of people, especially if you are new to that community. And it is very difficult to earn the trust of the people, but once you earn, you are good then.
And, we'll go to Ms. Monica, and you already answered a few of those questions, but if you want to add something, but what are the main challenges for the social enterprise ecosystem in Lithuania, and how can they be addressed? And what role can Lithuanian Parliament play in creating favorable conditions for social enterprises? Very concrete questions.
Tai jūs užduodate kai klausimą.
Well, when you asked the question, you mentioned social enterprise. I guess the major challenge is to take this negative connotation from social enterprises because, well, I believe that due to legal regulation, social enterprises in Lithuania had this negative connotation. That's why I believe that we have to this negative connotation and to try to regulate social enterprises in a different way. So that is one of the major problems. Now, you have, when it comes to other challenges, I'd like to say that it's a pity on the one hand, and I'm happy on the other hand that those discussions have already started. Well, on the one hand, they are just starting, but on the other hand, on the 10th of May, we are going to have a debate on the situation of social enterprise in Lithuania. And I was listening to your ideas. It was very interesting for me, and I hope that the information I've heard here will help us to move forward. So I hope that we will achieve a common solution to that.
So now we're going to go across the pond to Canada, and Lucy, Canada has a leading social enterprise ecosystem, or one of the leading social enterprise ecosystem in the world. Could you share the key elements for building such a thriving ecosystem and any lessons learned that we can benefit from? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. There are three key elements to building a thriving enabling ecosystem. The first one is to build networks and partnership. The second one is to provide targeted funding. And the third one would be to support, we need the support of a regulatory framework. And I will give you a few examples in the few minutes that I have. The first one is a community a project that was put forward, and it was to provide employment for people with mental and physical disabilities. This is part of my province in Ontario. And what happened, how it worked is that there was a group, it's called Groupe Convex, and this group started by creating a recycling facility. And the only people who were allowed to work in the recycling facility were disabled people. And what happened is that with recycling, that part of the company started to build, thrive, and grow. And now that part of the company, because they now have 6 components to the group, they are now providing for a good part of the eastern province of Ontario, the recycling services. They have a wood finishing, refurbishing of furniture. That's another one. They have a laundry service. They're providing laundry service for hospitals in the eastern part of the province. They have a restaurant. They have what they call a fresh vegetable basket. So with all of these companies, the people who are working have special needs, and it was answering a need for the community. So what is happening is this Groupe Convex is doing excellent work, and over time they've grown. And they are a very important part of the community where they are working, and a lot of people are using the services that are provided by Groupe Convex. The other example I'll provide is for women who were coming from difficult homes, and they created a greenhouse. And in Northern Ontario, we do, the wood industry cuts trees. And what these group of women started was a greenhouse growing trees. And the trees are being used to refurbish our forests that are after the wood is cut. Over time, they now provide 1.2 million trees a year to be replanted in the northern part of Ontario. They've been in operation for about 20 years. Now they have a greenhouse where they grow tomatoes. Only women are working there, and they have 7 women that work there full-time, and they have 30 that come on a seasonal basis. But this is one of they had funding from the government, from the local people, and from investors. And this has been working really well for the northern part of Ontario. And I have other examples, but I stop at these 2, just to see when you have governments, communities, people working together to find solutions to local problems. That's what social enterprise is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Next, going to be Felipe, and we learned a lot about the EU's support for social innovation through ESF Plus funds. Could you share even further insights into the key factors for enabling a vibrant social innovation ecosystem, and could you mention some success stories you came across?
Thank you again. I believe that Lucy already mentioned the basics about the enabling factors. It's the same in Portugal. I think it's the same all over. Partnerships, funding, and a vision to social change. And partnerships, I'm talking about cross-sector partnerships, the public, the private, and the social sector. This is the basics. About some stories and about social enterprises, I'll be as quick as possible. We are financing 694 projects, so we have a lot of success stories and failures as well. But just to provide you some examples, one of the first projects that we financed is the first visual code for the color blind to distinguish the colors. It's all over the world in hundreds of millions of products so far. This is social innovation. We also are financing a project for the inclusion of migrants and refugees based on the mutual learning of the language between them and the locals. It promotes the social integration of them. This is social innovation. We are also financing the creation of an opera company inside a prison for young offenders to expand their self-knowledge and prepare them for the life outside the prison. It is also a social innovation. And considering disabled people, we talked about some of the projects. One of the most inspiring projects that we have, it's an organization that found out that one of the biggest obstacles for the employment of those with disability is the prejudice of the industry and the companies about the people with disability, and they are not prepared to integrate someone with certain kind of disability. So what they did is very simple. They made a contract with local industries that outsourced part of their manufacturing process, and they only contract people with disability and provide training on the job for them. And these local industries follow up very closely this process. They got confident about the work of these people, and a few months later they contract them, overcoming the first phase of initial prejudice. It's really working for employability of those who have capacity to be employable and have some autonomy. Oh, these are just a few examples of social innovation in different aspects. Let me just add, some of these organizations are associations that have to create business corporations to get access to private funds. And some of them are private organizations for profit that have to create associations or NGOs to get access to public funds. And this is why we need social enterprises also in Portugal. We don't have in Portugal the legal framework for social enterprises, but we are working in the government to create this legal framework, because the reality showed that these organizations do exist. They are for profit, but they have their social mission at the core of the organization, and we have to adjust to the reality that we are experiencing in Portugal. So that's the reasoning behind this process of creating a legal framework for social enterprise in Portugal. We are on that process as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and now we'll go to Patricia. And what are the main challenges for social enterprise ecosystem in Europe, and how do the organizations you represent tackle these challenges? So can you share any recent developments, some gossip?
So I don't want to repeat what already has been said, but for sure the communication, the rise awareness about social enterprise and also work integration social enterprise is very important. What I can suggest, example that came to my mind was when I was thinking to this intervention are, for example, the Day of Social Enterprise, in particular in Spain, el Día de la Empresa de Inserción, when in these days they present in a public square different enterprise with their product, so that people like me, you, and all the others that are on the road can buy already, can buy from this type of enterprise. Then we have the necessity to bring social economy in school and in university. So there are countries, as in France, in which there are a specific week of social economy in which in the university they speak about social economy. But it's also important to do this also in the primary school. We need really to start to educate also the children that there is another way of doing economy. Profit is important, but we have other things about also. We have not only profit, we have also social mission, general interest, and we need to train people and children on this. And then we have, this is also for all of you, some general day, European Day for Social Economy. Normally we try to organize this day during the presidencies of the European Union. And in this case, we are under the Swedish presidencies, and it has been very difficult to have the presidencies supporting the conference, but we decided to organize it also without the presidency, and we will organize it the 8th of June in Gothenburg. You are not so far from here, so I mean, you are all invited. I can share with you the registration link. Then I will already invite all of you in San Sebastian, the 13th and 14th of November in Spain. There will be a big conference of social economy under the Spanish presidencies with the European Commission. So these are days that are used in order to raise awareness, to make us known. Then we have, as I said before, some need on financial support. So how we can act on financial support. I told already that it's really important, for example, the role of public procurement. In Spain, in cities like Barcelona, they reserved a part of public procurement for social economy. So all the public authority, from local to regional, because this is federal, they are obliged to open call for tender for social economy providers. So this is another way to give support to social economy. Then we have also fiscal incentive that can be used to support social economy. And on these, I think it's really very important in order to have a fiscal incentive, to have a clear framework, because for sure this fiscal facility can be given to enterprise that can really qualify themselves as social enterprise with all the characteristics of a social enterprise. So the participative management of the enterprise, also the partial or completely non-distribution of the profit. So I understand that for fiscal facility also legal framework is needed, but fiscal facility can also be a good lever for a social enterprise. And then, in this I'm just repeating networking, internally networking, so you networking, for example, through the association, the social business association in Latvia, and networking then, for example, at European level in network as mine, but also has the sector with the other, so with public authority, as was said, and also with corporate, with mainstream business. There are some projects that are just starting, really looking on how social economy enterprise can work with mainstream enterprise to give more value to this.
Super, thank you so much, and we'll go to Stein. We would love to hear more about your enterprise in short, but one of you things that makes you mostly proud of your enterprise, and maybe one of the biggest challenges you faced during your social enterprise
well,
years.
I think the extremist I was talking about has probably been the most challenging, because when he came to us, he was followed by 4 policemen with foot chains and handcuffs, and he was considered one of the biggest risks around. And he was doing spending a lot of time on his computer. He was sleeping during daytime. He didn't want anything to do with anybody, but he had to talk with somebody. That was one of the criteria. He had to be able to live where he was living. And gradually, I think that was during the Corona time, so we were training outside because there were no place to go inside. So we just found some sheds or football ground or whatever, and we were together 2 or 3 times a week. Started maybe training at 3 in the afternoon, and gradually moved it down to 12, 11, 10. And he started to open up, started to talk. And one of the main thing about sports, the way we see it, is it's not very important to get into good shape or that sort of stuff. The important thing is you can use it to get in contact with other people. So the whole thing about using weightlifting or boxing or whatever is to be able to get these kids into boxing clubs, weightlifting clubs or whatever, so they can connect with other people. But they have to see that it pays to be with other and not only alone. So the main thing, I think, was that he started to trust us, which I think you need trust to be able to tell people something. If you don't have the trust, they won't listen to you. So no, it's like this. He phoned me up this Christmas. He's living now in another part of Norway. We're talking about the way training goes and blah, blah, blah. And he's in school, and so all is good, more or less. And that was something I didn't see coming when we started working with him. I think one of the if you're looking at a problem, it's like the young offenders who have maybe 4 to 8 months to serve not in prison but with us. The problem has been to sell this into the prison authorities or to the authorities there, because a lot of the regime around punishment is like you have to go and do urine test, you have to go to talking to a psychiatrist, and it has to be in a room. But what we're saying is like, come to us, we will train, we will talk with you about the same thing you do, and these are the rules you're going to have to follow. But the rules they have to follow is more or less normal things. So it's been hard to try to sell this into the authorities, but we've been able to do it, very much due to the policeman. And it's working. It's because what you can say about that is you can go back and look on, has there been any new crimes in a year? And if the answer is no, something has worked. So yeah.
Super. Thank you so much, and we go to Julia. Could you tell us more about the recent study on green impact measurement and its key findings, and why is measuring impact so important in general?
Question. I gave already a little bit of an introduction for that in my introduction before. I will start with the why it's important for social enterprises to measure their impact on the environment. And as I briefly introduced, ESG, environmental, social, and governance, is becoming a requirement in the European Union by February next year, which means that all companies, or like even small enterprises as well in Europe, except some micro enterprises, are going to have to report their ESG impact. And this means that now it's becoming necessary to be able to measure your green impact, whether that is qualitative, quantitative, however you want to measure this. You need to be able to prove that. So I would say that our research provided a lot of inputs into that, and it highlighted several challenges that social enterprises in particular face when it comes to this. But I feel like, as it was already mentioned before several times, there is a necessity for more funding and opportunities for them to be able to address that in a better way. I would say that the challenges, then going back to the first question and the main highlights of our research, were that although the social enterprises are already very much inserted into the green economy in Europe, there are several obstacles for them to be able to measure that in a more transparent and concrete way. It also, I would say, we also were researching a little bit the consequences of the availability of a definition of social enterprise or not in the country to the company itself. And for instance, here in Sweden, there is no legal definition for social enterprise. So when you register your company, you cannot register as a social enterprise. And that, we believe, can have a little bit of it can create some obstacles when it comes to getting access to opportunities and funding, and even like to communicate about your company. Whereas in Denmark, there is a definition, but it's not so, it's been a little bit, how can I say this? Yeah, it's not been attractive to become a social enterprise in Denmark due to the changes of policies, and it's a little bit hard to uphold the registration as a social enterprise. So coming back to the way that they measure their green impact, so we try to define how the green impact has a big impact on the social side. So we named it a societal impact as well, and we believe that they go a lot hand in hand. So if you make benefits for the environment, you're making benefits for the society as well. So that would be my final input into that.
Thank you so much, and I would like to add that this program was financed by Nord Plus program, so it's a very good way to mention it. And so we are really coming to the end. We really behind the time, but the plan was to give each of you 1 minute for the last word on this part, not all of you. But if you have anything to say, that would be just in addition to what you said already about your experiences, or about this conference. If you want to wish something, so please go ahead.
Just congratulations to Victoria, to the association Victoria is representing, to the Parliament of Lithuania, to the ministry that were here. So it's not so used to have a social economic conference with a so high level speaker. So for me, it has really been a very pleasure to discover this, to discover that here in Lithuania, good things are really on the good road. So congratulations, and I can just say, continue like this. Well done.
So thank you so much to all, and let's continue to learn from one another and work together towards a more sustainable and inclusive future. So thanks to all panel discussants. A big applause to the panel discussants. Thank you. And thank you for your time. So Victoria, the word is yours.
Dėkoju labai panelio diskusijos dalyviam.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. Well, in fact, we moved very smoothly into the last session, that is the closing session of the forum. Therefore, it's my pleasure to give the floor to invite my colleague Patrick. Patrick, are you with us?
I am.
Yes, so...
Can you hear me?
Yes, Patrick, do you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Patrick, so we are finalizing this great forum. We are very happy here and inspired. I would like to give you a floor for just final remarks about what is needed on national level to accelerate social enterprise development in Lithuania. So it would be really good to have your outside view just for the final remarks. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you very much, and thank you, for this conference. This was very interesting, to listen to different panelists, examples that we could find, throughout Europe and in other countries. And I really regret not to be able to be physically with you today, but let me tell you that next time, I will do my utmost to be there, in Lithuania. I think that talking about, we discuss, and you discuss, a lot of things, especially concerning, frameworks, challenges, that are diverse. We have seen that, in different examples. My first remark would be that it's important, to create really, the right framework, to boost, the development of social enterprises, and we need to adapt. These challenges, to the needs of social enterprises. This is really not, an easy task. I don't remember who was, the person who said it, but I totally agree. What is important is that when you set up, a framework, it's important, to be to really work, with stakeholders. It should not be, a top-down approach, but all stakeholders, should be fully committed, to create, and to work, with public authorities, to develop, something that is that will be, impactful. Let me just mention that we, at the European Commission level, we are currently preparing, a recommendation, a council recommendation that will help to provide guidance in relation, to specific policies such as employment, state aid, public procurement, education, skills, just to name some of that. Really, to help social enterprise, to develop, in a country. I remember what Patricia Bussy, from NC said, talking a lot, on different examples coming from the Commission, and in particular, for public procurement. I totally agree. I think that, and I would like maybe just to take this example about, public procurement, that getting access to market is important, for social enterprise, to generate revenues and to become financially self-sufficient. So we, for example, in the Commission, in my Directorate General, we are, for example, working a lot, on developing best practices, good practices. We have recently, published, some guidance, some guide, the Buying Social Guide, with with example how to make the utmost, of public procurement as well. I would say that social enterprise must work with mainstream businesses, and this is something that we have just launched, or we are about to launch, some project in regions, so that we see that social enterprise, are part of the economy. They have to work, with other partners, to develop themselves. So really, this business-to-business market is important, for them, to get access, to markets, to get access to clients, and so on. So this is my first comment. The second one that is very important is capacity building. Again, capacity building is important. In particular, again, in the transition for a greener economy, for a more digitalized economy. We have seen, and you discuss it with all your examples, that many social enterprises have really, this entrepreneurial dimension, and they can make, a considerable, contribution to sustainable growth and job. We need to help them, to develop this entrepreneurial, culture, and this is why, we need to have, specific business support structure. We need to help them to find the way, to get access to this business support structure. Who can help them? How can they get trust, in such kind of structure? So it's important to develop social innovation parks, incubators, impact hubs to scale up social enterprise. And skills, because we are discussing capacity building, is important as well. So we are working a lot, with our colleagues, from DG Employment. My colleague Javier Risto is present with you today. And I think that what is really important is to develop, the skills, for this social entrepreneur, so that they can have access, to a better understanding of the environment where they're working. They better understand, what needs to be done. They understand, things to be done, for example, in the green, in the digital transition, and they need to find, the right tool, for example, the right financial tool, that will help them, to develop and to scale up. And then maybe just to finish, and I heard it as well, I think it's important as well, is visibility and understanding. It's important, that social enterprise and public authorities, understand each other. How can they understand each other? First of all, there should be, some dedicated research that is associated, to the development of social enterprise. What is a social enterprise? How can it work? What are the different organizational forms? What is happening, for example, all around, Europe, or for example, in the world, that can really help social enterprise to develop, and I would say governmental organization, to understand, the needs of social enterprise. Research and training, and for example, at university, at schools, this is again, something that I have heard. So it's important to develop, this kind of let's call it, preparation, work, so that we have, the tools. The government has the tools, to prepare, the best public policy possible, for the development of social enterprise. And I will finish, by saying that we need to have, like you did today, such kind of regular communication activities, discussing with public officials, but discussing as well, with citizens. This is exactly what will happen, in Sweden in some weeks, what will happen, in Spain, in San Sebastian for a conference, and next year, in Belgium. So really building trust between, partners, will help, social enterprise, to develop, will help to find relevant and create relevant support policies and market opportunities, for social enterprises. So this is really, in a nutshell, what I wanted to say today. Again, a big thanks, for this conference. It's important, to continue to make the utmost, of the discussion that you had, to deliver. But I'm really confident that Lithuania is on the really right way to develop, a very good ecosystem for social enterprise. Thank you very much.
Ačiū Patrikai už labai.
Thank you, Patrick, for an excellent summary. For you, that we truly sense your support. So why reinvent the wheel if we can learn from your practices? As I have mentioned at the very beginning of the event, now find ourselves in the midst of truly painful crises, and we don't have time for in-depth studies. We have great partners in Europe, and we can apply the practices that are working. So thank you indeed for your true support. And for the very final minutes, let me just share a few words of my own, as well as a few words of gratitude who contributed to this event. My final remark is that social business, you as practitioners of social business, this event is dedicated to all of you. I can see it in your eyes that you will return home a little bit braver and fuller of hope. You will definitely have more confidence in politicians, seeing that they're also human beings. That's what unites us all. We're all human beings. And we are really hopeful that things will go in the right direction. We know that nothing will be given to us for granted. We definitely have a seat at the table with the decision makers, and this is our chance to say what is important for us. As I was taking notes, Patrick mentioned exactly what I wanted to say, that we are interested in having the bottom-up approach, not vice versa. The senator has mentioned, and Felipe has already mentioned, that the legal regulation adjusts to the ecosystem. And as Patrick has mentioned, it is important to apply the bottom-up approach. And I believe the politicians have already understood that they won't be able to apply the opposite approach. We are a democratic country, and we will have to discuss the things in the way that we need it. And what is needed is a true and reliable partnership, a shoulder to rely on. We definitely need appropriate funding and access to the market through public procurement, so that public procurement is also adapted to social business. The same could be said about funding instruments. And through empowering civil society, we will also be able to contribute to the decision-making We'll have this opportunity in the upcoming weeks as we're going to take part in the meeting with the chair of the Committee on Economics of the Seimas. Okay. The upscaling of skills has already been mentioned and its importance, so let me now move on to this small session of expressing gratitude. So this is the second year in a row that we are co-organizing this event with the Seimas Committee on Economics. So my special gratitude goes to Mr. Kazys Starkevičius, the chair of the committee, for listening to the expectations and the needs of the social business community of Lithuania. The dialogue that was launched last year was really not empty. It is really effective. My thanks also goes to the Ministry of the Ministry of the Economy and Innovations, the patron of this event. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Social Security and Labor. With the ministry, we have a very important project under a very symbolic title, galiu, or in English, I can. So it's about empowerment, dignity, irrespective of the physical state that the human being finds himself in. My thanks also goes to the Lithuanian Innovation Agency, Social Economy Europe, Social Economy Ukraine included, and the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Lithuania. Thank you to Patricia, thank you to SFO Plus and its representatives. I'm grateful to Raoul Wallenberg Center in Canada, to Martynas Mažvydas National Library, and the Lithuanian Radio and Television. It is important to note that the representation of the European Commission office in Lithuania is also one of our partners, so our thanks goes to the office as well. And my gratitude also goes to the team and volunteers of the Lithuanian Social Business Association, namely Auksa, Rasa, Ieva, Kristupas, people who are still making the final touches on organizing this event. Simas, Laura, Ieva, and to all of those who were with us online. My great gratitude goes to the office of the Seimas, in particular Rolandas, Artūras, and other members of the Information Communication Department. Well, these are the people that were not visible, but these were the people that were in charge of all the visuals available to us. And our final gratitude goes to the interpreters. Let's give them a round of applause. Because we were jumping from Lithuanian to English, and it is important for us to have people to transfer the information into both Lithuanian and English. So thank you, Živilė and Aušra, to you both. And my final remarks would be in the words of Antoine Saint-Exupéry. This is just some food for thought. Something that was written at the saddest moment in the life of the writer. He was unable to understand why people were fighting, were at war. And this prayer mentions the most important things. I will just read a few important words, and perhaps you will be later to find out the rest of this excerpt and this will resound to you as well. It is said that the prayer helped thousands of people. Some people said that people managed to find a way out of the most difficult situation with the help of the prayer. Others noticed that they appreciated their lives more once they read it. And it begins in the following. Lord, I'm not praying for miracles and visions. I'm only asking for strength for my days. Teach me the heart of small steps. Make it clever. When we are listening to those words that Mr. Stein has mentioned, when he was talking about this young guy engaged in extremism, and when the physical activity, sports, engaged him in conversation. Apparently, this is just a minor detail, but apparently these minor details, minor steps lead to greater something greater. So this is what I wish for all of you, to start from something small that will lead you to something great. So please read the final part of this prayer, and I wish you all the best in continuing your activities.
Ir dar, kurie visi čia yra pasilikę, prašau.
And those who are still here with us, please make sure you enjoy another cup of coffee and snacks. And those watching us online, I bid farewell to you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in our future meetings.